I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a head, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Reality. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We burn it up as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've drinking my soda.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are.
surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can love ever, can forget.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stinks. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in. and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top two reach the upper bracket, while third place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the major last call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Become a pro player? How hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversities, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
it's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
To work down this path, we need to do it together.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
Es hora de cumplir con nuestro papel.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
It's time to walk the path of honor.
Hello and welcome back to our final day of the survival week for the Kings Major West League. This will be closing out our second week of the overall tournament here for the West side here before we move into the knockout stage, and we've got some banger series for y'all in store today. My name is Rafa, back at it again with the one and only Mr. Yikes in the casting booth. There were some banger series yesterday, almost going to full 5 games in our first series and then going to a full 4 series. Now, Yikes, we still have obviously some series and some things left in the cards here for our, the final results coming up today.
Yeah, today is gonna be the final results day. This is the day 4 of the survival week, and our first match is gonna be spicy. I mean, we kind of did the math right before we get on the stream here, and VP, they're gonna have to go all out today. They're gonna have to beat next RÜYA 3-0. Or if they do drop some games here, they're gonna give MKOI the chance. If MKOI is able to have, some clean games later in the day, we're obviously gonna see NA play again. So it all depends. This is the last day. There's gonna be a lot of pressure on the player. There's gonna be a lot of nerves involved. And I'm excited to see how, the first match, Virtus.pro versus next RÜYA, and then we're gonna get some matches from Group S. We're gonna get Twisted Mind versus OG. These guys already played against each other, but we're gonna see them play again. But before that, let's jump right to the prize pool here. Talk about the $50,000 on the line here. $10,000 going to the champions, $8,500 to the second place, $6,500 for the fourth place. Third place, $7,000. Gonna skip that, but $6,000 to 5th and 7th place. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of money on the line where these players are gonna be competing for, even though, some teams kind of like next RÜYA that are not gonna be, making it out of the Group A anymore.
Yeah, so Alo Gaming and next RÜYA at this point in the stage of survival week, even if they were to win their next 2 series, they would not have enough series scored to overtake Virtus.pro in order to escape Group A. But like you said, if they're able to win both of their series today, they could at least overtake MKOI and go for that overall 5th spot, which would get them a little bit of extra money, which definitely is going to be something worth fighting for both next RÜYA and Alo Gaming. Whereas, as you already highlighted earlier on, there's a crazy world where even though Virtus.pro definitely the favorites to escape Group A and join our other 3 teams from Group S in the knockout stage, it is still not yet locked in. But that can all change just based on our first series, which is Virtus.pro against next RÜYA. It'll be our first series that we'll be taking you through on stream. And then, of course, our other 2 series on the broadcast will be Twisted Minds versus OG Esports, and then next RÜYA versus Movistar Koi. And just to break it down further for you guys, I'm going to give you the exact numbers. We've done the calculations, assuming that if it's series score, then game score, and then head-to-head, Virtus.pro will lock in their spot off of 3 total game wins across both of their series today, which they play against next RÜYA as well as Alo Gaming in an off-streamed series after the broadcast. So Virtus.pro, even if they do not win against next RÜYA or Alo Gaming, if they win at least 3 times collectively across both of those games, they will be able to lock in. And so getting a chance to now see that team that could escape Group A on the blue side for our first series today, it is Virtus.pro. Check them out. it is Virtus.pro, aka the Bears. You got Shisu, Alim, Red, Prince, and Grizzly Q. And yikes, we have to give them credit where credit is due. They have really leveled up their game in the past few days since we last saw them in the ranking week last week. Before now, Virtus.pro definitely the favorites to escape Group A at this pace.
Yeah, they've been playing pretty well. You know, we've seen Prince, you know, pick up the activity in the farm lane. He has been able to carry a lot of the games recently, especially with the long yesterday against MKOI. We saw that. We also saw great Gen and Mo come out of Red. And Alim, obviously, this guy has been playing a lot of Assassins lately, and the Han Shin, it was just a cherry on top. But now we're going to get the chance to check out next RÜYA, so let's get into that. So our representatives on the red side from Turkey, next RÜYA, the Light Chasers. For the Clash lane, we're going to have Void today, Atix for jungle, Ryuga for the mid lane, Knight for the farm lane, and Bobnet for Roam. I mean, next RÜYA, they definitely cannot make it out anymore out of the Group A. But again, there are, you know, fighting for the pride and the prize pool money at this point. And, you know, I really hope that they're gonna, you know, put up some numbers against Virtus.pro to help out our boys, you know, from on the NA side, MKOI. So definitely I'm rooting for next RÜYA. Being a little biased today, you know, I want MKOI to have the chance to kind of try to compete against Virtus.pro. Yeah, definitely gonna, you know, root for next RÜYA today.
That's totally valid if you are, you know, an NA fan, and I can't deny it from you, Yikes. I know you want to be able to see Movistar Koi make the miracle dream happen, because it's no longer up to just solely Movistar Koi. Even if MKOI were to win both of their series, as long as Virtus.pro wins 3 games collectively, or just win 1 series overall, then Virtus.pro secures their spot, much deservedly so. They cleaned house on Movistar Koi in both of their series, 3-2 in the first time around, and then a 3-1 in the second time around, which we saw in yesterday's broadcast. But our head-to-head matchup is Prince versus Void. Now, this is assuming Void is always going to be playing in the farm lane, because we know this team loves to role swap here, Yikes. Every time that we see them on broadcast, we have to ask ourselves, hey, is this Dharma actually going to Knight this time around, or is it going to be for Void, you know? And it's not just with the Clash lane. We've seen in some off-stream matches that Void has even role swapped with their jungle as well, and just taken a jungle role. I think he played the Fade in one of their off-stream matches. We'll have to double check that. But yeah, that this Turkish squad, not a stranger to swapping up strategies, including just having their players go to different sides of the map.
Yeah, it seems like they're pretty versatile, and I also like to experiment a little bit. Obviously, it hasn't been kind of working out for them, but hopefully they're going to get the chance to have it work out for them in a best of 5 today with the global ban and picks. Obviously, it's going to be quite limiting on both sides on what they can play and what they can experiment with. And right away, Virtus.pro is going to take that Dharma away from NRX, not knowing when it's going to end up. And the Dolia ban is going to come out from NRX here, while the second ban phase starting out for the VP side here. See what they're going to ban out. But again, VP is on the blue side, Rafa. They're going to get the first big chance here. And it's going to be the Zhong Fei ban here from VP.
As well as the Dharma. They're very, very knowledgeable and aware of Voids being able to put out some decent performances on that particular hero. Whereas next RÜYA going for a big support target ban on both the Dahlia as well as the Diadea away from Grizzly Q, just paying respect to Grizzly Q's much more notable performances in the past few days.
Yeah, definitely in noticeable performances. He's been getting a lot of the MVPs on the Virtus.pro side since the week 2 or week 3 started. And the idea and the Dolia has definitely been the favorite picks for Grizzly Q here. So banning those out is going to be pretty good for the next RÜYA side. But Virtus.pro is gonna lock in the early. Pretty classic. You know, you get first pick here, you want to get the early, and my sure no is gonna go to NRX. Both sides getting strong picks here.
Yeah. The fact that next RÜYA opted in for the early My Shiranui Gambit, Virtus.pro wanting to secure something for Prince, who have you already been talking about earlier on in our broadcast, how much cleaner, how much more proactive Prince has been able to play for this squad, and just being such a huge boon for them in terms of early game success. Even when he's playing late game heroes like the Long, the fact that Virtus.pro were able to find such big wins against MCOY in their series last night, and now we're gonna get a chance to see not only Grizzly Q returning to the Liam Po, but also a Lim just beelining for the pay.
Yeah, locking in the pay for Alim, that is going to be massive. We know this guy loves playing assassins, and pay is definitely right up his alley with the playstyle he has. But NRX is able to lock in the Byron, take away the Byron pay combo that we usually see from the teams coming out, especially OG. OG loves abusing that, invading, just because how strong both of those heroes are together. And NRX here is going to go ahead here and pick up Chano right before we get to the second phase of the drafting phase here.
Well, I don't know when the last time you casted with Blam was, yikes, but Blam has been a very big proponent of Chano game 1 usually ends up in a loss. There was one particular game that stat was no longer 100% true, but it's still a high percentage chance. So, you know, Blam probably sitting somewhere in the UK across the pond and just going, NRX, what are you doing, boys? What are you doing, mate? And it's not the way. You got to save it for later on, but we'll see if next RÜYA can prove him wrong.
A rookie mistake. What Blam would say. But yeah, Yishin gets banned out. Shea gets banned out too by NRX. That is a lot of CC range being blocked out from Red. Obviously, we know Red loves their range mid laners. And I mean, they left Gana and Mo open for Red, and we saw that Red had an insane performance on it. But Luna getting banned out from the VP side to kind of try to not get, you know, countered when they're playing pay themselves. And Musashi also seems like VP doesn't like going against Musashi, especially with the assassin junglers. And Motzi gonna get locked in for NRX. Definitely a very good support to have here on their side.
That makes sense for Virtus.pro that you have such mobile heroes in Arlie and Pei that you want to eliminate large AoE CC abilities that NRX could use to try and lock you down, because they are fairly squishy. And if we've come to experience anything in our own games, as well as just watching the numerous amount of Pei being played on broadcast, if you ever do catch him a little too far forward, especially when he's in Tiger form, trying to, you know, close the gap on you, that's a squishy hero. He does a lot of damage, but late game, he's very susceptible to just getting completely bursted out. As Virtus.pro trying to round out their composition right now with the Sunsei and the Lady Jen.
Yeah, Sunsei and the Lady Jen, they're gonna be massive CC pickup heroes. Obviously, we're gonna have Sunsei on using the ultimate, you know, getting that mobility, being able to kind of just go throughout the map, set sail, and just hit targets, so permanently CC them for a couple of seconds. So that's going to be massive. And Lady Jen also has a lot of CC, so definitely VP is not lacking CC trap control. And same thing is happening on the NRX side. They have a lot of CC from the Mudzi, the Byron, the Mai, and Ogren is going to have this slow. And yeah, I mean, both sides definitely have great comps here. And it's going to pretty much come down on how VP wants to play this matchup. Are they going to invade, or are they going to, you know, let NRX have a pretty easy game to farm up here? But so far, I think VP definitely has the upper hand in the ban and pick here. What do you think, Rafa?
Yeah. I mean, NRX picking Ogren this late in the draft, you already saw the Pei being locked in for themselves. To me, this is NRX saying, yeah, we don't believe you guys being able to blitz us early on. Now, to be fair, Movistar Koi took that same gambit. Did Virtus.pro have, you know, the Byron and the Pei together as a duo? Yeah. This time around, you know, it's the Sunsei with the Pei, so not necessarily the same amount of early lane pressure, but it's still a big gambit to play, you know, and it takes, you know, kind of, you know, squaring off against a Lim, who we've talked about before, especially before this broadcast, yikes, that one of the big reasons for Virtus.pro success is when Elim is on a hero and is feeling confident and feeling like he can be very vocal and giving a lot of direction to the team. Because anytime we've seen a Virtus.pro game where Elim is either not on a hero that gives him a lot of agency or not doing super well into the game, it definitely feels like Virtus.pro are nowhere near as confident and decisive in the actions and the rotations they make.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it seems like that Virtus.pro kind of relies on Elim getting the snowball in, getting those early kills on the assassins. And, you know, he loves the high frame heroes. He loves the Hong Shin. He pulled it out yesterday on Lamb. He did get a triple as well. So Elim definitely has high impact whenever the resources are given to him. And he never lets it, you know, go to waste just because the assassin playstyle he has. So right now, giving him the pay, one of the, you know, best junglers right now throughout the entire tournament, that is, you know, that is going to be a costly mistake, definitely, by the NRX side. And we're going to see if they're going to have the answer to that. I mean, they do have the Mutzi, they have the Byron, they do have the Might that could potentially set up a CC chain on the pay and lock him down whenever he tries to kind of greet over the invades here. But, I mean, it all comes down on how precise, how accurate, surgical NRX is going to be here.
Yeah. We do have a tech pause. We'll try to get back into game as soon as possible. So until then, feel like Yikes and I going over both of the compositions for the most part, as you already called out, a lot of range CC and setup. That is kind of what NRX is hoping for, and just trying to use the power of that CC to ward off any early invades or play a little bit more defensively, because as long as this Arvin is able to scale up without a lot of pressure and early blitzing and, you know, structures being completely destroyed by the side of Virtus.pro in the early game, then it's a potential win condition. We at least know OG Esports are very capable of navigating through the early game, so it's not like it's an impossible task. It just comes down to how strong your map trading ability is. You know, if you see the enemy team overloading on one side for a structure or an objective, can you match it, or can you cross map trade for it on the other side?
Exactly. And I mean, they do have the Mai on the NRX side, and I think the Mai is going to play a massive part here. I mean, they did want to get the Mai pick here, and that it does give them a lot of mobility, a lot of, you know, burst power, and also a lot of CC. Every single ability that Mai has gives her somewhat of a slow knock up, knockback. Even her passive, you know, the energy bar gives her a little knockback. So the entire kit is a counter to Pei, and we know Pei struggles when, you know, he gets locked down. You're able to kind of cut off the mobility that he has where he strives. So yeah, if they're able to lock down Elim, the only person that I would say that I need to worry about after that is going to be Prince on the early. I mean, Virtus.pro locked in the early here. The early is going to be countered to, you know, a couple of the skill shots here. I mean, he's going to be able to kind of counter the Mutzi. He's going to be able to counter, you know, the cannon blast from the Mutzi. Is going to be able to counter the second skills from the Mai Shiranui. So yeah, the early is going to play a big part on the VP side as well, other than the Pei. But again, NRX does have heroes that could potentially answer both of those heroes. So I mean, so far I would say it's like a 60-40 draft to VP here, depending, you know, how they want to play it.
Sure. And I definitely would take that side too, since Virtus.pro have just shown fundamentally in their 4 series wins so far, yet undefeated total in, at least in series score, for the Group A survival stage. At this point, Virtus.pro should be favored overall in this series, and as soon as they are able to collectively win 3 games, whether it's, you know, all in this series or between this series and their final series later today, you know, that will allow them to qualify into the knockout stage for next week. Now, that being said, here's the kicker. Yikes. While we're still waiting for players to load into the Gorge, I know that a lot of players who are tuning in for the first time are aware that the season is actually coming to a lot of changes going into the game itself, but we have a new hero that is on the horizon. So Yikes, why don't you give a chance to break that one down and how that could affect pro play?
Yeah, Baichi coming out as one of the, I would say one of the most CC and healing based, you know, top laner tanks. It's mostly played, you know, as a tank in the clash lane, but you could also use it as roam. It has a lot of CC, has a lot of mobility. the passive works in a way, the more you fight, you're able to get the rage to kind of recover health back too. So yeah, Bai Chi definitely gonna be a good hero to pick up if you kind of like that CC and healing playstyle that we've kind of seen from a couple of heroes in the Clash lane. So yeah, Bai Chi is gonna be a nice change, and we do have a lot of, you know, new optimization coming up to the game on May 1st. We saw a couple of videos from the official Honor of Kings channel released on that. So the game is gonna be a lot more optimized for the new seasons, a lot of new cool skins, and the most important thing, performance-based rating matchmaking, which is gonna be insane. Really excited about that. Even if you lose, but if you have been performing pretty good during the matches, you're gonna get that star this time around. So again, no more collecting SVPs, and no more, you know, losing matches that you should have won. You're gonna get stars no matter what now if you have been performing well, which is pretty huge, I would say.
You know, I definitely need that in the game right now, because I definitely don't feel like I'm doing poorly in my losses. But you know what? You know, it could just be me. It could be copium. You know, I definitely feel like we both share that sentiment. You know, for the most part, maybe there's a couple games I try to 1v1 a D-Renja early on as Hou-Yi, and I'm like, I can win this, and I'm like, oh shoot, he's got Imperial Order. Okay, well, maybe I can win this. You know what? It's fine. Happens sometimes to the best of us. But do you know if there's any like patch changes coming out to heroes, that especially the ones that are being played in pro a lot? Like, is there any changes coming to like Arlie or My Shiranui, or is it just an overall like system change?
I think is going to be a major update. We haven't had anything official, I would say, on the hero balance adjustment, so I'm not gonna try to, predict here. Oh yeah, definitely. I don't think Mai or Arlie would get touched. I mean, they're really hard heroes to play, and their win rates in ranked are not that great, I would say, just because they're really hard to play and a lot of players do not pick them up. So it seems like there's always a need for them to get buffed, apparently, which has been happening in the past couple of patches. But yeah, definitely don't think Arlie or something like Mai gonna get touched. I could, Pei recently got a buff as well, so a lot of the heroes that are being played right now in the tournament, they're heroes that have gotten buffed recently. Byron got a buff recently, Pei, Main got mechanic updates as well. So seems like that, a lot of the changes that are coming to the live server are affecting the pro scene. But again, we have to wait for official patch notes to see what we are going to see here.
Gotcha. Hey, Pei and Byron got buffs a while back. You know what? Probably now makes more sense why we're seeing them a lot more now than versus when we first, or the last time we saw pro play, which was the Season 3 Invitational just a couple months ago in February. Yeah, I'm just finding out now what exactly those buffs were for Byron. Damn. You know what? Now it all adds up.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that across like the entire pro scene, I would say, so far. Like Sunbin got stats buffs, skill damage 1 was increased, skill 2's cooldown, the time flux was actually reduced as well. Princess Frost again got the skill 1 cooldown reduced, ultimate damage increased. That's why we see a lot of Princess Frost and Liang. I mean, Princess Frost did have a high presence, I would say, in the previous tournaments as well, just because of the amount of CC and slow she provides. But yeah, a lot of the heroes we see, like example like Charlotte, is being played a bunch here in these best of 5s, and Charlotte was someone that was, got buffed a couple of months ago. Lady Sun, a lot of buffs as well. Aguro got a bunch of mechanic, changes. It's kind of like a marksman plays out right now.
Yeah.
And it has been, picked a bunch of times here in the tournament to kind of substitute out some of these junglers here when, a lot of junglers are being banged out or picked here. But yeah, it seems like we are having some device technical difficulties on the player side, so they're going to get that checked out pretty shortly. And we should be right back in just a couple of minutes. But yeah. Don't worry, we'll stay here. We're talking to you guys.
Yeah, we are in the same ship with y'all. We're just waiting for everything to get resolved, but should be totally fine. And then once we load up onto the gorge, we'll resume our first series of the day. All I'm just getting another chance to look through any other changes, any other significant ones. The crazy thing was that Dune had a slight nerf, but still you can see the power and the reliability of Dune for a lot of our teams, especially in Group A, using him as a solid frontline hero in the jungle, the CC that he brings, and the deceptive amount of mobility he gets with the Unruly Blade as well, or the ulti, right? So, and it goes to show that sometimes some changes strongly affect what pros play, and other changes are like, yeah, no, this hero is still good, even if he's getting slightly nerfed too. But I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what the new season brings for us, as it looks like we're going to take a little bit more time with resolving the issue here for our players. But when everything gets back, we'll return to the stream. Until then, we're going to be on a short break. We'll be back as soon as possible, y'all. So stay tuned.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. 2 independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while third place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
right, welcome back, y'all. Apparently, we have resolved all the issues, and we're loading up onto the gorge in just a few moments here. Thank you so much for your patience, and, you know, I'm ready. Just to remind everyone, what were some of the heroes that were locked in from that first draft? This is Virtus.pro versus Next RÜYA. This is our first game of the day, first series of the day. We still got 2 more exciting series after this, so we got a long day ahead of us, yikes. But for Virtus.pro side, they have the Sunse, they have the Pei, blanking on the mid laner, but I know the farm lane was Arlie and
Lady Jen.
That's right, Lady Jen, and then we had Arlie and Liam Poe. Next RÜYA, they had locked in Byron, Algren, Mai Shiranui. Farm laner of choice was Chano, and then what was their support locked in?
The Motsu.
That's right, the Motsu. That's right. So
it's going to be a fun watch. I mean, both teams, again, I would say it is a 60-40 draft to the Virtus.pro side. They are under most of their comfort picks. I would say they did have the peg again for Elim, who has a very heavy farming assassin playstyle, and he's gonna, you know, try to utilize that. And every time that we've seen Elim, you know, like snowball early on, pick up a couple of kills, Virtus.pro is able to kind of play off of that and, you know, get the farm right after that into Prince, and just kind of have the carry roles carry the game for them. And again, I mean, it could come down to Red also. The Lady Jen is going to provide a lot of support. He has a lot of CC that she's going to be able to kind of provide to the Virtus.pro side. So Red, again, we're not going to count him out. He's been playing pretty well in the mid lane. Obviously, he's not on the Ganon mode that he has been, you know, a lot of impact on, a lot of kills on. But it seems like we're going to jump right back into the draft here, a redraft after the first part of the banning phase here. So Virtus.pro picking up the early once again here. And again, the same bands. We're going to have the Dharma band, the Zhongfei band from VP, NRX with the Dolia and the Dieria band here.
I would be very surprised if anything changes, because it seems like we had the tech issue after all the heroes were locked in. So I think we should be speeding through the draft very, very quickly, since nothing is changing for both of these teams. So that being said, we'll get a chance to talk more about where to expect some of this early priority and pressure, as you already know that... What's going on here? Hang on. Is this real? Or are we having like a complete redraft?
It might be just that, because the Pei didn't get locked in for the Virtus.pro this time around. And they're gonna go with Sun Bin instead of the Liam Po here.
What's going on? What?
Alright, apparently we're gonna have a brand new draft here, and Virtus.pro this time around, they don't want to pick the Pei because Byron, it is picked by the NRX side, and NRX is sticking to the draft, going with the Chano here, as Virtus.pro is switching things up here.
Okay, well, I'm definitely a little confused to see that the entirety of the draft was, you know, selected, and then there was a report for the issue. So it seemed like that there was nothing wrong with the draft. It was just something wrong with, you know, loading into the game. But because of this, now there's a pivotal point where on this second round, Virtus.pro are now changing up the heroes. So I'm not sure if they just didn't report some. I don't know. This is strange, but I guess we have to just kind of roll through this as if we never saw the prior draft. Otherwise, I'm going to be a little miffed. Anyway, Virtus.pro having now the choice to ban a new set of heroes into their second round of bans. Motsu getting banned away from Next RÜYA, and the Musashi. So Luna now available, since Atix can no longer snag the Ogren, since it is Virtus.pro taking it for themselves.
Yeah, they're going to go with the Liam Po, and I'm expecting a Pei pickup here for the jungle. I mean, they already have the Byron, so this is the perfect time for NRX pick up the Pei, as it is not also banned. So, I mean, they're giving it to the NRX side this time around, since VP actually decided to ban the Motsu here, as we saw NRX try to prioritize that Motsu pick with the Mai Shiranui. So they're not going to give that to NRX this time around, as the redraft happened here. And yeah, I mean, Lady Jen is going to get picked up by the VP side. And now we're just going to have to see what they're going to pick up for the Clash lane here. And just momentarily, we're going to get a main. We're going to get a main for the side of VP. And NRX now is going to have the last chance to pick up their jungler here, which I believe is going to be Pei.
Strong is weak and weak is strong.
Maybe. I guess NRX now have that opportunity if they want to get the most out of this Byron combo. It definitely works with the Lian Po, and the Mai Shiranui would make a lot of sense. You have, lanes that are winning early on, and you have also some really strong crowd control so that you can buy some space and at least set up for this Pei to be unlocked. But that's not going to be the case here. Next RÜYA opting in for the Monkey instead, just getting an additional frontliner, meat stick that can at least absorb a lot of damage and be in front so that things like the Chano can just pump out damage from the back line.
The Monkey pickup here is a little bit questionable, but it's not too bad, I would say. They're going to try to play for the Mai and the Chano from the look of it. I mean, they could have picked up Pei here. They did have the comp for a Pei. They did have Byron. They did have Mai. They also had Lian Po, which is like the heroes we've seen constantly get picked up alongside of the Pei. So NRX checking it up to the series, maybe like in match 2 or 3, they're gonna try to pick up the Pei and play around that. But yeah, definitely looks like a lot of things got changed up here with the Motsu ban and also the Monkey being picked up here, and also the Pei not being picked up for Elim. That was quite questionable. I think I don't think we've seen Elim actually try to prioritize Oghren that much around throughout the entire tournament.
And now just getting a chance to load up onto the draft. So now this changes a lot in terms of how Virtus.pro are going to actually want to play the early game, since now they've taken the Oghren. It does mean that Elim is going to be wanting to focus on just scaling and farming up a lot of resources. Obviously, you can still be proactive on the invades. The path of passing gives you an easy way to slink on over and execute camps as long as he's getting assistance with it. But the goal for Virtus.pro, definitely trying to be a little bit more on the defensive side and then just make those macro plays whenever it is safe to do so. Whereas next RÜYA, I imagine for them, maybe a little bit more early agency to try and get some early action started. You have this Lian Po that can strongly initiate fights. And one thing to mention, it may look like it is a Byron mid lane, but we have to remember that Void is one of our few players who loves to role swap with the rest of his teammates. So instead, it's just going to be Void playing the Mai Shiranui going into the mid lane and RÜYA going into the Clash lane.
Yeah, Void is going into the mid lane with the Mai Shiranui. I mean, again, there is a lot of role swap on the NRX side, so we can't really tell what is going on with that until we are loaded up into the match. But yeah, so far, pretty classic play by both teams, trying to secure the river sprite here. And I'm not too sure, actually went to the Sun Bin here, so Grizzly Clee was able to secure that with the first ability. We mentioned that Sun Bin's first ability actually got an enhance.
Yeah. But to remind everyone at home, the thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Definitely make sure to check out EWC, as you also gotta check out Realme. Our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference, just like how NRX is feeling the difference, almost taking that Shisu here down in this top lane.
Luckily for Shisu, does not pop the flash, so still has it in case things got a little dicier. But the fact that Void willing to make that kind of play even without the level 4 ultimate just goes to show that they are already trying to focus down Shisu on the Main.
Exactly, and Void doing a great job. I mean, we've seen these players, be super versatile on the NRX side. As you said, they role swap a lot, and Void not letting that become a problem for the NRX, showing that they are really powerful, they are really experienced and versatile, being able to take the Mai here to the top. And seems like we do have a scrimmage coming down in the mid lane. Artix trying to go on the top of Elim, obviously. There is a bit of a range difference here for the Oghren, poking down both Void and Artix, and they're gonna have to recall here from the look of it.
Virtus.pro doesn't necessarily need a limb to get super aggressive in the early game. Definitely can fight any of these short range heroes or melee range heroes since he will have that advantage. But as long as a limb is being able to collect resources whenever he can, whether it's jungle camps or just picking up mid lane and red roaming on the other side of the map to help get advantages for either Prince and Grizzly Q or for Shisu respectively, then it's all good about the game. All good by Grizzly Q to face check the bush. He's been watching the tape. He knows that that bush has definitely been the death of many a roaming mid laner or support trying to come back to the mid lane and getting, clipped there.
Yeah, we saw 9ZG actually get caught up a couple of times by Wen from the OG side. That is pretty much Wen's favorite bush from what we've seen. So Grizzly Q, knowing that a lot of the players like to kind of sit there, losing Sombin's first ability to kind of bush check, and it worked out this time around. They were able to catch out Void, camping in the bush, looking for a kill.
Not gonna find it quite yet here. Another potential dive onto the top side, but Void and RÜYA just showing their hand a little too early. Shisu not going to be deterred by it whatsoever. Already level 6, should be safe enough to pick up the wave under the tower. Void just trying to look for some poke here before they initiate the dive, but it's actually already RÜYA initiating. No flash necessary from Shisu as he finally pops at the last second, but it did come at the cost of RÜYA's flash. Tyrant now being burned down, because they had the numbers advantage. There was 2 people dedicated for the dive on the top. Shisu doesn't go down for it, and the rest of Virtus.pro can at least ensure they are the ones having the numbers priority for the Tyrant.
Yeah, they're trying super hard here to try to take down the tower, as they wanted to trade the Tyrant for the tower here. But it didn't really go their way, as Main is super tanky and she did have her flash up here. So she's holding pretty strong, while the side of VP, they were able to take down the Tyrant here, giving themselves a bit of a damage and movement speed here. And it seems like Void doesn't really care here. They're gonna go drop on the early here, get a pick right on top of that. Red here might be actually going down as well, but no. NRX wants to play it safe after picking up the kill on the early. They're gonna try to look for a tower here.
NRX can definitely blitz it. It's already past the point of the game where there's no protection for turrets anymore. So nicely done by next RÜYA here, as they're able to overload onto the bot side right after the Tyrant does spawn. So most of the members of Virtus.pro immediately retreating to the top side. And a catch onto a limb could be great for next RÜYA. The Conductor of Souls gives him a little bit of HP back, but it's going to be enough. The Path of Passing cannot survive as Knight hits him with that soaring shot, but now he's got to kite away from Prince, who wants revenge after getting ganked under the tower, and he picks up a double looking for more. Just one more auto attack. It's not going to be him. It's going to be Shisu who gets him in the face, and Virtus.pro strike back.
Yeah, that was a great play by Void, catching out actually the entire NRX side. Great catch on a limb here, kind of trying to get that Crimson Golem, but it was VP at the end being able to rotate down in time, picking up the kills, and 2 kills going to Prince. We've talked about Prince getting those kills early on. He's gonna be a problem for sure now.
Void maybe making a play with my Shiranoi. Ooh, clipping Prince. Just a little too far forward, not able to blink back with Parasols because he didn't have one set up, and now Red could be the next target here. A Tix is going to get a kill of his own.
Yeah, Void having a huge impact on the Mai. We've seen Mai be, picked a couple of times, but not too much impact. A limb here fighting a 1v5 actually, but Mai jumps in and they're able to take down the Chano here. More from Alim coming out here, being able to take down Otix and RÜYA here. Double kill going to the Ogren.
That's really big for Virtus.pro, especially for Alim. If you can start getting accelerated on this Ogren, you're going to get a lot tankier. And with each item purchase, you are just much more durable and much harder to kill on the side of next RÜYA, which then gives you this seemingly immovable front line who sustains through the fight and can just buy so much time for the rest of your back line. Now it's 6-4 overall. Turrets 1-1, or I should say now 2-2. Wait a minute, something's not right. Oh, okay. Mid tier 1 taken out, bot tier 1 taken out, but then it's both the side lane turrets that Virtus.pro were able to find for themselves.
Wow, another kill to a limb here. with the power of Outground, you're able to execute targets the moment they drop below the 20-15% mark here. It looks like another one. Yeah, it looks like another one. Conductor of Souls comes out, but it looks like he's not going to be able to survive it, as Knight is going to get the kill as Alim overextended there.
Yeah, Alim was going crazy under that tower there. Maybe a little too crazy, yikes. He definitely wanted to flex his power, flex his muscles there, but next RÜYA being able to at least collapse with enough reinforcements that the rest of Virtus.pro definitely did not have the tankiness that he did to push past that turret, the first tier turret, and be able to be on that journey with him. But Virtus.pro still making their way. They're not insanely ahead of gold, as we already talked about before. Next RÜYA have evened up the amount of turrets on the board with Virtus.pro, so still anyone's game. A lot of strong points contention here as the second Tyrant does spawn.
Yeah, surprisingly, NRX is actually playing pretty well. I expected this game to be kind of one-sided for the VP side, depending, you know, based on the history that these teams have against each other. But, I mean, NRX putting up a great performance so far. Void, I feel like he has been having a lot of impact with this Maestro. No, he plays catching out players here, and it seems like someone's getting catch out here. It's going to be Bobnet on the Leon Pole. Gonna go down to Alim. This is pretty much free food for the Alim at this point, as the Leon Pole keeps getting caught out here. And it looks like the mid tower is gonna go down here on the side of NRX because of that.
Now Virtus.pro opening up the map even further. This is where we have been able to see in their prior series where Virtus.pro are able to start getting macro leads for themselves. It's still 9 minutes into the game, so they haven't completely taken over like we have seen some of our other top teams, but this is how Virtus.pro have adapted and if they've been able to level up their game, closing out the survival week as NRX trying to set up a vision trap in the mid-river bush. However, for them, Virtus.pro are waiting for a trap of their own on the top side red quadrant. Is now the fight into the river. Big pushback by Void and the rest of next RÜYA being able to single out Virtus.pro members one by one. And yeah, Lim is tanky, is able to at least find one execute onto Knight's Chano, but cannot be tanky enough to sustain through it all.
Yeah, that was a great play by NRX. They were able to get the vision on the side of VP, and they were able to just run at them and catch them off as Main. Shisui and Grizzly Q were not there, but seems like there's going to be a little bit of a skirmish here on the main. They're going to try to dive, but it's not going to work out. He does have to zoom in, going to get in the movement spin and get out, and they're able to clear out the, you know, the minion in the mid lane, but still the tower is going to go down, and NRX is going to pick that up.
Yeah, this has been super back and forth, yikes. For next RÜYA, just to remind everyone, their first series that Virtus.pro and next RÜYA played against each other, it was an overall 3-1 in Virtus.pro's favor. But this time around, next RÜYA, great trap setup, as you already called out.
Yeah, great trap setup. Otix is going to be able to pick up a kill right here, and we can see Alim actually gets a kill right before he dies on Knight, which is not great. But Void has been again amazing on this smite. He has the knowledge, he knows how to kind of, you know, play the hero here, and he's been having a huge impact so far for the NRX side, getting these picks.
Shadow Overlord also picked up by NRX in the wake of that fight. Virtus.pro had elected for the Shadow Tyrant, so they're going to get a little bit of extra team fight power with all the damage and the stats and the buffs that you get from taking it at this point in the game, but they have yet to unlock the Overlord Vanguards in a lane. They'll be on a tick to decide which lane they want to send it to, and they can at least have some time to figure out which lane they want to allocate it to. Maybe a fight!
Yeah, it could be a fight right down here, but seems like just Prince is going to be dropped. And I mean, seems like NRX is actually doing a great job utilizing the Celestial Light. This was kind of like a mechanic added to the game recently where, you know, players are going to be able to gain increase of vision, broaden field vision during the day, and increase movement at night. And seems like NRX has been able to kind of utilize that with the might pick that they have here, which is pretty smart of them.
Yeah, you get that movement speed boost, and suddenly Void on the Mai is just moving just that much faster, and Virtus.pro might be caught off guard by that. The Overlord Enhanced Vanguard is now spawning to the top side. Fight in the mid lane. She's really trying to put a number into Void, was willing to trade his life just to make sure that the Maestro doesn't get to play the rest of the game. And now Alim doesn't have to deal with the Byron or the Maestro. And just look, there's not enough damage to take out this Ogren. So Alim is just pushing forward through a Tix. Poor Knight has to retreat because he knows that the fight is lost. But with the path of passing, Alim is going to continue looking for more.
Yeah, Alim is going to try to continue for more, but he doesn't have the Conductor of Souls, so he's going to have to play a little bit passive here. I think the only person that can actually kill Alim at this point is going to be Knight and Void. Anyone else on the team, they are, you know, they're lacking way too much damage, and Alim is way too tanky and has a lot of life still here. We're going to have to see, you know, if Venomous is going to be picked up here by the Mai. So far, they do not have Venomous on Mai. Maybe they do not want to waste the gold or, you know, the item on Mai here. But the only one that kind of has it is Minky with the Blazing Cape that kind of applies the anti-heal on the Ogren here.
Yeah, you definitely need some type of anti-heal, especially for how strong Alim is now. He has the most gold in the game here, 11.3 thousand on the side of Virtus.pro. The next richest person is kind of a tie between both Knight's Chano as well as Shisu's Mai, but this is such a strong state for Alim to be in. We talked about it before, how important it is for Virtus.pro to have their jungler to be in always such a strong point in the game. And even though we have always noted that it's mostly been with assassins or fighters, Alim is still super fed. And Ogren is kind of one of the few tanks that also gets to just to be a battle tank as well. And as long as he's feeling confident, I feel like that's where Virtus.pro just feels the most bold, the most decisive.
Exactly. And again, when we see Alim picks up these kills, he's 8-3 right now. You know, that's when Virtus.pro is gonna scale. But seems like Alim might be able to get another kill right here on RÜYA. So first kill goes away to Alim here as well, and Atik seems to be caught out as well. Double kill to Alim on the Ogren, as we were talking about his performance so far on the Ogren.
He's going crazy to the backline. He did not want to let Knight go away freely. He flashed for it just to cast the ultimate and just send him high into the air and smack down with the roundhouse kick. Next, RÜYA now down to 2 members. I think this could be a push to end the game if they play their cards right.
No, I think Leon Poe is pretty tanky. He might be able to actually clear this, but he's gonna have to flash out. Void is back in the base now. Leon Poe was able to kind of buy him a little bit of a time, but if they do tank this and Leon Poe is not able to clear, oh, he cleared out the minion actually, but there's another wave coming out, Rafa.
It's coming out, but as you called it, Bobnet just a little too tanky on the Lian Po, willing to give his life just to give next RÜYA another fighting chance, another day to see 3,000 gold ahead for the side of Virtus.pro. It still doesn't necessarily feel like next RÜYA are completely out of the game, but Virtus.pro now with the high ground turret being felled in the recent push in the mid lane, that gives them the tools alongside this Shadow Overlord to be able to close out the game. But they got to be careful engaging here because Void just finds a nice really engage on the Grizzly Q. No Sunbin available for the time lapse and the time flux, but Alim arrives back to the party, tries to find any stragglers with the path of passing, but next RÜYA at least able to find a trade 2 for 1. Not the best in their case, but still trying to fight and not go down.
Yeah, not go down. And Knight here picked up, actually, he picked up Sun Chaser, which boosts the attack range on Chano, which he lacks off, and he was able to push out the Ogren using the Sun Chaser. So great pickup. They were able to also secure the Tyrant here, I believe, on the side of next RÜYA. That's going to keep them a little bit longer into the match.
Oh boy, RÜYA unfortunately just cannot defend that turret solo. Tried to give his life for it, but Alim is so damn tanky, has so much HP, has so many resists that he just does not give a damn about how far he goes. But Void, massive pickup onto Prince, not able to outplay that one even with the Parasols. Alim is just gonna have to retreat for now. The high ground turret not going to get a chance to be sieged in the farm lane, and next RÜYA still holding on with their breath. Maybe big engage?
Maybe, but it doesn't seem to be happening here, as Alim is on the counter engage on the Lian Po, slowing him down, being able to follow it up. But Chano here is going to use the ultimate, try to go after the Lian Po. Conjurer is used here, keeping Alim in the match, but they're going to get away here with the Crimson. But actually, no, Mai is going to pick up that Crimson buff, so they didn't actually lose too much on the NRX side here.
Yeah, it didn't seem like because Atix couldn't get into the fight there, no one could apply that anti-heal, so that Conductor of Souls was thick, guys. I mean, Alim pretty much got 50% of his HP back in one cast of a button. That just goes to show that at this stage in the game, with this much gold, Oghren is the raid boss. But next RÜYA have shown that they're able to isolate Alim, and no one else from Virtus.pro is pressuring. It's still doable. It's still playable for their side, but Virtus.pro still have the tools to close out this game. They are favored to win at this rate, and already Virtus.pro just using their power to bully NRX out of their own jungle.
Yeah, and I like the fact that NRX is being so productive around the map. We saw that RÜYA actually pushed up the top wave, so now the Virtus.pro side, they have to look at the wave. Main has to recall here and try to catch the wave. Finds themselves some time here to kind of come back into the game, and they can see Void here trying to go for another kill here. But Red is going to come out up top. Lianpo on the back line.
Bobnet trying to do everything he can to occupy time for Prince, but he's still staying alive thanks to the shields. He blinks back with the parasol, still staying alive. It's now down to RÜYA, just trying to find at least one backline kill onto Red, but meanwhile, Alim is doing just nasty work in the backline of his own. It's a 1v1 between Atix and Alim, tank versus tank, but Alim has bought enough time for the rest of his reinforcements to swoop on in and take out Monkey. Alim goes legendary. It's a full-on ace, only dropping Red, but it's a worthy sacrifice as Virtus.pro will pick up the first game of the series.
Exactly, Virtus.pro is going to win that match in style, getting a team ace 24-13, and they're playing around a little bit, but they're going to eventually get the crystal here. First match going to Virtus.pro. I mean, it was a very nice attempt by the NRX side. I mean, they were holding themselves in the match for a very long time. Void was getting these insane picks on the mic, but it seems like they just didn't have the, the damage to pick up Alim in most of these fights.
Yeah, next RÜYA just falling a little too far behind in some of those fights once their solo laners made too hasty of an engage. Because you got to remember that as a 5-man unit, Virtus.pro had so many team fighting tools to be able to separate members. There's times when we saw, the isolations, if there was like a trap set up by next RÜYA and they got the jump onto the backline members before Alim started just ramping throughout the fight, then it looked playable for the side of next RÜYA, but then both Shadow Overlords going to the wayside of Virtus.pro, so much global pressure that they had to deal with, and it just made it so that not many of those future fights that next RÜYA were able to take were favorable in their position.
Yeah, I think the big problem here was Atix and Lianpo actually just, the Monkey and the Lianpo being in the front lines, always trying to kind of, see Alim, on the Oghren, but Alim was kind of abusing that, using the Conductor of Souls for a guaranteed double man, ultimate every single time, getting his HP back. And if you guys didn't know, the more targets are around you, whenever you use your Oghren's ultimate, the more healing you're gonna get. So it wasn't really working out, as Blazing Cape was, I believe, was the only anti-heal item they built on the NRX side to counter that healing that Oghren has. Maybe it's not worth it to kind of spend the gold to try to buy too many anti-heal items, but again, it wasn't working out, and Alim was getting a lot of health back during these fights, being able to stay for so long, being able to chase down the Lianpo, chase down the Monkey, which was the front line, and then jumping right on top of Knight. That kind of cut things off on the NRX side, and they weren't able to kind of kill Alim anymore at that point.
Yeah, it definitely didn't seem like Knight got a chance to play the team fights as ideally as he would have liked, because we saw that there was a lot of pressure from next RÜYA's divers to threaten Prince off the backline, but because he's playing Arlie, he has so many ways to blink back and forth on the parasols. You also have this Sun Bin, who is able to either speed up your carries or slow down the enemy divers, so it makes it super difficult for them to have a strong lockdown on the targets. But, I mean, once again, we look back, as you called it out, the fact that no one else really built anti-heal for Alim other than Atix on the Monkey. If he wasn't focusing the Alim, he wouldn't die, and he dealt the most damage in the game. Once again, it just goes to show you that when Alim is doing well, then the rest of Virtus.pro is just naturally going to do well as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth as we saw on the graph right there as well. I mean, Void was doing a great job being so present around the map. He was able to go a couple of times on Shisui on the main that almost actually got the kills. I mean, if they got it, it would have been a different story for sure for the NRX side. But yeah, I mean, they put a lot of resources trying to take down that top tower and try to kill Shisui. It didn't work out. They were able to pick up the Tyrant on the VP side. And the deserved MVP here is going to go to Alim once again. 13-3-7 on the KDA. Damage taken 35%. Damage dealt 27%. Total gold 26%. So yeah, Alim definitely showing us why, you know, he's a king in the jungle for the VP side.
When this guy is fed, when this guy is ahead, then the rest of the team is very glad. You know, they are so happy, and they are much more decisive in their fights, and it just seems like Alim is able to maneuver these team fights in a way that absorbs a lot of attention from the side of his opponents, as well as being able to buy a lot of space. At this rate, Virtus.pro still 1-up in the series. They have not yet locked in their spot as the final team to advance into the knockout stage, but 2 more collective wins, either in this series for a series win, or between this series and the next series that they play at the end of the day off stream, will guarantee their spot in the knockout stage. And Virtus.pro, the fact that they've already beaten Next RÜYA in their first time around in the series, gives a lot of confidence to Virtus.pro fans, as well as the entire HOK global esports community watching, that Virtus.pro should be the ones being able to advance to the knockout stage. And that does it for our coverage of the first game of this series. When we come back after this break, it's going to be game 2 right on your screen.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try.
All right, welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 of our first series of the day between Virtus.pro and Next RÜYA. And, you know, to their credit, it was fairly competitive. Next RÜYA were able to find a lot of, you know, surprising early skirmishes and early dies, but Virtus.pro, you know, not just, you know, taking them passively and saying, oh, okay, guys, we're scaling, we can't fight back. No. They were finding moments of their own. I think, obviously, Alim getting super accelerated on the Ogren was good for them, but I kind of want to give a shout out to Shisu's Mayin there too, because there's a lot of solo plays that he was finding for himself as well.
Yeah, he was able to shut down Void, the Mai Shernoi, and a couple of times, which was pretty massive for them in the fight. He was able to constantly chase the Mai down, and there was actually like a 2v5 fight. I don't know if you remember that went down around the mid lane. It was a 2v5. It was Shisui and Alim versus the entire NRX side, and they were actually able to come out on top of that. So that was a major, you know, play by both Shisui and Alim. Definitely, you know, both, you know, the start of that last match. But now we're going to get into the second match. So there's going to be heroes that are not going to be able to play. The main is not going to be able to be played by the VP side. The Ogren is not going to be able to be picked up by them. So we're going to have to see, do they want to go against it or do they want to ban it now because they're no longer able to play it?
We'll find out, I guess, with the global ban and pick being refreshed and updated so that everyone at home is reminded of what heroes are not available to them. Now, They've already exhausted their use of the Ogryn, so Virtus.pro will not get a chance to use that again, but that was kind of far from our concerns of heroes for something like a Limb. Obviously, as we talked about, Ogryn is just powerful enough when you give him the acceleration and, you know, a game free of pressure and, you know, hindrance in the early few minutes of the game. But now, a Limb just gets to resort to the rest of his very ferocious hero pool that we kind of know him for. Obviously, he's looking for the Lamb, he's looking for the Han Shin that he brought out yesterday, as well as in the off-stream broadcast match on day 2. Hell, I mean, he might even just go for a pay.
Yeah, he might even go for a pay now. Pay still up for both of the teams. And again, looking at the global ban and pick system here, VP is not going to be able to pick any of those heroes on the left side of your screen, and NRX is not going to be able to play any of the heroes listed on the right side of your screen. So the Mai is not going to be playable again for NRX, which they did have a huge impact on when Void was playing it. But, you know, they could still surprise us. You know, they have been role swapping, as you mentioned, Rafa. We never know what NRX is going into the match and what they're going to play. So we're going to have to see what new heroes they're going to bring out here and how they're going to be able to play it in this second match as we're going to get into it. But yeah, super excited to see how they're going to draft around, you know, for a brand new matchup here.
Yeah, we'll see if Void wants to switch roles again, or if next RÜYA are going to go to standard lanes with Void in the farm lane and Knight back to the clash lane. One thing that we do know, next RÜYA going to be in on the blue side going into this game, and that does mean that for Virtus.pro, they'll have a chance to get at least one guaranteed counter pick for maybe their solo laners or their support if they want to have, you know, a stronger pushing lane setup to play through on the bottom side of the map, or how even a jungle counter pick for a Limb.
Yeah, I think what next RÜYA is going to try to do is pick up that early. We saw the early on Prince have a huge impact as well. He was able to kind of pick up a couple of kills. I believe there was a moment where he picked up a double kill during the bot lane fight. So early is probably going to be prioritized for the next RÜYA side here, since they do not have the access to the Mai anymore. Or they could, you know, pick up something like the Pay to try to take that away from Elim if they don't want to waste the ban on it. But again, they do have the blue side from the look of it here, so they have a couple of options here to pick up for the blue side to try to play around that.
Virtus.pro already showing the Ogryn, as we talked about before. More than likely, it doesn't seem that there's any other tank heroes that could be super aggressive for a Limb side. We've already seen that Virtus.pro, despite having, you know, a composition that would like time to scale, they still find their windows to go for those early macro plays. But for next RÜYA, one of the things that made us super excited about this squad, and that gave them their first series win against Virtus.pro during the ranking week, was their use of, you know, trap plays, being able to set members in and catching members out during rotations where they were not being super careful. But already Virtus.pro, as we saw in that first game, yikes, where Grizzly Q was starting to, you know, face check bushes with ranged abilities, making sure that no one was just stepping in. They just, it goes to show that they've already adapted and have evolved greatly since, you know, the first week of games here in the Kings Major West League.
Exactly, they've been adapting, and NRX here with the classic Pay and Mai ban, they know that they're not going to have the Mai anymore, and they don't want to see a Limb with the Byron and Pay, as they have not played it on the VP side. VP is going to ban out Arlie and Dharma to retaliate against that, and then NRX is going to go ahead here and lock in the Dolia. That is going to give them, you know, options to kind of build around. It's going to give them the option to kind of pair it with the Lung, pretty common we've seen with the Lung. So NRX might try to play with the Lung here, or they could try to go with Alain. We saw Shisui and Grizzly Q play the Dolia and Alain yesterday and kind of just run through the MKOI team. But yeah, here VP notices that they do have the Dolia. They don't want to give them the Lung late game. And this is something they actually lost to. They lost to the Lung yesterday on MKOI as well in their first match of the series. So they realize that, and they take away the Lung, and they take away the Luna as well for Elim. and Zwin and Yixing gonna get locked in for NRX here.
Yeah. And a big thing for Long. Prince had a massive standout game on the Long against Movistar Koi yesterday in their series. NRX, as you called out, a lot of CC being locked in for between Yixing and Dune here. And with Dolia on the composition, we're going to have double World as my board. And even though double Unruly Blade is not necessarily the most inspiring, one of the plays that you called out yesterday was how the Dune was able to gap close so far away because he got double cast usages of it to then wind up for the second cast of his first skill to get a massive knockup, which is, you know, such a surprising way to start off fights, but definitely can catch some teams off guard. But Virtus.pro, with the Ganamo locked in, that's their mid laner for Red.
Yeah, Red on the Ganamo, I don't think this guy has lost the game on the Ganamo whenever he is on it. There's a lot of damage coming out from Red, and he seems pretty comfortable on the hero. So picking up the Ganamo paired up with the Long here is going to be pretty massive for the VP side. They definitely want to play towards their carries, who are going to be Red and Prince here on the Long. But bans going to be coming out from both sides again. VP is going to ban the Ogren, try to take that away from NRX as they played it last game, so they can't play it. The Alain gets banned, so they do not have the combo for the Dolia, and that's pretty smart. I mean, we talked about that. VP was able to utilize that combo, which was pretty massive. Mutsu and Zhang Fei gonna get banned out by NRX, which means VP is gonna have to resort to the Sansei pick here, and Mulan gets locked in here. Yeah.
Maybe. Well, we'll see if it's confirmed or not. Still hovering, haven't gotten a chance to lock it in. There's a lot of support bans for the side of NRX. And still, Grizzly Q is waiting to see the full lineup before he decides on his hero of choice. Lady Sun has been kind of a staple answer into the Long. You just match a little bit of late game power with late game power, but you have a little bit more mobility thanks to the first skill. And Mayin, we already saw that Shisu put a masterclass performance in the first game round. Now it's time to see if it's going to be Void playing in the Clash lane or if they're going to switch around roles once again going into this second game here as Grizzly Q. Yu Huan is the supportive choice.
Yeah, Yu Huan is going to go to Grizzly Q, a very good healer and also slower. So, you know, Grizzly Q is going to have a lot of impact on that as well. They're going to be able to catch out a lot of the targets here like Yixing or the Lady Sun. I don't really like the Lady Sun pick here, actually. Lady Sun into Gan and Mo and Long, I would say, is kind of like 40-60 to the VP side. I mean, Gan and Mo have a lot of range, and we've seen every time that Lady Sun is played to the Gan and Mo, the Gan and Mo usually comes up on top with the burst he has from the range. So it's going to be interesting to see how NRX is going to play with that. You kind of have to play the assassin style Lady Sun. You're not going to be able to, you know, walk up in the front, try to auto attack. I mean, even from range, the moment you kind of stand still, the Ganon Mo is going to be able to pick you off. Same thing with the Lung. The moment you are gonna, you know, dash in, roll in with the Lady Sun, the Lung is going to be able to use, you know, the entire kit, burst you down. So Lady Sun has to play from range or try to kind of play around the flash if he does pick up the flash here and try to kind of snipe off these targets with the burst that Lady Sun has.
Yeah. You're almost just then relying on your mobility inherent in your hero's kit to try and outplay a lot of these skill shots in long range, because you're absolutely right. If you were just trying to walk up and just auto attack through the front line, and then you're just a sitting target for any of Ganamo's abilities there, and Long can have some deceptive long range once he starts getting ramped up here towards the later stages of the game. We'll get a chance to load up onto the Gorge as soon as possible. Praying, hoping, crossing my fingers. We're not going to have another tech issue loading on into the Gorge. We have yet to hear anything about it so far, so we're going to see if that is the case. Not many notable changes in terms of the draft and overall playstyle and win conditions. Seems like Void is still going into the Clash lane, taking his choice of the Mayin, trying to see if he can now match Shisu in the Clash lane by himself. And we'll have RÜYA going into the mid lane and Knight playing the farm lane as not necessarily per normal, but when it comes to the role swaps, this is the go-to the setup here.
I mean, I do like, I mean, the Dolia pick was pretty big, but, you know, NRX didn't have the chance to kind of combo it with the Long and the Alain that we usually see. I think that the resets are going to go to Zuen here, if it's not going to go to the Yixin with The World Is My Board, because I don't see anyone else. Like, what would you reset on a Main here? So we're going to have to see how Bobnet is going to play this Dolia. Definitely going to be a fun watch to see what NRX has, you know, in their books, how they're going to play it out. But so far, both teams playing pretty classic, just going down the mid lane, clearing the waves, getting the level 2, and seems like Knight and Bobnet trying to invade the boards here and take them away from the VP side, and are quite successful.
At least denying it from a limb's pockets, and anything that decelerates something like a limb, especially on a hero like a Luna, is going to be advantageous. Oh, flashing forward! Oh, he wanted it so desperately, forcing the flash out of red. And we're starting to see how Knight and Bobnet are trying to at least combo for some early pressure early on. It's, you know, not the Celestial Melody coming up since neither have level 4 yet, but already a lot of the mobility and the deceptive burst damage you're getting off that first skill, it's starting to punch.
Yeah, starting to punch. I mean, Lady Sun does have a pretty decent early game. If you're able to land a frag grenade, her second ability, you are going to get a bunch of damage, bunch of slow. And it seems like Knight and Bobnet are playing it pretty good so far, making red recall early on, and also having to burn flash, so that it's going to be massive for them. They're going to be able to kind of try to engage once again, and we can see that happening here with Atix going right on to Alim here. Might be able to actually take him down, but Alim too fast gets out, and Atix is going to be who's going to go down here as Grizzly Q and Prince rotate down in the mid lane.
Maybe a collapse from Void. Maybe the infinite vastness being used by Prince to reposition away to safety. Here comes now Shisu, at least flashing away and forcing the hand of NRX. Wow! Next RÜYA got so close to finishing off a couple members there, but it seemed like Virtus.pro just able to coordinate that much better, playing around their nearby teammates. There was a moment there, Yikes, where Alim was super low, and all Knight had to do was just walk on over and auto attack, but I'm not sure if Knight could not do it because he was being zoned by red, or he wasn't aware of it, but it definitely seems like there was a miscommunication because Atix was really doing everything he can to keep Alim in place.
Yeah, they were not able to, you know, finish off the kill on a limb, but now Prince picked up a double kill, and I mean, this is against the same scenario that we saw happen against Movistar, where Prince was able to pick up those early kills on the Long. As we know, Long is a pretty late game hero, and now he has a bunch of gold, has the double buffs, he's level 5, so he's gonna have a free time going around the map, being able to pick up more kills and just finish the game early, without having even a Dolia that's going to resend the infinite vastness on the Long, which has been kind of like the priority in these pro matches. So Prince doing a great job so far.
Prince is having a field day already, accelerated into the game. Now, 1v2 might not be able to always take it this early on. Was definitely willing to try, but he had the rotation. Meanwhile, Atix trying to get in, but gonna face check Red and Grizzly Q and immediately back the hell away. You even had Ryuga shifting on over to see if there was a play available.
Oh, we have a pause, as it seems like Void is getting dove between two towers by Shisui and Alim. So if they do resume, we might have the chance to see, but it seems like we have more technical difficulties, and we're gonna have to actually go through a pause here.
We'll see how fast we can get back into game, and if there's any information on the tech issues at hand, we'll be gladly to share that information with you, but we are unaware of what's going on necessarily, so until then, it's just going to be podcast time between Rafa and Yikes back at it again. You know what's been frustrating me recently, Yikes, is this small little critter on the Mahjong client in-game. That thing, even though the music is so catchy, I've only been able to get 88%. I cannot get past that. Lamb keeps haunting us with his 97% completion rate. He has yet to finish it and, you know, win the whole thing. But he keeps laughing at us. It's like, well, you boys can't even, you know, break 90%. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to get past a certain point, you know? If like I don't know what has been your experience, Yikes, but as soon as I get to what seems like the end game state and I'm flipping up all the tablets and then I see, I'm forced to use all my tools, either the remove or the shuffle, and then I see like all the tablets that I need are just buried under other tablets that are like uncomboable. So it just feels like it's RNG at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen a couple of people with, I think, 22 clearances, which is insane. That means they've been playing Mahjong game probably 24/7. Yeah, like if you check out the leaderboard, there's players that are actually up there with the clearances. And, you know, Rafa, I'm stuck at 85%, I believe, 3% less than you. So definitely Blam is having the last laugh here as he's sitting around the 90% mark. And definitely coming on top, you know, on the caster team here. But yeah, I mean, it's really hard. I mean, whenever I get to the 80% mark, everything is buried at the very bottom. And even then, there seems to be like no way for me to kind of match these cards. Even though if I have any extras on the sides, you know, I try to my best, you know, and sometimes they don't even appear. So definitely is RNG, and I'm having a hard time ending the Mahjong puzzle here. I get to the 100%.
I'm curious. What has been your strategy with the side stacked tablets? Have you tried to burn through them as early as possible? Do you wait until late game before trying to use them, or are you doing a little bit of both?
I kind of try to clear out the center. I try to get all the center pieces out for the most part. And then whenever I have to utilize the side ones, I try to, get them in as well, because they are quite a bit of a hefty amount of cards on the sides as well. So if you do leave them to the very end, you're going to have trouble trying to kind of mismatch them, because, they're quite random. You never know what they are going to be on the sides. But it seems like we're going to get it back into the match here. The 4 minutes mark.
We're back in game, baby. All right, we'll table side the Mahjong podcast for another tech pause if we have it. Praying we don't have to do another tech pause here, but it's past the 4 minute mark, so both of the objectives have spawned on the gorge here, and Virtus.pro setting up a trap just to make sure that they can find a way to burn a common skill or at least get a kill before they start up the tyrant. But they'll retreat back into their side of the map, pick up the waves first before resetting.
Yeah, so Boy didn't go down. I mean, that was the last thing we saw on our screen. It was Alim Shisui diving. Boy, gladly he didn't die. So he's going to be able to join us during this 5v5 fight that is going to go down for the Tyrant. Shisui getting a double with set sail, but he's going to have to flash out of it as Lady Sun is doing a lot of damage here.
Grizzly Cube might be in trouble, forced to flash away as he already popped the ultimate and was very much in the range of NRX, but Flash does allow him to escape danger there. A Tix was super close to trying and contest a limb on that smite steal, but not going to happen. Virtus.pro still pretty far ahead, nearly 3,000 gold, picking up the tier 1 turret on the bottom side as well. So now this is setting up to have a very strong early game.
Yeah, setting up for having a strong early game, as Alim was able to actually, use his macro knowledge and go down in the bot lane and secure the tower, as NRX was still trying to get some picks in the mid lane. Shisui doesn't have flash here, so he knows he has to back here. Red comes to rescue, is able to poke out Atix and make Void recall here. So far, it does look like this is going to be Virtus.pro's games, as Alim is his comfort spot. He has a lot of gold. He's able to push out these side lanes. He's able to get these invades off. So, yeah, Alim getting to where he wants to be.
Yeah, and you have really good global power in Shisu Sensei, who can always rotate on a dime thanks to the set sail. Big skirmish on the bot side. Alim tangoing with Knight, able to at least find the killing blow. And the fact that it was just a 1v3 and no one is able to find a limb in the backside for a trade, it just goes to show how strong he is already at this stage of the game. And the rest of Virtus.pro, because next RÜYA had sent so many members to lock down the Luna, they lose a tier 2 turret on the top side.
Yeah, Lim is already level 11. Looking at Void level 9, Lady Soon level 9, Bobnet level 7. They kind of had no chance. And then Lim is, you know, using the power farming that he has been able to do red here, picking up the kill on the zone here. And seems like things are falling apart for the NRX side, Rafa.
Yeah, Virtus.pro are just having a field day this time around. So much damage on the Ryuga. Not going to be enough, though, from Prince. Forced to use the flash and the infinite vastness to reposition. But Lim, all that action happening gives him the opportunity to continue pushing onto the bot side now that he's level 12, 2 levels above his counterpart. Probably pretty much the highest level in the game across everyone as well. This is, as you called it, Virtus.pro comfort zone.
Yeah, and Yixing actually, you know, had to burn his fatal damage, so his passive is popped now. Yixing is not going to have that fatal damage protection anymore, as it seems like Prince was able to pop that at the very last second. So Yixing is going to have to play a little bit safer here. And again, VP showing us why getting that farm onto a limb is so important, as they have full control of the game now. They were able to pick up the Overlord here. And NRX being forced all the way back. Things are not looking good for MKOI. I mean, we were hoping here that NRX was able to put up a fight here, try to get some matches off of VP, but VP showing us how dominant they are here by having full control of this match. 6,000 gold ahead, 6 towers down. Looking like death for NRX.
We know that Virtus.pro were favored in this series since they had beaten next RÜYA in the previous match, as well as the previous series 3-1 overall for Virtus.pro. And now 4 kills to 0, nearly 6,000 gold ahead. Oh my goodness, a limb that's just dove beyond the crystal, says, I don't care. The rest of my team can just unlock the base, taking 2 high ground towers for my sacrifice, still finding Ryung in the back. And now there's a moment where next RÜYA can at least try and fight their way back into this game, but it's all on Shisu just engaging with the flash forward and the set sail that sets up the knockup, and Prince could just have the damage to finish the game right here, right now. Tix just making his way back to the safety, but that unlocks the crystal. The Vanguard's pouring in through. We're going to match point. Virtus.pro up 2-0.
Yeah, that was a pretty 10-minute game. Pretty clean, I would say, from VP. Alim knew that him dying at that point didn't really matter, as the Shadow Vanguards, actually not even Shadow Vanguards, just the Vanguards, the Overlord Vanguards walking in with the team that were able to just secure a win before the 10-minute mark. Strong from the VP side. They're definitely having fun out there. You can see Prince smiling with the performance he just had on Lone Star. Definitely, again, not being able to shut down Alim here, giving him the assassins that he wants to play, and not picking heroes that are able to hard CC, kind of lock down the Luna, was a big problem here. We saw Alim go in towards the red side buff, be able to take out the Grims and Colem, and also 1v3 pick up Knight through all of that. I think the only person that could kind of challenge the Luna here was the Main, but again, she was so underfarmed that couldn't do much against Alim here.
Yeah, and I think Virtus.pro identified that early on by sending multiple laners and multiple assassination attempts against Void's Mayin. Early on, you saw as they were diving Void between 2 towers there, and while they didn't necessarily kill Void, they basically staved them away from few minion waves, which denies him gold, it denies him experience, so he's underfarmed, he's underleveled. Whereas Alim, not involved in any of those dive scenarios, he's just pushing solo onto the bot side after that tier 1 turret was taken. And as soon as I see Alim survive a 1v3, finishing off Knight with no problems whatsoever, I knew that game was kind of wrapped up in the bag for Virtus.pro. You know, it would have to take a miracle from next RÜYA's side. And for Virtus.pro fans, they now know Virtus.pro is not only 1 game away from winning the series, but they're 1 game away from locking their spot in the knockout stage. So that is the big hope for Virtus.pro. As you saw when they were doing the DAP ups, yikes, you know, Prince he was dapping up everyone, but he didn't even have to look. He was still staring at that phone. He was like, hell yeah, I played super clean on the long, you know? He was just looking at KDA. He's like, yeah, I'm him, baby. I'm Timothy Chalamet right now.
Yeah, definitely the Timothy. I mean, he was able to pick up those, again, that early on double kill with the 3-0-1 scoreline here, doing a lot of damage. You can see he has all the core items, Eternity Blade, Master Sword, and he was able to just dish out a lot of damage. I mean, Alim again was great around the map, had a lot of presence. What the damage dealer here was Prince, being able to get those kills, being able to hit the tower here with the Vanguards walking in. So great performance overall by the entire Virtus.pro team. This was definitely one of their strongest and fastest wins at the 9-minute mark with the Overload push here.
And if you're looking at game 3 for next RÜYA, I'm just not sure what they can try next. You know, Tix has mostly gone with tank picks so far in the jungle. Tix has shown to play things like the Jing in the past. I'm not sure if that's like the only other last line of resort the next RÜYA can try. They've already had Void play both a Clash lane with this game as well as a mid lane game on the Mai Shiranui. None of those really resulted in the wild card factor they were hoping for. You know, game 1, it definitely was a lot more competitive for NRX's side as they were able to get those trap plays. This time around, I mean, I'm not going to lie, yikes, they just got blitzed.
They did get blitzed, and I mean, we saw the damage charts right there, 66,000 damage by Red, so he could be potentially the MVP that we didn't talk about. He was doing a lot of damage from the look of it. I mean, Lung was getting the last hits, but Red, as I said, he's gonna pick up the MVP here with a 104 KDA, damage taken 18%, 32% of the team damage, and total gold up 19%. Red again showing us why Gan and Mo is quite broken.
Yeah, that long range definitely keeping NRX in check. There's a couple fights where it just seemed like NRX were not willing to step up, and maybe that was just all because Red had that threat of range at his side.
Yeah, we can see he's constantly hitting targets that are kind of standing still or stuck after his CC comes out from the VP side and just bursting them down. I mean, the last hits are going to Loon here, Prince, but the person doing the most damage here is Red. We can see like in all over these fights, he's always in the backline, being able to get so much of this damage, and they even here was able to kind of poke out Otix, who has been the tank, the front line for the NRX side. So yeah, great play by Red again, showing us why he's great on the Ganon mode. But as well said that, we're gonna go ahead here and take a break and come back to you guys shortly with the match 3.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling higher.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game 3 between next RÜYA and Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro are currently 2-0 up in the series. One more game win clinches the series win, and it also clinches their spot into the knockout stage, solidifying their stance as the top team from Group A. And so Virtus.pro fans are just eagerly awaiting, holding their breath, because if Virtus.pro were to not win one more game in this series, and they were not to win, you know, any game in their final series of the day, that technically could give an opening to MKOI. But if you win this game, all concerns are alleviated. You can finally breathe that sigh of relief. You can take it easy for the rest of the day. And at that point, the rest of the teams in Group A are just trying to play for seeding so that they can get a bigger share of that prize pool. As we take a look at the global pick and ban, yikes. And these are the heroes that are no longer available for both teams.
Yeah, the heroes on the left side are not available for NRX, and on the right side, they're not available for VP. I mean, VP has been having some of their best heroes. They picked the Luna here, they picked the Ganamo, they picked the Loon, they picked the Arlie, they picked the Ogren. So really great picks by VP already. So going to this game 3, their hero pool is gonna be a little bit, squeezed out. So maybe NRX is gonna have the chance to, pick up some of the stronger heroes and try to play with that. But we're about to find out soon as we find out which side NRX wants to play on. Are they gonna go with the blue side here and try to kind of go with the pay Byron? Actually, they did play the Byron already, so that's going to be out of the picture. But they could try to pick up the pay here if they do not want to ban it, so Alim doesn't get the pay. Oh yeah, NRX doesn't really have much to work with here. They're on pretty much the match point, and if they lose it here, it's going to be it for them, as VP is going to secure their spot as the top seed for Group A and go to the lower bracket.
True. Now, Virtus.pro. If we start looking ahead of what their potential run could be like, obviously if they win this game against next RÜYA, they will play against 9Z Globen, as you called out, in the lower bracket. I think the big matchup that you would have to look out for is between Sick and Alim, because both of those teams have very much relied heavily on the strength of their junglers getting ahead, and they have a proclivity for the same playstyle too. Sick loves the assassins, he likes playing the Lam, he also has brought out the Prince of Landling a couple of times as well. Same thing with Alim. Alim wants, a similar hero pool as well for them. But if we look beyond that and try to look at like some secondary carries for 9CG and NRX, where do you see, oh my goodness, next RÜYA actually making a substitution here, taking out Knight, putting in Demon. So this means, how did they do this? Because Knight is originally the Clash laner, but has been playing farm lane the past couple of games. So that means, is Bobned, wait, Demon is sitting in, who's going where? Hold up, what is happening? Is Demon playing farm lane now? Is that what's happening? This is crazy. Because these originally support.
Yeah, Demon seems to be going for the marksman role here, but we'll find out when we get into the match itself. But yeah, common bans coming out from both sides. The VP taking out the Arlie once again, and RX banning out the Dolia, as they did play it last match, and this is not something they want to give to the VP side, as Grizzly Q is pretty comfortable on the Dolia. We've seen them having same combos with the Alain and Dolia. And Zhongfei here gets banned out by VP. I mean, we've seen Grizzly Q have top-notch games on the Zhongfei, so it's a bit questionable banning it out for themselves, but obviously they probably have a comp in their mind that they don't want Zhongfei to kind of ruin. And I think that's going to be the Liang Princess Frost that they might try to go for, but they're going to lock in the pay here, and NRX is going to ban out the Dharma from them.
Well, yikes. It looks like Virtus.pro are just going to go for the throat in what could be the last game of the series. Alim saying, yeah, give me the Tiger Mancer right now, baby. Let me put NRX out of their misery. Let's go ahead and clinch this knockout stage right here, right now. You definitely have the tools for it. All right, it's, pretty early in the draft, but they still have plenty of opportunities to lock in other pieces alongside the Virtus.pro lineup. Now, they don't have the Byron anymore because they already used it in the first game alongside the Ogren instead. Or, actually, no, I'm a liar. That was NRX that used it because the Virtus.pro were on the blue side. So, all right, you know what? Yikes. GG. Byron Pay, locked in. NRX, if you want to make a comeback miracle, you're going to have to do it against one of the most strongest combos in the game, and you have Bunshirdoy too. Holy moly.
Oh, it is indeed GG's. I thought you were saying that's GG.
Kingdom.
But this is actually a GG.
It's GG, yeah.
No, this is definitely a yikes GG indeed, as my Byron and Pei are going to the VP side. I mean, unless the Leon, Princess Frog, and the Mutzi pick comes out here, but I don't think VP wants to give them the Leon pick here. I mean, man, this is not looking great.
I mean, I don't think they could lock in Leon, right? Because where would the Motsu go? Because normally the Leon goes to the support role, right? But Motsu is already locked in. You already have Princess Frost, so I don't think Virtus.pro even need to worry about that unless we see something crazy like, you know, Leon and Motsu in the bot lane together, you know, as like as a duo. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean,
can that happen?
I mean, it is possible, but you would mostly see Motsu in the Clash lane, I would say, and then you would see Leon in the support. I mean, they could do the whole roles, like the lane swap thing or the role swap thing that, you know, NRX is kind of known for here, and try to kind of...
true.
Yeah, I mean, Sabin and Demon, they could have the potential to bring the Liang and, you know, the Motsu maybe down in the duo lane, the farm lane, and then send the Dirangia to the Clash lane, try to kind of, you know, block out the Byron from getting too much farm from distance. But we're about to find out as we see that Aguda get picks up here for the NRX side. The idea, Marco Polo obviously getting banned, Musashi and Jing by the VP side. So yeah, VP, man, they got Liam Po, Mai, Byron, Pei, and Lady Sun, and Jiang Yu might be the pick here for the NRX side.
Whoa! Okay. Yikes.
That's the first time, I think, right?
Yeah, this is the first timer for sure. Give me the 411.
Yeah, Jiang Yu, first time coming out here. I mean, damn. VP, they definitely save up the best heroes and their best picks for the last match of this series. They're going all out on NRX, and NRX seems to be kind of playing, I would say, a ranked comp, a ranked meta comp here. Try to be a little annoying. And yeah, we're about to see if it's going to work out for them or not. Are they going to have a fun time? Like, it's a casual match, it's a ranked match, or is this going to be another less than a 10-minute match from the VP side?
Well, tell me this: is Xiang Yu something that is super strong in the early game, or does he need some time to scale up and get some items under his belt?
Jiang Yu is definitely strong, having, you know, the second skill being able to heal, do the crit damages, so he's going to be able to get in, weave in, poke in and out with also the movement speed. He does have a pushback with the first skill that, you know, is going to give them a little bit of space on the NRX side if they're able to push out the invades that Pei and Byron have. Maybe this is their play, try to kind of push them around when they get into the jungle. Jiang Yu is pretty strong with that. And then he also has the ultimate where he has this huge kind of like execute AoE, and also he's kind of immune to death. He's not going to take fatal damage during the ultimate, so maybe they are going to be able to try to, you know, utilize the Jiang Yu pick here. I mean, he did get a couple of buffs in the previous patches. It's been a very long time, but Jiang Yu definitely is one of the stronger Clash laners right now. Definitely not a meta pick for the pro scene, but a pretty decent, I would say, Clash laner here.
Well, with Demon coming off the bench, normally he plays support for this squad, as we had Bobnet come off the bench last week to swap in and take over support for NRX in their coming games that they have played so far. But now it seems like Demon is going to go up into the Clash lane, whereas Void returns to the farm lane on the D-Renja. So now, Virtus.pro, one last surprise that they have to overcome from the side of NRX. Alim already trying to get into the face and steal away a boar camp. Gonna get stunned up by Cannon Blast there, but Grizzly Q and Red are there to escort their jungler out to safety.
I mean, Alim did get the boar right there. He got the bigger boar with the smite, and he's just gonna leap out in the tiger form. So he's already a bit above on the gold as a jungler. But here, Demon already being forced out to flash, as Grizzly Q and Shisui are able to burn that off of him. So already Demon subbing in and not having too much of a fun here.
definitely on the back foot for now. We'll see if this Xiang Yu pick can get some value later on, but the fact that he had to burn the flash as he called out, definitely being on the back foot. You know, maybe it'll be an ult difference with the all-in on that Hegemon slash. Already Virtus.pro rotating a lot of their pressure through this bottom river. A limb on the page, just slinking around anytime that he has a chance to steal away camps from a Tix's Agudo, he's going to take, but as we've called out before, a limb and doesn't necessarily have to find advantages very, very early on, but as long as he's getting a lot of farm for himself and experience. I think the biggest thing is if a limb does not go for a play and die. Because if he goes for a play and it goes well, then yeah, it's great. But if he goes for something and then he dies for it, oh, then it's disastrous.
Yeah, they might just happen here as Otix is going to try to use Agudo's ultimate, which doesn't really land on anyone, but he's able to kind of, you know, scare off a limb here away from his jungle, and a limb is just going to go out here and try to go for the portal sprite here as they're able to secure that. Shisui now having the advantage in lane, and they could be looking for a little bit of a scrimmage here.
Nothing's going to happen out of it, though. Everyone is being very defensive, very careful of their limits. Still about a minute and a half away before the objective spawn. Seems like it's going to be at least a very, not stale, but it's a very passive game from both teams here, just taking their windows very carefully. Because right now, maybe there's a chance for a roam. Midway was pushed out. There's a chance where red is forced off the map for some time, was super low thanks to an all-in potential. RÜYA now going to shift on over to the bot side, but a limb at least covers it, so they maintain the 3v3.
Yeah, now they have vision on Grizzly Q and Alim as they show up on the bot side of the map. So NRX just trying to fight off Alim from an invader. Yellow card rounds in from the RNG here, and Alim is going to go down to RÜYA.
Really clean setup by Void, finds the Imperial Order, and that's what we talked about, where a limb, even though you're playing on a super slippery champion, if you get hit by one CC ability, then the lockdown is just so easy for everyone else to follow up on. RÜYA also extending the Princess Frost ultimate. That is a big kill, but now a knockback onto Demon, but he's able to flash away back to safety.
Yeah, Demon is going to survive that, and he should be able to go walk back in the lane and just use a second ability to get a bunch of his health back, as it does give you a lot of life still once you hit a target. But yeah, great pick off by Void with the Imperial Order, landing that on the RNG here was pretty massive for them. But the Tyrant is going to go to the side of VP as RÜYA is going to be forced to flash out here. Shisui having a lot of presence so far.
Getting a little bit of extra help from some of his teammates as well, roaming to the top side, making sure that Demon, on a hero that we have yet to see in the tournament so far, is not going to get a chance to use the surprise factor in the Xiang Yu. Virtus.pro, despite a limb getting called out on that bot side play, still had the pressure to make the Tyrant theirs for what seemed like very little exchange on NRX's side. They couldn't go for the Overlord safely. It just seemed like a Tix went for a lot of farm, and now no flash. Demon should go down here. That's not first blood, but Virtus.pro at least getting their first kill on the board.
Yeah, Virtus.pro getting their first kill on the board here with the help of Alim. Again, Alim being able to be so mobile with the pay here, being able to go in the top lane, be present at the bot lane as well. Obviously, he tried that in the bot lane side, but Void was able to shut him down with the RNG ultimate Imperial Order. Nothing is going to happen on top side as Xiang Yu is not able to kind of stop him, and Alim is able to get another tower. The inner tower goes down.
Yeah, he got 2 turrets off that push. Now Lim is back in the game, is super accelerated once again on the pay. As the bot side fight has erupted, a 3v3 between NRX and Virtus.pro, but not much gained. Shisui was roaming towards the bot side, not going to be able to find a big play since he is just playing the Byron. Not super huge AoE setup for CC. Only could launch up 1 target, but definitely doesn't want to force a dive into 3 members like that.
Exactly, and Elim again being super active, looking to push out the minion waves in the mid lane and possibly try to get a tower. It doesn't work out, but Shisui is now in the bot lane, getting right on top of Bobnet, and the entire team is diving him. Prince is the player getting the last hit, and Bobnet is going to go down there on the Motsu.
Demon is waiting for a trap to spring upon any members rotating over. He doesn't want to look for Shisui, who's just a little too tanky and a little too durable on the Byron, but if something like Prince walks up, these are the trap plays that we have come to know Next RÜYA really make a name for themselves here. They have not been able to really accentuate on this kind of style. And Grizzly Q is not necessarily the target you want either because he's super tanky. He flashes forward looking for the Tremor Smash combo. It's just a single knock up there. Meanwhile, a Tix throwing Furball into the fray, pushing around Virtus.pro. Good Cannon Blast stuns up Grizzly Q as a Limb tries to fly in on the pay, looking for some extra damage on Devoid, forcing his flash, or he was just able to walk away safely. Looks like Demon was the one that forced the flash.
Yeah, Demon was forced out to flash as he was a little bit lost in that fight, the little skirmish that was happening there. He tried to kind of push in, and then nobody was hit with the first kills, so he kind of saw his teammates just back up entirely, so he had to flash out. But here he goes back in, getting a perfect ultimate on Elim, taking him down all the way to around 30% health. But Crimson buff here, he's gonna go to Elim as Artex is not able to smite that away. Elim again coming up top on the pay. Again, this guy is so fast, so mobile. He's able to secure all these buffs.
Another fight.
And Red
finding Bob Ned though, and a Tix at least trying to keep his distance, autoing Grizzly Q from range. Void is able to follow up and help. Red is at least able to use the flash and escapes danger here. Virtus.pro still sitting about 4,000 gold ahead of the game at the moment. They've been able to blitz through so many turrets early on, and despite that one pickup we saw from NRX onto a Limb, Virtus.pro have done a fantastic job of, bouncing back in spite of that, and a Limb has been benefiting greatly off of the multiple turrets he has taken in his lonesome and just being able to split push to his success.
Exactly, and we're gonna get another pause here from the next RÜYA side, I believe. Seems like they're having some more tech issues with their device. I mean, again, Rafa, this is looking like another game for Virtus.pro as a Limb was able to, go ahead, gank the top lane with Shisui. Again, we've seen this duo kind of be so strong. We saw them with the Ogre and the main in the first match of the series, and now they got the Pei and Byron. They're able to pick up Demon, who just subbed in on the Jiangyu, which is not a normal pick that we see too often so far right now in this entire tournament. But yeah, the Jiangyu comes out so far not being, not doing too much, not being an off-meta strong pick, and he loses 2 towers already on the top side too. So yeah, Lim bounced back in the game perfectly, has a lot of gold already, has the farm. VP staying on top.
Yeah, Virtus.pro just really doing a great job of identifying this wild card pick in the Xiangyu and just saying, okay, well, you know what? We're just going to send early roams into burning the common skill every time it was off cooldown. And then they get the early kill, and because it's after the 4-minute mark, there's no more protection on the turrets. A Limb is able to get solo gold on the turret. It just goes to show that Virtus.pro very aware of their win conditions for this composition, and also just their win condition in general, ensuring that a Limb is always having the lead over a Tix and the rest of the map. We are pretty much set for a Virtus.pro clean sweep over next RÜYA. If they're able to play out the next couple of fights, well, yikes, then that should be Virtus.pro locking in their spot for the knockout stage. But it's gonna, obviously, it's on them to execute and close out the game from here.
Yeah, it is going to be on them, and I mean, it's going to take a miracle for NRX to kind of come back to this game. Just with the way that Virtus.pro has been able to kind of get control of the match, even with Elim falling as first blood, they have been able to bounce back. I mean, Elim has been able to kind of utilize the passive switch between the human and tiger form. Obviously, whenever you're in the human form, you're able to get the enhanced, increased range on the basic attack. So he has been able to utilize that to get some kills on Demon, get the 2 towers. So he has came back to the game, and he is looking strong. And then we got we got Prince down in the bot lane, being able to have so much impact so far as well. So definitely VP is gonna have the easy time going back into the game after this pause. You know, they're ahead in the gold, they're ahead in the towers so far. With Elim being able to take out those 2 towers in the top side, they have a lot of pressure there. They're able to kind of invade from that top side and try to get the Crimson Golem so far from Atix on the Agudo.
Looks like the referee is giving the players the okay to load back into the Gorge, so should be getting back in a few moments here, hoping, crossing fingers. I think Virtus.pro are definitely ready to close out this game, you know, showing a lot of patience through the tech issues and then the resolvement of, you know, of being able to get back onto the Gorge. As now Virtus.pro, up to them to just close out the game from here. It's a 5,000 gold lead. Picking up the Tyrant once again. NRX just trying to do the due diligence of farm out these lanes as much as possible. And off the back of, once we get to the 10-minute mark, Shadow Overlord will be available. Oh, wait. Big pickup. Okay, well, they found a limb again. He was the highest level on the team of Virtus.pro and the highest level in the game. 14 to everyone else who is either level 12 or below. So, I don't know if it's going to be one that NRX are able to swing back in the game, but being able to take the Overlord off the back of this is a decent way to do it.
Yeah, definitely a decent way to do it, as they're going to be able to kind of push out these lanes that are being pushed in by Virtus.pro. Jiangyu Demon here is going to have to catch the waves with the help of Mutsu. But yeah, the pickup on the Overlord is going to help them a lot here, as you know, the Vanguards are going to spawn here and push out the lanes. Going to give them a little bit space to farm a little bit and hopefully try to set up for the Tyrant here. And this is going to spawn in 30 seconds, and that's going to be what Virtus.pro is going to go for.
As you called out, 20 seconds until the Shadow objectives are back on the map. 3 of 3. At least for NRX's sake, they've shored up the gold deficit from 5,000 to 3,000 now, so the game is at least a little bit within striking distance. A lot of this gold and experience has gone into Elim's pay, but if they're able to isolate him on these side lanes and then force a fight, maybe it's playable. But now, Grizzly Q is not going to give them a chance. He just initiates with the Tremor Smash, and then everyone from Virtus.pro is just dogpiling on in. Shisu just battering them away in the electrified state before he's cleaned out by Demon Xiangyu, but it's still an overall decent trade. One at the cost of 2 members for the side of NRX, but they're going to re-engage Demon, trying to look for the Henchman Slash, but it's just too much as Prince is able to just fire another arrow into his back. And meanwhile, during this whole fight, Elim's just saying, yeah, I'm just going to take the Shadow Tyrant, guys. You guys, you know, do the fight. That's chill. I'm making sure we got the objective game on lock.
Yeah, the Jiangyu pick almost actually worked there. If he was a little bit closer, the closer you are to the Jiangyu, whenever he ults, he's gonna be doing double the damage. So kind of like an execute, but he was not able to get that as he already had the flash burned a little bit earlier. So almost worked out, didn't really work out. So now VP makes the gold again, 5,000 gold lead now. They're able to get the Tyrant. And now they're just going to be holding off on the Overlord. Try to stop NRX from attempting to try to get that and slowly try to push in these towers and possibly pick up the Overlord for themselves, as this is the Shadow Overlord now.
Yeah. Gonna be hard to do so on NRX's side when they have to attend to all of these pushing side lanes. Virtus.pro still have the edge, being able to reestablish their gold advantage back to 5,000, just swinging most of their members into the top side, ensuring that neither of NRX can walk in for free. Mid-tier 2 falls as a result, and now it's just the high ground turrets that separate Virtus.pro from being able to knock onto the crystal of NRX.
Yeah, their focus is going to be the top side crystal here, as Elim has swapped to the human form, getting that increased range on the basic attacks, being able to poke out the tower a little bit. But NRX so far doing a great job stopping them, as none of the high grounds have gone down. But again, VP is going to try to go for the Overlord here. NRX knows that they're giving them the space, as they know that they're over-leveled and over-farmed by the VP side. So they're going to have to back and just play slowly, as the Shadow Vanguards are going to spawn in and push in.
Saw Red getting a little fancy there with my Shuranoi, already burning the ultimate, just trying to see if he could burn any cooldowns off the side of NRX. And to his credit, it did come at the cost of Void's Imperial Order, so no ultimate for D-Renja for the next potential play. Virtus.pro now just waiting for the Overlord Vanguards to start pushing in through every single side lane as they begin the siege.
Yeah, and we can see that Void has picked up the Sun Chaser on the Rengia here. And you know, that could be potentially good, but it has been activated already, so it is on a cooldown. So when it comes back again, they might try to get into a fight as he's going to have increased range for a couple of seconds. And he might be able to kind of pick off a limb.
Oh, there goes Grizzly Q! Into the back line. Tremor Smash has already knocked up multiple members, and just like that, Atix and Ryuga bite the dust. That's it, baby! Virtus.pro will sacrifice 2 to guarantee the win, the series victory, and punch their ticket into the knockout stage.
Yep, they punched their ticket to the knockout stage. They're going to be qualifying as the lower bracket from Group A here. So congrats to Virtus.pro for making it. Their next opponent next week, Rafa, is going to be 9ZG.
That will be the first opponents on the docket for Virtus.pro. At this point, they still have one more series to play against Alo Gaming that will be off stream. Alo will at least want to play strongly for it to see if they can get a chance to get a higher place in the seeding for the prize pool money. But for Virtus.pro's side, obviously in terms of pride, they'll still play their best and, you know, use it as times to rep, but they can breathe a heavy sigh of relief now. Their work has been done. The hard work is over for them. They've already clinched a spot into the knockout stage, and for Virtus.pro, they can just kind of, I don't want to say necessarily take it easy, but they don't have to stress nearly as much.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, they've improved. I mean, they've improved over the weeks. I mean, so far, we saw them like early on, first week, they were struggling a little bit in the BO3s, but so far in the BO5, seems like they got to kind of grasp of how they want to play the games and how they want to cycle the gold. And it seems like a lot of the resources are going now to Alim, Prince, or Red at times, whenever he's not going to carry picks on the mid lane here. But yeah, great performance against by Prince 402 on the Lady Sun here, and had pretty much kind of like an even gold with Alim here. Alim again had 3 deaths, but he was able to still keep the farm up. Again, we talked about cycling the gold, being able to get the carries, the farm they need. And looking at the damage charts here, we can definitely see that a lot of damage coming out again from Red, as I mentioned. Prince here being the second most damage. Alim again didn't have the most damage here, but he was again present around the map, being able to invade, get the Crimson Golems from the sides of NRX. So again, great team play from VP.
Yeah, I would argue that even though Alim doesn't have a lot of damage dealt in terms of to like heroes, if we had like an additional graph of damage dealt to structures, he would be topping the list right there, because that was his job. As soon as he had a guaranteed level advantage, no one from NRX could take a 1v1 against the pay when he's pretty much like 2 levels, 3 levels above everyone else into the game. So you just kind of have to give up your turret pressure on that side unless you're willing to send multiple members to lock him down, which is exactly what happened. But because they were overloading, 3-4 members to pick off pay, the rest of the team on Virtus.pro is then taking, pressure up into the jungle quadrant on the other side. They're getting ready to siege into the tier 2s and eventually the high ground turrets. So that is kind of the role you always play as pay. And I love that the MVP here goes to Grizzly Q, just making the initiations on that Lianpo.
Yeah, great plays from Grizzly Q. We saw the biggest fight happen down in the bot lane as they were trying to go for the high ground. The 019 kid, yeah, damage taken 28%, damage dealt 15%, total gold 14%. Definitely great initiations in this big fight by Grizzly Q. Again, this guy has been getting a lot of the MVPs from the Virtus.pro side in this week. Actually, he's been getting a lot of it. He has improved a lot for his performance for support. We've seen a lot of supports get banned out, such as the Dia, the Dolia from Grizzly Q, and now he's on the Lianpo getting the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, if you need a dedicated initiator and kind of like solo diver Lian Po is your guy, right? And the fact that it comes from the support role gives you so much flexibility that the rest of your draft can be mostly carries, assassins, fighters, divers that don't necessarily need to be built as tanky as something like Lian Po. The fact that he gets to build solo tank, and yet he's still dealing a decent amount of damage because he's ahead and he's providing the initiation. I mean, I'm just saying, guys, if you are, you know, autofilled in your ranked games and you need to play support, I think you should just play Lian Po because no one else is willing to play tanks, at least in my solo queue games. You know, I don't know what if it's like for you, Yikes, but, you know, sometimes someone's got to do it. And I feel like Lian Po at least is fun for the player experience, you know?
Yeah, he has a lot of mobility. He has a lot of anti-CC, I would say, whenever you use like his second skill or ultimate, you are CC immune. So that's why it's pretty strong in the pro scene. We see whenever a lot of the strong CC picks come out, Lian Po is locked in as he's able to kind of body block all of that and immune CC. But yeah, again, deserve MVP by Grizzly Q. But now we're gonna go ahead here, take a short break, and get to our second series of the day. So see you guys shortly.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while third place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat.
And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our second series of the day. This is the last day of our survival week for the Kings Major West League, and it's gonna be a banger. This is what we strongly believe to be probably the finals preview for the Major West League. It's our top 2 teams. Both of them have already locked in their seed for the upper bracket, but this is just basically a super hype, preview of what things could be. And yikes, as we were talking about before, OG Esports have yet to drop a single game. So we'll see if Twisted Minds can actually try and make the gods bleed a little bit, or if they're going to continue their undefeated streak.
Yeah, we saw Twisted Mind previously when they did face OG. They kind of had an attempt at making the gods bleed. I think it was a game they took them to around 20 minutes mark, but they were still not able to outplay OG in the macro and micro. In the late game, OG definitely being the top contender right now. They have the first seed in Group S. They haven't dropped the game. They're coming into this very strong, and I don't think they're gonna try, they're gonna try their best definitely to beat OG. They're gonna come up with top tier draft and definitely try to take, Twisted Mind out. Just literally in the group stage still.
Yeah, I think the closest game going through their previous match history was during the first week of play, where Twisted Minds was able to get the Pay Byron combo for themselves, or actually it wasn't even the Pay Byron combo. It was like a 20+ minute game. It was super close. Twisted Minds almost seemingly had OG on the back foot game 2, and yet it was still not enough. The side of OG Esports was just tenacious enough to endure and be able to beat out Twisted Minds in the end.
OG has a lot of, I would say, great individual plays. If we've seen Dada be great in the jungle, we've seen Keke on the Guan Yu, on any pretty much CC clash laner, CC heavy clash laner, being able to pick off, targets back to back, and then we see Wen pop off at points. So there is a lot of potential on the OG side, but that is also not lacking on the Twisted Mind side. They have a lot of strong players here, and they definitely have the chance. And as you mentioned, this is definitely a preview of what our grand finals is going to look like. By the way, we've seen these teams play so far. Nobody has been able to beat Twisted Minds other than OG, I believe, right? And then OG here being undefeated throughout the entire tournament definitely gives them a great chance to try to grab that first place in the upcoming week.
Yeah, I think only 9Z Globin has at least been able to take a single game off of Twisted Minds, but other than that, it's just been only OG Esports that has knocked down Twisted Minds in series score. Twisted Minds has pretty much been able to best every other team. Now, obviously, things could change as we get into our knockout stage, which will be taking place next week. It'll come down to who is the victor between 9Z Globin and Virtus.pro. And then, who knows? If we could see a world where 9Z Globin take this next week, get a lot of good practice in, make some evolution and changes in their own play, and maybe, they are able to step up to Twisted Minds if OG Esports continue to knock them down. Anything could happen. We have seen some crazy stories, not just in Honor of Kings, but also, other esports. So it could be the case here. But if just based on pedigree, based on the results that we've had, this is kind of where everything is lining up to be.
Exactly. And some of the players to look out on the Twisted Mind is going to be High Lang in the mid lane. It is going to be Shanks as well. These players have been the highlights, the highlight players of the Twisted Minds, and they do have the high impact. They're the carries. Kind of looking back at Virtus.pro, how Alim, Prince, and Red are the key players to kind of look out for. Twisted Mind, they have the same kind of players. They have the highlight players that you got to focus on, give the farm to, and that's where they scale. So definitely, again, being also another Italian representative, OG, and both Twisted Mind are Italian teams. So they definitely, they have the play times against each other. We definitely see, like, most of the times whenever, teams are coming out from same regions, they do have a lot of screen time. So they do probably have some, they have a page in their book, just for OG or just for Twisted Mind and how they want to draft and play against them. So it's definitely going to come out, in the later weeks. Maybe they don't want to show that off right now during the Group S stage right now. But we're about to find out shortly as the teams are getting prepared to show up pretty soon.
Yeah, just waiting for the official go-ahead to start introducing the teams whenever they are ready to go. But some cool history about these two teams. This is the first time you are tuning in and catching Kings Major West League, both of these teams in Twisted Minds and OG Esports have former iterations of Team Vitality rosters in their core. For OG Esports, this is pretty much the Vitality roster for the most part that went to the Season 3 Invitational, ended up in top 4. For Twisted Minds, this was the core trio of this roster was the part of the Team Vitality roster that played at KWC last year, as well as the Mid-Season Invitational 2024 and the 2024 Honor of Kings World Championship. So getting two different flavors of X-Team Vitality in the matchup here on the Gorge. It's always fun to see how both of these teams kind of, hands check each other and see where the skill lies. I know a lot of some social media posts have been calling this the Italian Derby because, as you called it, Yikes, both of these teams represent Italy, or they're representatives of Italy. But it's also a lot of country representatives across the board for the individual players as well. So always cool to see that, top of our leaderboard here in the Major West is really between OG and Twisted Minds.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely a lot of experience from both sides, like, Dada in the jungle, then we have Clean. We've seen so many plays from Clean that were considered clean, I would say, but is it going to be clean enough to, show and go against Dada today? Dada being known as the Tiger of the West, is that the title you gave him? Tiger of the West, Dada. So we're going to see if Clean wants to give him the pay, or is this going to be something they want to ban out or prioritize on the Twisted Mind side, knowing that Dada is also very strong on pretty much all the assassin junglers and even the tank ones. Dada has a great playstyle, and definitely he's one of the highlight players to watch every time that OG is playing. He has pulled out the Fade, and that was something actually that was banned out the one time against Dada as well. So yeah, definitely there's players on both sides that are really strong in the jungle, and then we have in the mid lane we have Highlang, and then we got Wen on the side of OG. They are again pretty versatile. They have a big hero pool. They're able to pretty much play whatever they want. So it's gonna be a great watch. Definitely, as you said, this is gonna be a preview of our possible grand final here.
I'm just so ready to get onto the Gorge as soon as possible. We're still waiting for a word. Oh, there we go, baby. Let's meet the teams. It's time. Blue side, it's Twisted Minds. Our first team in this second series of the day, it is Twisted Minds, one of our representatives of Italy, the Masterminds. You got 90 in the Clash lane, Clean in the jungle, Highlang in the mid lane, Shanks at farm lane, and CT Boy at support.
Yeah, definitely a great roster, and we saw 90 there with the grab onto the glasses. He's definitely laser focused every time that we've seen him play in these matches, so definitely another player to look out here. But yeah, I mean, Twisted Mind, they got the brain logo, they seem to be ready. They might come up with some huge, plays here and try to show OG that they cannot stay undefeated. But as I said, that we're gonna go ahead here and meet the OG roster. OG Esports, Dream OG for the Clash lane. We're gonna have OG Keke for jungle. We're gonna have OG Dada for the mid lane. We're gonna have OG Wen. Farms lane, we're gonna have OG On and OG Muchen for the Rumble. Definitely the strongest team and strongest roster here in the tournament. We see Keke having fun with the photo shoots over there. Definitely, I would say the best Clash laner we've seen so far in the tournament. He's laser focused, playing with those crowd control heavy heroes. So I definitely want to see some more Guan Yu coming out of Keke. We've seen it banned out against OG a couple of times. So they might try to prioritize that against Twisted Minds here.
Yeah, I didn't even notice this, but the coach for OG Esports got like multiple sheets that he was just spreading out. He had the full data on lockdown. And of course, for our featured matchup, I wouldn't have it any other way. It really does come down to the jungle role, Clean versus Dowdow. Both of these teams have, I mean, we've talked about a lot of these teams in Kings Major West League being kind of jungle dependent, and if their junglers are not ahead, then the team looks lost. But the case is somewhat different in OG Esports and Twisted Mind's sake. It's not just because, well, if Dowdow's not doing well, then then OG Esports look lost. And the same thing with Twisted Minds. All of these individuals are so strong in their right. It just comes down to the fact that Dowdow and Clean are on a whole other level here. Clean has only been bested by Dowdow so far in both of their series, and Dowdow just seems to be, it could just be the best player in the tournament right now. Obviously, OG Esports is sporting, some of the best players in their individual roles across the board, but Clean has to really step up and find a way to dismantle Dowdow, because it would be the first key to trying to dismantle OG Esports as a whole. It would be the first time that you could challenge their roster and say, hey, if Dowdow's not ahead, what does the rest of your roster do? And not necessarily that OG Esports can't do it, but we just haven't gotten a chance to see that reality yet.
Well, we might be able to find out just in a little bit as we get into the drafting phase. Twisted Mind versus OG. Twisted Mind banning out the Liang. We know that OG likes to run the Princess the Princess Frost and the Liang combo a lot. So banning that out early on from their first match. They don't want to be annoyed with a lot of CC, and the DDR getting banned as well. Along with that, Darman, Ogren, classic bans coming out from the OG side, as well as Arlie being prioritized here on the Twisted Mind side.
Yeah, the fact that OG Esports are banning out the Ogren away from Twisted Minds, I think it goes to show that there's a lot of respect being paid over to Twisted Minds and Clean in general, because normally, if you see a team lock in Ogren against OG Esports, they just go for the pay Byron and say, okay, cool, we're just going to blitz you in the early game. But, I don't know if they've been scrimming each other recently during the off days, or if they've been, getting intel from other teams, who knows? But banning Ogren shows, another level of respect that OG Esports, hasn't shown to other teams before.
Exactly, and I'm just happy we're going to get win on the Master No here. That is going to be some amazing gameplay to definitely look out once we get into the match. But yeah, we're going to have a Master No paired with the pay here. Seems like Byron is still up, and that might be something that the OG side wants to pick up, but it seems like they're going to actually try to get the Chano here, as Yixing and Zhang Fei went to the Twisted Mind side here.
OG Esports may have sniffed out Blam's Chano Game 1 stats and said, yeah, we're going to disprove that theory right here, right now. Obviously, it already has been disproven. It's no longer 100% correct rate, but they just want to do it even further. I like this, though. OG Esports paying a lot of respect to Clean's jungle hero pool, notably in that first ranking week where Twisted Minds made it super close against OG Esports on the last day. They played that Prince of Landling in Game 2. It was like a 21-minute banger. OG Esports was still able to overcome it all, but just being very aware that Clean could have a big day today, and OG Esports are just trying to deny any possibilities of Twisted Minds, not only being the first team to take a game off of OG Esports, but upsetting the undefeated streak that they have.
Yeah, and as you say that, OG bans out the Luna as well, so definitely putting a lot of respect on Clean here, banning out the junglers as they were able to lock in the pay for data. So again, squeezing out Clean's hero pool in the jungle here, and seems like Twisted Mind is doing the same thing, banning out almost 4 supports from Muchen. That is a lot of respect going to Muchen here, banning out the Liang, the Diadia, the Liang Po, the Mutzi, and they're gonna pick up the Fade and the Sun Se from the Twisted Mind side. Again, the jungle pool has been squeezed here, so they're gonna have to settle with a Fade.
Well, we have seen this hero a few times, notably for his parkour abilities, being able to scale those walls and jump in between terrain. Maybe Clean will have the chance to pull off something crazy against OG Esports, but as you called out before, notably we've seen the Byron as a staple alongside Pei, and with My Shiranui, you have 3 very proactive members in the early first few minutes of the game for OG Esports, when more than likely, I imagine the game plan could easily be having Pei play through the top side as we normally see it through Byron lanes, but then My Shiranui coming in to then collapse onto the top side, set up those dives, unlock the first tier 1 turret, and then it just becomes a classic OG Esports game all over again.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they tried to take that away by banning the Liampo from City Boy. We always see that there's a lot of space created when City Boy is on like a front lane tank player like a Liampo, and taking that away from City Boy on the from Muchen on the OG side, that is going to make the game maybe a little bit rough for OG, as they're going to have to try to prioritize the invades with the help of Mai this time around instead of a Liampo. But we're about to find out as we get into the game. And again, here's a final look at the heroes picked by both sides. The draft, I mean, is looking 50-50 to me. It's definitely going to come down to both macro and micro by both of these teams.
I'm super excited to see if we can get a Fade victory from Twisted Minds. It would be, one way to upset the balance here. But as we load up onto the Gorge for our second series of the day, y'all, just reminding you all that the thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Exactly, so shout out to EWC. And the Realme this time around, our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference. And these players have been feeling a difference, especially on the OG side. They are undefeated, and we might be able to see that again as they're using the Realme 14 5G devices. So make sure to grab yours.
OG Esports already getting into the face of 90 on the top side here. It was Keke and Wen. As we called out before, Wen trying to make use of the proactivity of the My Shiranui super mobile, just sheeking on over to the top side. Doesn't get a flash or any major cooldowns off of 90 early on, but just a little bit of pressure leveraging off of the Byron push there, while Lim soaks up the mid wave. Oh, Muchen got super low there, but meanwhile, hey, what? 90 just got a solo kill on the Keke on the top side.
Yeah, that was 90 getting a solo kill on Keke. We don't see that often, Rafa. I believe that is the first time we've seen a solo 1v1 in the Clash lane here. Great play from 90, utilizing all the CC he has on the Sun Se, locking down Keke and picking him off here.
Yeah, he did burn his flash, so maybe Keke was just not paying respect to or being aware that 90 was going to go for that all-in. Meanwhile, it's a quick roam from Wen onto the bot side, 3v2. No major cooldowns expended here. Shanks still has the Frenzy off cooldown. They were able to at least escape, but it was the Autumn Storm burned by Shanks so that he could make the escape necessary, as we'll get a replay of what happened topside.
Yeah, seems like Keke overextended a little bit and didn't expect the flash coming out from 90. Look at that. Using the flash to get the kill, but that means he's not going to have it up, and Keke knows that. And that's probably something he called out to Dada and the My Shiranui, so we might have a little visit for 90 here if OG is able to rotate up.
Yeah, OG Esports can now try and punish that off cooldown They're gonna have to find that window, but so far Wen is focusing his rotations towards the bot side as they're now pushing in thanks to On and Muchen shoving in this wave, but doesn't look like they're gonna find anything there. It'll just be Wen hovering to see if he can make a pick onto someone.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna try to see if he can pick up this Crimson Golem, and he does pick it up. Wen snipes it away with a fireball from the Mashirnoi here. So insane. I mean, that bush, we know that Wen likes that bush, and a lot of teams, they gotta notice that. If we saw Virtus.pro, Grizzly Q try to check that bush with the Sunbeam earlier, but they didn't get the same thing coming out from Twisted Mind here. As Keke might go down again, doesn't really happen. Highline was able to land a World is my board, the Yishin ultimate. Yeah, both teams surviving and playing safe once again.
It was close, though. Hailong trying to find a roam timer there. And even though that there was a moment where 90's flash was off cooldown, OG Esports don't get a chance to really punish it since they've been focusing a lot of their rotations over to the bot side. But now Hailong almost in trouble. Wen could get in range of Hailong here, but good by 90 to at least buy some space here.
Yeah, 90 was trying to block the second skill from Wen on the Mashirnoi that has a lot of range from stopping Hailang's passive being popped there, which is the fatal blow. So good teamwork there, but it seems like Tyrant here is going to get picked up by the OG side.
Yeah, Tyrant was secured by OG Esports. There was a lot of pressure though from Twisted Minds trying to see if they could do it. Wen diving the tower here. Power of the Parasols. Meanwhile, now a roam from Clean will punish OG Esports overextending on the dive. That's 2 kills going over to Clean now on the fade, and now Hailong has shown up to the party. Immediately burning the flash out of Muchen. Han lost his flash as well. And I have to say, Twisted Minds actually finding a solid early game window against OG Esports so far.
Yeah, Twisted Minds playing perfect right now. I mean, we saw the respect that they were paying towards Clean, and now we know why. On the fade, he was able to use Hardened Jade Seal ultimate and secure a double kill as Keke here goes down to Shanks as well. So Twisted Minds are 4-0.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they now for what it's worth, the gold lead is barely above 100. So. The macro game hasn't necessarily been huge for them. They've taken a lot of turret damage onto the tier 1 and the bot side. As a quick that sail from 90 puts an end to On's life. But meanwhile, Shanks onto the bot side, finally picking up the first turret since everyone from OG Esports overloaded onto the top side trying to make that dive play happen. But the fact that they don't get any kills, they don't get any turret pressure. 90 is the one that finds, you know, a quick global power play. Now this is the first sizable macro lead we've seen Twisted Minds have over OG Esports.
Knight doesn't have set sail here, so when he's looking for a full-on combo, doesn't land the last second skill, but is able still to get the kill on 90. So that was a clean solo kill right there, knowing that 90 doesn't have the set sail to stop him.
Okay, and OG Esports finding the first kill on the board. At least the gold lead is still not ballooned out of control for the side of Twisted Minds. If they want to bring the undefeated streak to an end, they're going to have to dig in deeper a little bit more and continue the pressure as they now send 2 members to siege for this tier 1 on the top side. OG Esports do get a chance to answer though on the bot side.
Yeah, and on the top, Twisted Mind picks up the tower. They're trying to go for the second inner tower here. Wedding's gonna go down to Clean on the killing spree here, executing once again using Hardened Jade Seal. Fade having a lot of potential here to carry the fights.
He's doing a lot of damage though. He pounces in, gets the takedown. Good night, CT Boy. Now looking for Shanks next, but Muchen cannot save his jungler. At least exchanges a kill back forward for themselves. Keke trying to finish off Clean, but the set sail from 90 comes in from downtown. But Keke's still alive. He's burning through, popping the first kill for the heals. It looks like Clean was able to make it out alive. And Keke falls down. Twisted Minds are doing it. They are outplaying OG Esports at every turn, and Hailong is popping off on the Yixing.
Clean being clean on the fade, and Hailong getting a double kill right there as well. So far, Twisted Mind seems to be the team dominating this match. 9-3, Rafa. Kind of didn't expect that coming to this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, upsetting our expectations so far. That being said, you know, the game is still far from over. Twisted Minds, when we have seen other teams like kind of leverage these leads, including Twisted Minds themselves, it usually comes with a sick gold lead on top of it. However, it's still very within striking distance. They have to leverage the power they have in terms of levels into these tier 1 turrets. World is my board already sectioning them off under the tier 1 turret. Maybe it could be more. You already see that Shanks is trying to chip and prod with the power of this Arlie. And it just forces them away, and it's a Tyrant going the way of Twisted Minds.
Exactly. They had to pop this Zhongfei ultimate there. They really tried to get that, you know, the mid tower, try to open up the map for themselves, but they were not able to get it, so they're just going to resort for the Tyrant here, which is going to give them a little bit more damage boost. I mean, Shanks already pretty fed. Fade again clean, being super active around the map, using the mobility that Fade has, jumping on the walls here. And right now he took the tower down in the bot lane, but he's back in the mid lane here, trying to look for a kill. A little bit of assassination doesn't really work out, as the entire OG team is down in the mid lane and they're gonna have to back off here.
Yeah, it looked like to be a full-on 5-on-5 fight, and Twisted Minds very well aware that they're not necessarily insanely ahead of OG Esports in gold, right? So Twisted Minds knowing that they can't just take a 5-on-5 and think that they'll be able to just outplay them in that own right, just playing by the numbers. Maybe a pick though, sets sail right onto Keke. He pops the shield with the ultimate, still not enough to survive, and that gives them the numbers advantage to now siege for the tier 2 on the top side.
Oh, Zhongfei ultimate connects with almost 2 targets here, but Clean is in the back, cleaning house, getting the kill on the Maestro Nui, as Keke here and Muchen also drop on the OG side. 12-3, Rafa. 12-3.
I'm starting to believe, yikes, the gold lead is still very small when we have seen these kind of kill leads compared in the past, but the fact that Twisted Minds are now decisively cleaning out turret structures, it's a hot ground turret that has been taken off the board away from OG Esports. And remember, this is a composition from OG that was supposed to excel in the early game, but it's been Twisted Minds that has been outplaying them at every corner. Dowdow tries to send it on the low target members, but the Tiger of the West is stricken down in the air by Twisted Minds. This could be the first time that OG Esports drop a game.
Yeah, this could be very much the first time, as Twisted Mind here, they're gonna go for another Tyrant here, gonna be doing a lot more damage. This is gonna get to the point where they're not gonna be able to stop. They're not gonna be able to stop Shanks. They're not gonna be able to stop Fade. We see great ultimates coming out of CT Boy. So overall, Twisted Mind is playing so coordinated that OG doesn't kind of really have an answer right now. I mean, we've seen Dada and KK carry out games with the Byron, with the pay matchup, but Twisted Mind, they've been able to kind of stop that throughout the entire game this time around.
Yeah, and it all started with that solo kill on the Keke from 90, just catching the Byron out of position and kind of off guard. And OG Esports never found a way to recover from that point on, as they just leverage play after play. A good pick on the Shanks does come at the cost of Dowdow's life. And for the first time, we're starting to see that Clean is getting a level advantage, at least just being on parity with Dowdow's pay. Another quick engage into the 2v2. Oh! Unlong still survived. He had 90.
The minions, Rafa.
T-Boy. The minions are pushing into the base, so the rest of OG Esports have to retreat and deal with the crystal being exposed here. They can never leave the base for too long, otherwise they'll just lose the game to minions.
And we can see Sunsei here actually picked up Frigid, which is an item that is going to give him an active skill to kind of stun targets. So 90 is going to have even more CC power to kind of lock down players after using set sail. So it's going to be massive. It's definitely something to look out for, especially with the flash on the Sunsei here. And then right here, we're going to have a Twisted Mind going for Overlord.
Overlord has been defeated.
Overlord secure for the side of Twisted Minds. This is a Shadow one too, so they can just send the Shadow Vanguard into the farm lane where there's still a high ground turret to take. I guess the other option could be sending it into the top lane if you want to pressure the crystal as well, but that's what makes sense in my head.
Yeah, usually what you want to do is just put it on the opposite of the map that you don't have like the tower on. So definitely they're gonna try to put it down in the bot or the mid lane here and try to get one, you know, another high ground here to have more super minions spawning, putting a lot more pressure in. They already have the pressure on the top side. I mean, the minions are going to be slowly pushing in just because the Twisted Mind side already have the super minions here. Yuhan forced to use the ultimate here, which is not great. That's going to give them an opportunity on the Twisted Mind side to get the second high ground in the mid lane. They don't even need it. Vanguards coming up. And
they're diving into the base. Yikes, they've already destroyed all 3 high ground turrets. CT Boy went full deep ham into the backline, but it came at the cost of Daidi's life, but at the price of netting an open base. Now, OG Esports will have to deal with enhanced minions coming in through every single lane for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's going to be really hard for them to actually clear as well. They do have the Mai and they do have Chano here that are not the best, I would say, wave clearers. So there's going to be a struggle for sure. Pei could be a possible answer to these waves, going into the sideline and clearing them, but that means that most fights are going to be 4v5 with someone having to answer these waves.
And even though Twisted Minds are so far ahead in terms of macro, they've knocked out pretty much every single turret in the game, I just find it crazy to believe that OG Esports are not behind like 10,000 gold. When we see these leads with other teams, it's like 12,000 gold lead and the game is already over. But the fact that OG Esports have held on for this long just kind of marks their resilience and fortitude. And yet Twisted Minds are finally starting to overcome this powerhouse of a team as they dive into the base, finding on. And there's nothing that OG Esports can really pretty much do. Keke tries to give his life with the shield, but the rest of Twisted Minds are just playing off the minion waves, and with the numbers advantage, this should be the push for the win here. Yikes.
Yeah, the super minions are walking in. Fade using the mobility he has, being able to get on the backline once again here. We're gonna see Clean playing clean, getting the stuns on Shanks, peeks up at double kill, and that's the game for Twisted Mind. The gods have bled, Rafa.
Yep, gods can bleed, baby. And the first strike dealer is from Twisted Minds. They are honored to being the first team that can take down OG Esports on stage, ending their undefeated streak. They will no longer have a chance for a perfect run in the tournament. And with this kind of confidence, Twisted Minds can now show that OG Esports are not immortal. They can bleed. They can be taken down. So now this series has gotten so much more interesting. Yikes.
I mean, definitely. I mean, if there was anyone to actually do it, it was gonna be Twisted Mind, and they showed us that they can do it. I mean, we said it. This is gonna be a preview of Grand Finals, and it seems like Twisted Mind took this too hard. They took it seriously, and they want to come out to show their confidence, show their power, and tell OG, even though you have been undefeated, even though we got into some close matches, we can take you guys down. So again, this is Twisted Mind playing for pride, playing, you know, to win here, and they show that. And now OG, they're going to be a little bit scared going into the second match of the series.
Yeah, I'm curious. This is not only the first time that OG Esports have, you know, lost a game in general, but, you know, Dao lost with Pei. This hero looked super, super irrelevant against Twisted Minds because Clean's Fade was roaming super proactively. Nighty was able to handle himself against Keke's Byron, who did not have really any early pressure whatsoever. And a lot of the attempted roams onto the top side to try and knock out that tier 1 turret, Nighty was just able to counter with, you know, beautiful set sails. The rotations from Twisted Minds was super proactive. And I have to still say that, like, yeah, you know, the gold lead never necessarily ballooned out of control into, like, you know, 6,000, 7,000, 10,000 plus gold territory. But this is OG Esports that you are talking about trying to take down. You could see that OG Esports, even as they were losing the game, they were being very diligent in getting as many resources as possible. And yet it still didn't matter. Twisted Minds persevered, pushed through, and made the unthinkable happen.
Yeah, we can look at the graph here. We can see at, you know, a bit of early on around the 3-4 minute mark, OG was actually back in the game, but Twisted Mind, I mean, Clean getting those clean kills in the side lanes was able to kind of get OG back on the board, on the graph. You know, the gold was just insane. He started going up. It never stopped going up. And Twisted Mind again on that fade. I mean, the fade here has to be the MVP. And yeah, rightfully so. It's going to go to clean 509. Insane KDA. A lot of the junglers were banned out. Damage taken 19%. Damage dealt 20%. Total gold 25%. This guy was surgical on the fade. Going with the full, I believe that was a kind of like a hybrid build. We've seen most of the fades go full tank during the 5v5 tournaments, but this guy didn't really care. He saw that the OG side kind of went for the assassin squishy type heroes here, and he was able to use that to his favor, going full damage build, executing the entire backline in most of his fights.
Yeah, if you're going to go full damage assassin, then you have to be precise with your executions, right? Because if you're pretty much like a glass house, you deal a lot of damage, or a glass cannon, I should say. You deal a lot of damage, but you also can get easily bursted by a lot of damage on their behalf. But Twisted Minds being so decisive in this game against OG Esports, and it's got to feel so good for Clean in the jungle role to be the first one to kind of knock down Dao Dao from his throne as the Jungle King. Because now there's a reality that Twisted Minds can be the ones that take down OG Esports in a full-on series. Obviously, this is going to be the first time that OG Esports have been shown a real challenge. Now we'll have a chance to see how they bounce back. When we come back after this break, it's going to be Game 2 between Twisted Minds and OG Esports.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Sweat and tears. Nothing comes
For the question when we come back. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 in our second series. Well, guys, if you missed it, Twisted Minds just did the unthinkable. They have officially been the first team to take a game win off of OG Esports. Up until this point, they were undefeated in the entire league, in the entire tournament run. And now Twisted Minds have the honor of being the first ones to dethrone them a bit. Now, we have to see if they can carry that momentum through in the series, but yikes, if, as your, experience as a former pro player, giving you any insight, whenever you see a top team like OG Esports in other leagues and in other esports go on an undefeated run like this, and then they get a game taken off of them, what usually happens behind the scenes? Do they shrug it off, or do they play even more mad,
I think we're gonna get to the point where OG is gonna play mad and gonna try to end the games under 10 minutes here. I mean, definitely it's a wake-up call for them. Definitely when you're a top team, you have been undefeated throughout the entire tournament. That's something you want to keep on going, and they've lost that now. So that is gonna be a record that they're not gonna have anymore. So this is gonna be definitely a wake-up call. OG is gonna try to play a lot more active around the map, try to play stronger and more coordinated. It seems like they went into the game pretty confident, knowing that they have a pretty good history against Twisted Mind. And it seems like we're gonna have a substitute here on the Twisted Mind side.
What? This is interesting. I wonder what the strategy is behind this. But at least for Twisted Mind's sake, winning this series does not change the seeding overall going into, the knockout series. But the fact that we have yet to see Shui play for Twisted Minds, I think having this swap up this is the best time to do it because, you know, the result of the series doesn't change anything. At least Twisted Minds have now gotten the honor of being able to take a game win off of OG Esports. They now know that they are capable of making that happen, at least with, you know, Clean in the lineup. This is now a chance for Twisted Minds to give Shui a chance to see what he can do. Maybe he has a different way or direction for the team to play under. Maybe, who knows, yikes. Maybe Clean plays more for, you know, assassins, and maybe Shui plays more tanks or has like a niche hero pool we don't know about.
Yeah, maybe they would just want to test things out. As you say, the seeding won't be affected. Even Twisted Mind is able to win out the entire series today. It's pretty much concluded already that OG is going to be the first seed going out through the upper bracket for next week. So yeah, I mean, they just want to test and experiment, subbing in a brand new jungler after what we saw was peak Fate performance by Clean. Clean being subbed out here. So yeah, maybe Zhuye wants to just, you know, try out to see how he's gonna keep up against Dada, or maybe they just want to, you know, test it out and see if Zhuye is gonna work out better for them as an entire team on the Twisted Mind side. Either way, we're gonna see some cool and creative plays come out from Twisted Mind, and also we can see OG is not phased at all. They're having fun, they're smiling, they're looking over at Twisted Mind like, what are you guys doing, carrying, you know, subbing out your carry from last game?
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Like OG Esports, they're pretty much unaffected by the loss here. As you called out, you know, it's a shame that they won't have a chance to claim the record of like an undefeated perfect run in the tournament, but this series result does not change whether they get first seed or second seed going into the knockout stage. But now they'll get a chance to not only learn more about what Shui is capable of, but also for the sake of Twisted Minds, as you called out, what this team looks like under Shui's direction. You know, if he's someone that is leading the team in a different way, or maybe he is more of a team player and is willing to give a lot more of his resources, something that we don't normally see from a lot of jungler playstyles. Maybe Demon Cat's the only one who tends to play a lot more, you know, tank junglers for the team. Maybe it's that kind of playstyle for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it seems like Twisted Mind's goal here is to ban out Muchen. I mean, they did ban 4 supports from him last game, and it did work out. So maybe this is the game plan throughout this series. They just want to lock down Muchen's champions here and try to, you know, take it out of him. And I mean, that's why we see OG here. Lockdown did Diarrhea here first because of the fact they've been banning it out. And, you know, Guan Yu, Mai getting banned out from OG, knowing that Nighty was able to kind of show Keke, who is the boss of the Clash lane in the last series, getting the solo kill, being able to set sail perfectly throughout the game, helping out the Fate. So Nighty definitely a contender in the Clash lane for Keke, who has been one of the best Clash laners throughout the entire tournament. But now Nighty picking up the Main, and Ogden getting picked up for Zhuye here, as Dharma and Arlie getting locked in for OG.
Strong power picks here that are normally contested in terms of ban or picks already. Arlie, Dharma, Diadea, all sitting near the top of the table in terms of draft presence rates. OG Esports just going for nothing out of the ordinary. They're not going to show anything new or necessarily a secret pick that they might be holding on to towards the knockout stage. Twisted Mind's kind of doing something similar, although I love the confidence from Nighty. Normally you wait to see the Dharma locked in before you pick the Mayin into it, but the fact that Nighty is saying, I mean, I just solo killed you as Sensei into the Byron, so I can pick anything against you now. And if you have that kind of confidence, that's already giving you an advantage for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and Joan is going to get banned out here. So no more support bans coming out from the Twisted Mind side, as the idea has been locked in by the OG side. And Motzi, yeah, definitely a great pick up here for City Boy. He has a lot of impact on these, you know, support heroes. And Darren Gia going to get banned here on the OG side. Definitely a great ban against the Arlie. As we know, it's kind of like a 50-50 matchup, especially as you can build a bit of hybrid and play from distance with the Darren Gia here. And Monkey going to get banned out. So another jungler ban coming out from the Twisted Mind side.
Strange that they're banning out a lot of tank heroes. Not to say that Dowdo can't play them, but he has not necessarily needed to. He's usually been playing, you know, heroes that take a lot more resource or more resource heavy, being able to farm up and be very strong fighters or divers. Still leaves up if you want to go the tank route. Not sure what other options that would be available since Ogren is already gone. I guess maybe you could look for the Kaiser since that is a decent front line when you pop the ultimate right. But Twisted Minds picking up the farm laner choice in the Chano.
Yeah, the Chano gets picked up here. A decent counter to the early. You're able to knock her back with your first skill. Use the traps to kind of poke her out. Get those wolves out chasing her down. So I could definitely see that working out. But OG locking in the Musashi here. That is going to be a great counter to Ogren. And the Ganamo here as well.
Yeah, I mean, that before the pay or the era of pay in our Kings Major West League, Musashi was kind of the OG counter to Ogren, right? Especially when you go back through the S3 Invitational. Every time it was like, do you want to pick Ogren? You got to ban Musashi first. You know, it hasn't necessarily been the same case going forward, but now OG Esports going to flex this one back around for old time's sake, something that they were very familiar with since they got top 4 at the tournament. And with the Ganemo, as you called out, it's a bit of long-range potential for Twisted Minds. Ganemo and Motsu has been a very nice combo for the most part, since you land that Cannon Blast, then you can easily set up for Ganemo damage to follow up. So seems like it's going to be a range game for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to get canceled out a little bit because of the Musashi. If you're able to time the Illuminating Slash, Musashi's first skill, perfectly, you're going to be able to block a lot of the projectiles coming out. So that is a great counter pick on the side of OG. And then you have the Duel to Death to counter the Ogren here. So yeah, definitely a lot of counter pick potential here on the OG side if they're able to time everything right to catch up the targets. Like they have a lot of CC as well with the Lady Gen and the Diarrhea here with Musashi and Dharma on top of that. You can just see there is a lot of CC. And once they're locked down, Arlie is going to be able to jump in and deal the damage you need. We know On is able to get a lot of farm, get a lot of damage out, and he's been one of the key players on the OG side. So definitely giving him the best marksman currently in the pro scene. He's going to be able to use it perfectly.
Yeah. On didn't get necessarily a chance to shine on the Chano in the last game, since not only OG Esports were not really able to play towards the bottom side of the map, but also they just kind of got blitzed. Which is something that we normally don't say against OG Esports. You know, anytime that a team tries to blitz them in the early game, they've done a great job of exchanging resources and lasting long enough to then outclass them in later on team fights. But it wasn't the case. Twisted Minds being the first team to ever give OG Esports a game loss in this tournament so far.
Yeah, definitely kudos to them. They did their homework. They did play how they wanted to play, even clean. You know, these junglers were banned out. They were able to pull through with the fate and win out the game. And OG, they're definitely going into this game knowing that they got defeated. So they're going to have to pick it up here and try to change things up, as Twisted Minds so far is playing as well as they did last game, just playing pretty safe here. No more 1v1s, looks like, in the Clash lane, as KK is playing a little bit safer.
Gotta be a bit more careful. And doesn't have necessarily the early prowess that he had on the Byron, and, you know, lulling himself into a false sense of security where Nighty did get that, you know, solo kill. Both of these laners just trying to scale up and get their resources, and without paying a little extra attention on the top side, waiting for a trap here to spring on the Nighty. Look, already! First blood! It comes at the cost of Duel of Death from Dowd, but he's willing to expend it and ensure that Keke is having a solid start in the early game.
Actually, the Duel to Death is super strong, locking down the targets, and we see that pay off as they're able to take down Twisted Minds Clash laner here. So definitely a great opener for them, and we're gonna have a replay here as they're both camping here. 2 ultimates spent on that kill, but again, first blood gonna go to the side of OG. Great pickup by them.
The fact that KK didn't even have to burn flash to set up the Truth Mantra, just really strong CC setup. You know, yikes, we were wondering if OG Esports was going to come into this game with a chip on their shoulder. And yeah, I think they're definitely mad. They're not, you know, too happy that 90 not only led the first blood, but also kind of started the first domino to knock down OG Esports in their first game. And they're starting with, you know what, we're going to make sure that 90 doesn't get a solo kill this game, as the trap is sprung upon Hailong, and frozen is CT Boy trying to set up future kills, but no one goes down for the side of OG Esports, even with Muchen being super low on HP.
Yeah, Wen again with a great full combo on the Lady Gen here. We know this guy is able to camp in bushes and get the perfect combos out. They were able to lock down Twisted Mind here and get a kill, which is pretty massive for them. Now 2-0 for Twisted Mind here. I mean, CT Boy is doing a lot so far. He's doing a lot of damage with the Cannon Blast here on the Mozu here. With the help of, you know, Gan and Mo, they're able to hit them from a lot of range. That's why Muchen here is low at most of the laning phase here.
Stay hidden.
So definitely a great pick from the Twisted Mind side, being able to poke out, but OG having the upper hand so far with 2 kills on their side.
Yeah, and because Shue is playing the Ogryn this time around, it's not necessarily a look we've never seen from any other jungler. So he just wants to scale on up and get as many resources as possible without being contested. Dao burning down this Tyrant, secures it cleanly with the Smite. Now the River fight, big knock-up on to Shue's Ogryn. The Duel of Death was not followed up by any other damage from OG Esports, so Shue is just able to skirt on out with the Path of Passing.
It seems like subbing out clean hasn't been really working well for them. It seems like that they do not have the aggressive playstyle that they did have last game. Twisted Mind has been playing a little bit safer, just poking out from distance and just waiting for Jouer to come around. But so far, he hasn't been able to do much on the Ogryn pick here, as he goes back to clear his jungle here. And OG just, you know, going back to their lanes, playing safe here after a heading gold for about 1,000.
Oh, big burst from Shanks. Good night, Wen. They're trying to set up that play as Hailong super low on the Gon and Mo, but will be able to walk out alive. A flash is forced out of Muchen since he was just about one auto attack away from dying. Shanks has been firing on all cylinders with the Chano, but on getting super close. He had popped the frenzies. He was able to at least 1v2 Shanks for a little bit there, but didn't have enough damage to finish him off.
Yeah, Shanks being able to use the first skill to get a little bit closer, knock back, and secure the kill there. Pretty massive for the Twisted Mind side here, as they get a bit of a, you know, control back into the game now with picking up that kill. The tower, if you look at it at the bot lane, is super low as well, so Chana should be able to pick up the tower here, get that on board for themselves. As we get a dive here on 90 here once again, Muchen locks down 90 with the help of Keke. They're able to secure the kill and pick up the tower. And as we mentioned before, bot lane tower is going to go ahead here and go to Shanks.
Damn. Yeah, that 90 solo kill on the Keke in the first game, I think it rubbed OG Esports the wrong way, because they have just been focusing down 90 every chance they could get, being able to send not now just Dowda on the top side, but multiple members. But it does give up the tier 1 turret, as you alluded to. Big advantage for Twisted Minds, almost being able to take out the second tier turret on the bot side, but now a big collapse here from Muchen, locking up CT Boy. Shue trying to dance around in the Seer state, gets the first execute onto Muchen, but now he's locked down by Dowdow's duel to the death. Here comes 90, maybe a chance for some revenge, flashing forward on the Mayin, knocks out Dowdow, but falls to On's Arlie as he's dancing around with the Parasols, being able to just glide in and out of the fights. Now he's under fire from Shanks, but cannot run him down, even on the Wolf. But Hailong is able to find another straggler in Wen, and Twisted Minds is still battling to the brink with OG Esports.
That was a lot of back and forth, but Keke, such a huge stun, being able to carry OG and bring them back into the fight. Even though Jouer was able to pick up an early kill on the Ogryn, he was able to lock them down, get the kills. And when not having any resources to get out, went down over there to Shanks on Highland. Overall, that was a great skirmish, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, this game is just making me even more excited for the time when Twisted Minds and OG Esports play each other in the knockout stage, where the stakes are going to be that much higher. And maybe this is just a chance where OG Esports and Twisted Minds can really find out a lot about each other, what their limits can be. Twisted Minds feeling even more emboldened and more confident to just throw everything into the basket and just try to see what they can do against, you know, what we have kind of regarded as the top team in the league in OG Esports.
Exactly, and both teams are kind of getting ready over this Overlord. A lot of poke coming out from City Boy with the fiery cannon blast here, and Eyelang also checking bushes constantly. Data almost poked out here. Twisted Mind, they do have the poke, and they do have these abilities that they can utilize here to check the brushes here.
Yeah.
They even have the Chano traps.
Yeah, now trying to burn down this Tyrant before the rest of Twisted Minds can rotate fast for it. On and Muchen had expended their ultimates in the previous skirmish as they were, you know, making their way towards the bottom side of the map. This tier 1 turret now exposed. No one from Twisted Minds will get a chance to defend it. On will be able to clean house on it. The gold lead still very, very close. Slightly ahead for OG Esports, but the way that Twisted Minds have been able to play back and forth, cannot count them out at this point.
And definitely not counting them out. I mean, they do have a lot of counter potential right here. We can see Dada going aggressively on 90. 90 being, you know, able to utilize his abilities and just CC immune a lot of the knockoff that Dada had over there and just get out freely. Pretty great play. But yeah, so far, I mean, the gold is pretty much even. The 1000 gold, you cannot even feel the difference as these teams are really close. You know, both macro and micro wise. So yeah, definitely cannot count on the goal difference here as they know their limits. They know how to play against each other. And another shadow objective is coming up in around 30 seconds, of which the next fight is going to happen for.
Yep. OG Esports putting all of their position into the top side. Members are trying to ward off these choke points and entrances into the river. They have to deal with the minion wave pushing into the tier 1 turret so that it doesn't get free tower damage. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds investing into the Shadow Tyrant. Big fight though, onto the front line. CT Boy is forced out using the flash. A lot of damage onto Dao Dao's Musashi here.
Yeah, seems like OG tried to get a pick right before the Tyrant, but it didn't happen. The Tyrant comes in with a knockoff that I have to entirely back here. Seems like RÜYA wants to go in, goes down right on KK. On the backline, 90 gets a kill on Wen. And seems like Musashi wants to go back, doesn't get a kill.
Okay, maybe a little bit more, but now Twisted Minds are starting to push their luck here, and they're getting rewarded for it. Shue on the Ogren. This is our first time seeing him on stage with Twisted Minds, and he is delivering right now. Triple kill on the Ogren. 4 members eliminated on OG side.
Yeah, he's taking after Clean, putting, you know, picking up the staff exactly where Clean left it off, and getting a triple kill here as a sub. Very massive for RÜYA here on the Ogren here, and that is going to open up the map for Twisted Mind as they were also able to secure the Shadow Tyrant.
Quite massive for Twisted Minds. It's now their first chance to get a pretty nice gold lead in this game, just above around 2,000 so far. Still not a game that is over for OG Esports, but they're starting to lose ground in these team fights where Twisted Minds are able to catch them, not necessarily in ready position. We saw around that, the bottom lip of that Tyrant fight, On was separated from the rest of the members. So while OG Esports had the CC down in the front, they had exhausted resources. They didn't have their damage dealers really lined up behind them. And Twisted Minds just getting full advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of the game, Musashi's gonna, you know, start falling off, especially when you go tank Musashi here. I mean, it is a counter to the Ogren, but seems like RÜYA here doesn't really care about that. He just keeps going after Keke, zoning him out, not allowing the Dharma to get in a position to, you know, fully combo and CC chain his teammates. And this is why he was able to get a triple kill. And now they pick up the Shadow Overlord. It's massive for them.
Twisted Minds are playing the map so well right now. The gold lead still just under 3,000 at the moment, but they're trying to extend it as much as possible. All outer turrets have been taken by Twisted Minds. It's now just high ground turrets standing in the way of them and an open crystal. And at this rate, Twisted Minds are setting themselves up for another game win against OG Esports.
Exactly. I mean, Twisted Minds playing definitely out of their mind right now. They won the first match strongly, and now they're putting up good numbers. Definitely looking at a win here with the Shadow Overlord Vanguards here pushing in. They might be able to make a play off of this one.
The fact that Twisted Minds were able to bounce back after a lot of resources were expended by OG Esports to shut down 90 in the top side and really snowball both Dao and Keke, they've overcome it. They now have the gold lead on their side, and with these Overlord Vanguards, pouring in through the lanes, it's been keeping OG Esports on the back foot for now. They haven't gotten a chance to reestablish control of the Gorge, not getting a chance to step up and take any of these camps away for themselves, although now Twisted Minds resetting on the map and making sure that they're getting ready for the next objectives.
Exactly. They were able to use Ocean of Tears, like Lady Zen's first ability that kind of creates this icicle to kind of zone out Twisted Mind from getting in. So great play from Wen, knowing, the impact that Lady Zen can have in these clearings. So they're able to utilize that and clear. And we can see here, he uses the Ocean Tears to try to use the built-in splendor that Lady Jen has as well against the Ganon mode. So great play overall from Jen when coming out here. But now, Tyrant gonna go again to the side of Twisted Mind, Rafa.
Twisted Minds have had full control of the Gorge now for the past 4 minutes. It seems like OG Esports have not been able to successfully step outside the ranges of their jungle with safety on their side. A lot of range from Twisted Minds is keeping them at bay. And now maybe a pick onto CT Boy. Good truth mantra by KK. At least gets the pick onto him, slamming him into the wall, but OG Esports can't find any more.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where On is using Arlie's second skill, Maple Dance, to kind of block out all of these poke coming out from Ganon Mo. And I think that is the perfect representation of Arlie right now, able to block out the cannon shots from City Boy and also Highline coming in repeatedly. So Maple Dance being huge as well. So OG definitely using the hero's limits to its best and getting back into the game from the look of it. Keke flashes in, trying to look for the Ganon mode. Doesn't work out really. They're going to have to fully back out here, as Lady Jen also goes for an ultimate over here.
Yamushin using an ultimate cost too. Not finding anything there, but OG Esports not going to be deterred just because they are down in gold and down in map pressure. But now this opens up an opportunity for Twisted Minds to get the Shadow Overlord, since multiple ultimates were expended. They're now back up for the side of OG Esports if they want to force their way in. A lot of damage already into the backline. Uh-oh. Shue goes in a little too deep, and without the backline there, the Ogryn is not going to be able to sustain through it all. Dao able to lead the charge on that one, also finding Hailong in the backside, and Twisted Minds now getting a little over their heads there. OG Esports, they're not going to even care about the Shadow Overlord. I think they're just going to push for as many high ground turrets as possible.
Yeah, this is definitely their time to push. Dada getting a sick double kill, being able to take down Jue here, and then just use his ultimate due to the death on Highline. Yeah, they're gonna go for an end here, Rafa.
Oh my goodness, 90 bites the dust here. Shue is gonna respawn in 5 seconds, but CT Boy falls and at least stops the minion wave from coming back in. But On trying to see if they want to tango for more, but OG Esports not going to press their luck here. They have the advantage where they still have numbers on the Gorge. Maybe they're going to look for more traps, but instead they're just going to push out the minion waves first before even thinking about a Shadow Overlord take.
I mean, they do already have a high ground tower down in the bot lane, so they're going to try to utilize that and get in. And we can see that with Yuchen trying to go in, locking down the Juya here, trying to go with the Musashi follow-up. On gets a kill on the Ogryn here.
OG Esports.
Could be the game, Rafa.
Got it, yeah, they got it. Twisted Minds had the advantage in that mid game, but OG Esports are able to endure. They find that one window around the Shadow Overlord, and they did not look back ever since, just being able to relentlessly push in through the base siege until they won the game.
Yeah, RÜYA getting that triple almost made it look like a twisted mind. You know, they had full control, they were able to win, but OG, they have the experience. They knew that they're going to be able to hold these high grounds with the power of when using that lady gen and the CC they have. They were able to hold these high grounds, and we saw that the moment OG was able to get that double kill around the Overlord on the Musashi, Dada having a great engage, picking off the Ogren, and then jumping right onto the Ganon mode, blocking the Ganon mode, the incoming damage with Illuminating Slash, was able to dive on the back, get the double kill, and they were able to not even take the Overload. They just went for the towers, they went for the objectives, they got the high ground tower, and right there, that's when OG was back in the game, and they were able to utilize that to finish off the game.
Yeah, very incredible stuff. And I think for OG Esports' sake, that game was a good challenge for them to see how can you bounce back after, experiencing a mid-game deficit, because they made solid early game plays, but then off of the fight around the Tyrant, they lost a lot of their momentum. They were down in gold, they were down in map pressure, their high ground turrets were getting sieged upon, but as you called out, they were able to use their tools to defend them from going down. And since the high ground towers were never exposed, they just waited for Twisted Minds to isolate themselves, looking for an objective setup. And it was the one time that all the members weren't, in sync with each other on Twisted Minds side, taking that Overlord, and OG Esports able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, they were able to take advantage of the super minions coming in as well on the OG side, so they were able to just utilize the tankiness, the health bars of those minions, and push in and take down the crystals. But yeah, I would say great play from Anne here on the early 515, a lot of gold. It definitely was one of the carries, but I would say Keke, large impact on the Dharma, being able to lock down a lot of the characters on the side of Twisted Mind in most of these fights. A lot of the kills was happening because of Keke on the Dharma, so great play. 104,000 damage on the early. Wow.
Yeah, I think this was a nice look for OG Esports to flex around their carry resources. We know that On is a very capable carry from the farm lane, so is Wen from the mid lane, but so much of these games have been purely dominated just thanks to Dowdo getting a massive lead on, one of the aggressive heroes that he has in his pool. Keke being able to take over the game on something like a Guan Yu or even the Mulan we've seen in the past, right? But a great chance for OG Esports farm laner to show that he's also a carry. But of course, as you called out, so many great Truth Mantra setups for Keke. He picks up the MVP.
Yeah, he picks up the MVP, 306 KDA, damage taken 16%, damage dealt 11%, total gold 20%. Definitely another great performance by Keke in the Clash lane. We know that this guy's, does really well on heavy crowd control, heavy heroes, and we're gonna see some of that right now in these highlights as he's able to go in here, get a clean ultimate on 2 heroes on the side of Twisted Minds, gets a double kill for himself. Over here, he just chases down targets. You can see that Keke is present throughout all these team fights, Rafa.
He was making use of the hero pick to its full potential there, and just at least getting a confidence win for themselves. The game one, definitely not Keke's best light, and Nighty getting the advantage of him in that, 1v1 early on that did lead into a massive snowball for the side of Twisted Minds, but nice for Keke to pick one back up, propped up by his teammates, and then deliver and say, yeah, you know what? You got me. You got me one game, but there's a reason why I'm one of the best, if not the best Clash laner in the tournament. And now it's up to OG Esports to continue that momentum now that they got the win back on their side, which we will find out as we get ready for Game 3 right after this break.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reason.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our third game of this banger series that is evolving on the Gorge here between Twisted Minds and OG Esports. OG Esports strike back. They definitely had a statement to make there, yikes, as they did not want to be dethroned so quickly by Twisted Minds at this stage in the tournament. They got to prove that they're the best team in the league for a reason, and they made their way to the top of the standings, with that pride in mind. Now, Twisted Minds on the back foot once again. This was them trying to test out their sub-jungler, Shui, on the Ogren. And I think, to be fair, yikes, he did look pretty solid. It was just only one fight that went wrong for Twisted Minds, and OG Esports never gave control back.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely wasn't somewhat of a problem. I mean, he did have a great performance, picking up a triple kill here, so you cannot blame that loss on Julia at all. And seems like he's gonna be staying in for another attempt, of Twisted Mind testing out their jungler here. And this time around, they're gonna go with the red side, Rafa.
Okay, so they'll have a chance to go for counter pick, just like in the second game where OG Esports had elected to take blue side. Twisted Minds, as you saw in the global VP, no Ogren available for the rest of the series. So now we'll see if Shui is what kind of archetype heroes he liked to go for. It maybe we kind of put Ogren as yeah, everyone will play it because it's just such a powerful hero, right? So it doesn't necessarily designate whether you're, a tank player, if you want to go for invades, you just kind of play the Ogren playstyle because it's just so strong. But going into this game, maybe we'll get a chance to see what is Shue's role for the team. What is kind of his preferred comfort play style.
Yeah, definitely I want to see some, assassins coming out of Shue here to try to kind of play like how Clean played with that Fade, being able to assassinate the entire backline. Here he had more of a frontline role on the Ogren, being able to tank some of the incoming damage from the OG side, which didn't really work out for them other than that fight where he was able to get a triple kill. But we're gonna jump right into the draft as OG's now again on the blue side. They're gonna go ahead here and go with the classic Dolia ban, while Twisted Mind gets to ban their first hero right here as well.
Liang taken off the table, so no Princess Frost Liang combo there. My Shiranui also eliminated, so Hailong won't get a chance to use that hero to his potential. If Twisted Minds want to continue down the lines, they don't need to ban Arlie because OG Esports already played it.
They already played the Arlie here, so we're gonna see what they're gonna pick, and it's gonna be the Guan Yu for Keke.
I entrust you with my life.
Wow,
he's getting spicy, Rafa.
He just blind picked it. I feel like there's a lot being said in how early these picks are being locked in for OG Esports. We saw in the second game where Nighty immediately took the Mayin, not afraid of what OG was going to, lock in as a counter pick. And normally you kind of wait to see if Mayin is going to go against the Dharma or not, which they kind of knew that OG Esports was going to take. This time around, Keke is just like, yeah, this is one of my favorite heroes in the entire game. I'm just going to lock it in. You've got nothing to fight me with it for.
And it seems like they're going to pick up the pay here for Julia this time around. Long goes to Twisted Mind as well. And again, Twisted Mind going in with banning out Muchin's top late heroes, banning out the Zhongfei, banning out the Liang, not giving them the Liang Princess Frost, while OG here is going to pick up the Ogren and Lady Sun for themselves, while Shay is going to go to Twisted Mind side for the mid lane here for Highline.
Doesn't look like Twisted Minds will have the Byron locked in for themselves this early on, but trying to guarantee some of these late game insurance factors for themselves. Long for Shanks, as you called out. This is going to be Shue's first look on the pay now. Have a chance to see if he can accelerate and use this hero to its full potential. Something that we've, respectfully named Dao Dao the Tiger of the West for a reason, since up until this series, he had never lost a game, and every time he picked up the pay, it seems like he was always in control from start to finish. But Twisted Mind's now starting to ban away some mid lane options from Wen.
Yeah, Yixin is getting banned out along with the Princess Frost. Even though they already had the Liang ban, they still don't want to give Princess Frost to the side of OG. They do have a lot of CC and slow that they could pair up with the Guan Yu and the Ogren here, with the Lady Son just hitting them from the back line. So definitely a great ban coming out from Twisted Mind side, knowing how OG has been playing so far. And a Byron ban comes out from OG for the last ban. That is a lot of CC being taken away from Twisted Mind that was gonna probably block out the Guan Yu.
Or at least just be able to fight for some early priority in that lane, as we know that the pay with the Byron has been a staple combo. Nighty being very vocal about what he wants as an option, just trying to talk with his team if they want to go ahead and lock in the Clash laner of choice and keep things hidden for the support role, but instead they're guaranteeing the Lian Po for CT Boy and taking it away from Wu Chen.
Exactly, picking up the Lian Po here is going to be a massive pickup, as well as OG now is going to have to scramble around and look for their own support, which is going to be the Mutsu. It's not going to be that bad. And pairing it up with the Gan and Mo and having Lady Sun already, that is a lot of range, Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, this was the combo that Twisted Minds were using in Game 2, and to their credit, was almost successful. It almost gave them the dub until that one last play. Ooh. Oh, this would be insanely spicy. Keke knows that Mulan is kind of like his favorite hero. And if Nighty were to lock that in against Keke, that would be crazy. But you know what? It's the Charlotte instead. This is a hero that both of these Clash laners really like on their side. And it doesn't provide nearly as much, crowd control as some of the other Clash laners do. But it is one that if you get a head on, you are so strong in the side lane.
Exactly. I mean, Charlotte still has a lot of mobility, has like a bunch of CC immunity and also healing in her kit. So she's going to be able to be the person to get into the back line, just like how Guan Yu is going to be playing here. He knows that Keke is going to want to go on the back line, try to go on the Lone, go on the She, or even on the Pei. So Charlotte here on Nighty is going to be trying to kind of play the same style, just go on the back line, be annoying, try to kill the Lady Sun, kill the Gan and Mo, who are not really good in the close-up fights here.
Getting a chance to look at the two compositions one last time, Yikes. I want to get your insight here. Where do you see a lot of the action? Obviously, we know that with something like Pei, you want to play through a lane proactively and get those early advantages to knock down early tier 1 turrets. But since you don't have the Byron on your side, do you still play to the Clash lane with the Charlotte, or is there another lane you want to play to instead?
I mean, Charlotte still has a good amount of damage and mobility that is going to allow them to kind of, get through the map still with the Pei. But I just don't think Twisted Mind has the damage to try to kind of go for invades here. They do have the Lian Po that could create space, but I just don't think this is something that's going to be possible with the presence of the Guan Yu, having the mobility, being able to go around the map and just, disrupt so many fights. So yeah, the Guan Yu is definitely a perfect pick to counter the Pei here. And we're about to just find out, as they're both right here, Keke pushing out Zhue out and blocking him off, potentially.
That was a little scary. If OG Esports knew that Shuei was going to pop up right there and had more members there, that could have been an early first blood, since Keke had just pushed them back into enemy territory. But the rest of Twisted Mind's going to have to regroup here. Shuei pushing out the mid lane with Hai Long so that he can get the guaranteed level 2 alongside that boar camp. But nicely done by Dao Dao. As you saw, he was able to slink his way into the blue buff uncontested. No one answered him, and he yoinks away the first buff of the game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as all of that was happening with Keke and Zhue in the mid lane as he was pushing him back, they got info that Jue is not going to be able to make it into his jungle at the proper time. So Dada takes that time, use the Ogren skills to go through the wall. It's going to be able to invade and steal away the Azure Golem, which is the perfect play that you want to see from OG.
Very signature for Dowdow to find those advantages and immediately spring upon them, not wasting the window there. Already kind of accelerated on the Ogren. Still level 4, matched by Shue's Pei, but at least Dowdow is able to avoid the early pressure of this Tigermancer so far. And Dowdow, as long as he is able to get a lot of farm, we know how strong an Ogren can be.
Exactly, and he's definitely getting the farm he needs, being able to steal away that Azure Golem early on into the game. Seems like the Twisted Mind side, again, playing against the Guan Yu side here, trying to lock him down. They're going to try to steal away that Portal Sprite on the top side, and Pei is going to take it right away. Try to go back in the mid lane, try to catch the wave here, as the entire Twisted Mind side is trying to collapse down in the mid lane as well to protect. While the Azure Golem seems to be the next objective here for the OG side.
They want to go for it again. Dowdow now slinking on over with the Path of Passing. Doesn't get a chance to steal it away, but actually it was Wen that secured it. So even if Dowdow doesn't get it, as long as you're denying resources away from Shue's Pei, the goal is still achieved.
Yeah, I believe freshly forged by Ven here was used to reset the cooldowns of his abilities and be able to just one-shot the Azure Golem there. I mean, dang. You wasted an entire ultimate for it, but it was a pretty massive steal. And look at that, freshly forged is already back, so definitely a good steal on this side of OG here, picking up the Azure Golems back to back. I mean, Pei hasn't had a blue buff just yet.
Yeah, definitely not the most ideal start for something like a Pei, and OG Esports just trying to take advantage of these windows, knowing how strong they can be if you can put the Pei behind and not allow him to accelerate and maintain that level advantage. Because it's now Dowdow that is currently a level ahead thanks to all of the counter jungling and the resource denial they've been able to do.
Exactly, and we see that, you know, Mew Chen on, and also when they're playing from distance, Dowdow tries to walk in, try to be annoying, try to frontline, while the backline is just dishing out damage, doing a bunch of poke. And we can see Highline here goes for a play on the Lady Soon. She's gonna definitely go down here. First blood going to Shanks. Highline dragging Lady Sun all the way down to the middle of the lane here, Rafa.
Yeah, On just stepping a little too far forward. I'm not sure if he didn't have any vision on the rest of the members of Twisted Minds making that collapse, but now that guarantees... Oh, no, it's Dowdow that yoinks the Tyrant away. Twisted Minds definitely had the right to start up the objective because they had the numbers advantage on them, but Dowdow just being so crucial on the smite allows OG Esports to still be in the lead.
Yeah, it seems like the nerves are kind of kicking in for the Twisted Mind side, missing that smite. Definitely not great, especially after they were able to get a pick on the Lady Sun. But again, they're attempting for another dive here as Lian Po goes all the way in, tries to dive using the ultimate, but doesn't work out. And when rotating down, picks up the kill on the Lian Po.
Yeah, nicely done by Buchen to land that cannon blast. As soon as that connects, you see On willing to flash forward to guarantee the kill alongside Wen's freshly forged ultimate there. Okay, now roaming back to the top side while Nighty was getting some kills. Another all-in, the Infinite Vastness being used to reposition, but Shanks was trying to see if he could at least trade a kill. Forced to flash away from the cannon blast, otherwise that would have taken it. But Wen shows up again on the bot side. Wen has something to say. Pushing forward, is able to get another kill on the high long. He's popping off, but here comes Shui, being able to pounce off the wall and at least trade one back on the Moochen in the end.
Yeah, Wen does not care. He just went for the double kill, using Guard Her Grave, using the first skill to get up close, knock back, and secure the double kill, as he's gonna have to burn the flash to get away from the Pei. But yeah, great play so far by Wen on these rotations, Rafa.
Yeah, he has been making his presence felt. Knowing that Hai Long, definitely a fan of making those early rotations happen. Now Dowdow in the 1v2, Tremor Smash used by CT Boy to try and lock him down, but this is an Ogren. He can just go to a wall and use the Path of Passing to slink on over. Now CT Boy's in trouble because he's getting invaded on by the rest of OG Esports. He's forced to run to the safety of his right side jungle. The rest of Twisted Minds trying to maintain maintain pressure as Dodo going for a steal attempt. Conductor of Souls used. He steals the blue buff again. Are you kidding me? And don't tell me he gets out alive, right? Oh man, Dodo is just putting the pain in Shue's jungle game.
A lot of individual plays coming out from the side of OG. We saw Ven getting a double kill earlier, and now Dodo doesn't care. He knows that, he knows his limits, using Path of Passing, getting to the Azure Golem here once again, using Conductor of Souls right on Jue, challenging him, stealing it away, and barely making it out, showing his dominance here. OG definitely playing a lot more confident after that last match win here.
Yeah, this is a lot more like the old OG Esports we have come to know and love from the majority of the tournament. You know, that first game that was brought up by Twisted Minds, definitely a surprise, not just for us, but definitely for OG Esports. But I think you called it. It was the wake-up call they needed to get back into this game and lock in and show who the best team in the Major West League is, as OG Esports continue their reign on the Gorge, pressing forward. Dodo wants to get one more kill on a CT boy as he's now trading easily into Shue. Pops the Conductor of Souls for more HP, but Dodo, he's all by himself. He may have pushed this fight a little too far forward. Shue finally able to take him down with the enhanced execute damage, but now Keke gonna get revenge maybe for his fallen jungle comrade. Shue cut off the cannon blast. Great use there, but he's able to pounce away. So slippery on this Death to Pay, and not even the cannon blast from Muchen, who was trying to flash forward and look for the snipe there. CT Boy flashing forward now, trying to tunnel out. Oh, wait a minute, Twisted Minds are starting to cook here. Maybe Nighty's able to look for more onto Muchen. He fires out a cannon blast. The Wen from afar, able to fire on back and keep them at bay. Yikes, this is crazy.
This is a mess, Rafa. These players are playing with their ego and pride, just going for kills at this point from the look up. Julia barely making it out, but Dodo, he really wanted that double kill on the Liampo, and Julia didn't work out. Keke going under the tower, using Razor Cavalry, trying to dish out Julia, doesn't work out. This is insane. This is getting spicy, Rafa.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds are at least being able to hold their ground is a good sign to come for an exciting rematch once OG Esports and Twisted Minds play in the knockout stage again. And remember, this is Shue, the sub-jungler, coming in. At first, Dodo has been trying to show his dominance and bully him and take away all of these cams, but in that, 1v2, Shue able to hold his ground, showing that, Dodo can't just solo him out by himself. And then when it came to the collapse from OG Esports, Shue is still able to slip away.
Yeah, definitely being able to utilize the Tiger form, being able to leap out was a great move from Shue here. And I mean, even being a sub here, he's showing that he is still a top tier player and he's able to compete against one of the top junglers in the tournament, Dodo. So definitely great performance so far from Shue. Right now he's 2-0 on the kills. Definitely a great KDA to have as a pay player. He does have a lot of farm as well here.
He's still been able to pick up a lot of resources despite all of the blue gold. Like, he hasn't gotten a chance to secure a single blue buff for himself this entire game, at least on his side of the map, and he doesn't care. He's still picking up resources wherever on the map that he can get them. He's maintained a gold advantage over Dodo, also thanks to the fact that he got the shutdown on him when they pushed out. Now, we got shadow objectives spawning in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a big fight happening here as we see Dodo actually try to go on the top of CT Boy.
Shue is going in. Infinite Vastness already used by Shanxi forced out of the fight. The fight is now into the river, but Shue is going crazy on the pay before he's finally trampled by KK on the horse rider, and Guan Yu. Dodo getting the execute in the Seer state. There was a moment where Hailong was forced out of the fight early too, thanks to a flash cannon blast by Muchen.
Yeah, Razor Cavalry right there by KK, being able to utilize the pushes that he had on Shue, was able to save them this fight. Shue definitely had one of the greatest flanks I've seen on the pay, being able to pick out the Lady Sun early on into the fight. So Shue, again, showing why he is a top tier jungler, but that doesn't go too well for them as Tyrant is going to go to the side of OG. And things are still even, Rafa. Even though Tyrant was picked up here, things are even. This could be a chance for Twisted Minds to try to look for the Overlord and make a play through that.
Yeah, it's starting to be very reminiscent of game 2 during the ranking week, where both teams were dealing blow for blow, showing that at their peaks, potentially, Twisted Minds can easily rival OG Esports. They've already been able to show that they've bested OG Esports in one game, and Twisted Minds, even with a sub-jungler, Shuei, as you called out, has stepped up to the plate. He's shown that he is just as high a level as most of the players here on the Gorge here. But now Twisted Minds just have to fight back for control, because OG Esports are the ones pushing them out of the jungle and trying to maintain control of this river.
Exactly, and we can see City Boy jumping in, trying to get some vision, and he does get poked out, but again and more again, and this is what OG wants. They want to hit from range, be able to poke out targets, so Dada can easily walk in and get those executions with the passives of Pei whenever he uses the first and the ultimate skills here. But Dada using Path of Passing, trying to get through the walls here. KK here.
He was waiting, yikes. He was waiting for Twisted Minds to overstep. Just waiting for the right opportunity in the bush so that he could make the flank happen. And just like that, 2 members picked off, but a great pick off by Shanks. At least equalizes some of the kills back over on their side. No more Lady Sun for the side of OG Esports. Infinite Fastest. Whoa, he popped out and he still makes it out alive. Shanks able to escape with a clean execute.
Yeah, Shanks got a double kill there. Use Infinite Vastness to get out. But we saw both of the mid laners actually having to burn Flash as they were challenging each other. So Shay and Gan and Mo also burning Flash here. So pretty massive fight again from both sides, but seems like Twisted Minds, they really want to go for this Overlord, as Dada is still down and is already halfway, Rafa.
Yeah, Muchen getting vision with the Cannon Blast. No! The Overlord with the freshly forged ultimate. OG Esports mid laner stepping up to the plate and yoinking the objective.
Again, when showing up when you need him. Look at this guy on the OG, on the Ganamo. Man, he's scary. He's lethal on this hero.
Damn, that would have been super nice for Twisted Minds to have right in the wake of being able to pick off Dowdow thanks to Shank's efforts there, but it is all for naught here, yikes. Shadow Overlord secured for a great snipe from Wen, and now OG Esports are going to have the ability to push in on all 3 lanes and can deploy the empowered Shadow Vanguard in whatever lane they want to choose.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be able to utilize this to push, and we can see that already happening with the range that they have on the OG side, on the Lady Sun, on the Motzi, and the Ganon Mo. Being able to poke out here is going to be massive, and these Shadow Vanguards are going to go ahead here and tank these towers. You can see them already utilizing the range, and now they're just playing for the mid and top side of the map.
Yeah, Hailong, I think, used the Splendor. Is that the item that allows you to go into stasis mode? Yeah, so Hailong just being very respectful to the long-range damage and potential for CC setup there from OG Esports, because Gan Mo for Wen is now at the point where he is almost one-shotting members off of the long range, or at least chunking them to very low health percentages. The Empowered Vanguard starting to push through on the top high ground tower.
Yeah, KK is gonna be definitely looking for an engage here once some of the stuns land in here. He's just trying to, you know, dish out the Lianpo here. Doesn't really work out. They're just playing it safe. They don't want to get counter engaged by the CP Boy Lianpo here. But Shanks has a different idea, almost taking out Dowda.
And Dowda getting a little too close for comfort there. Shanks making sure that he is forcing them off the high ground tower, but OG Esports get what they came for. Objective secured, structure has been destroyed, and now empowered minions will be pouring in through the top side as a constant sign of pressure for Twisted Minds to have to deal with. Tyrant, maybe Shuei can get in and steal it. No doubt I was clean with the smite, and Shuei might be a little too far forward. Even someone mobile like the Pei, not gonna make the escape this time, and here comes KK once again. The Razor Cavalry makes the flank happen, cuts Twisted Minds off at the knees. No more room to stand. All 5 members are aced, and OG Esports will take it into the base and bring us to match point.
Wow, what an amazing juggle by OG Esports. As soon as they secure the Tyrant, they chase down for the kills, get a clean team ace, double kill going to Dada. Dada shining once again, and this is OG's match to win 2-1 to OG.
One more game, and they will be able to clean out the series, being able to cement themselves. Even though they've lost the game to Twisted Minds, no longer undefeated in game score, they can at least maintain an undefeated series score for the sake of their tournament run. And Dao Dao being able to still show some dominance on the Ogren. I have to give some props over to Shue, was able to make some pretty nice escapes on the pay. And I think Twisted Minds all getting up, getting a chance to, you know, talk about maybe one last strategy they can try to net another game win away from OG Esports before the series is closed out. We might even get a chance to see Clean come back into the fold.
I mean, Shuya definitely had great escapes and also had great flanks throughout the game on the pay. Obviously, this very last fight, he got caught out by the Ogren and also the Lady San, you know, slowing him down and also blasting him at the very last second as they got the Tyrant. But yeah, Jouet definitely putting up a great performance. Maybe not as clean as Clean has been performing on the Twisted Mind fight. But yeah, maybe they'll be able to sub in Clean, you know, bring him back after a little bit of break. You know, he got a 2-game break, and they might bring him back here to show OG that, you know, they're going to be able to beat him. Or maybe they just wanted to sub out Clean so he can have a little bit of a break and get prepared for next week, as they're probably going to, you know, meet OG again in the grand finals, possibly.
Yeah, there's a chance that either Shue is getting stage time just so that they have that as a, you know, I mean, there's multiple variables that could be in place here. We've seen in other esports and other titles and other leagues that when a team is subbing out, you know, a 6-man, sometimes the person that goes onto the bench gets a chance to listen to all the team comms and identify things that you can improve on that you don't get to easily identify when you're in the game with the team, right? Maybe you get it because when you're playing, you can't always look at all the lanes, you know, at various points in time, because you have to look at what your home gameplay is, you know, doing. But the fact that Clean has been sitting in the back room and watching the games and listening to the team comms, you get a lot of valuable intel that you may be able to use going forward into your future series. And, you know, as you called out, it at least gives Shue some stage time in case they need to swap him out.
Exactly, and we're looking at the graphs here. We can see this was a pretty dominant game by OG, as the entire graph was pretty much red. They were able to get a bunch of the gold. The Ogren pick for Dada here, he was able to constantly use the path of passing to go through the walls and be able to, I believe he secured around 4 Azure Golems. And with that being said, MVP is gonna go to win. Ganon Mo, 3-1 for KDA. Damage taken 7%. Damage dealt 30%. Total gold 20%. Definitely a deserved MVP. He was able to snipe out a bunch of targets, burning a lot of flash, and at the end of the game, a lot of splendors on highlight.
And not to mention the Shadow Overlord steal on top of it as well. I mean, this guy was just on fire from start to finish. From the early game roams, as you called out, being able to just get a lot of pressure back onto the bot side of the map, and then just forcing so many cooldowns later on. Yeah, this, I think, for when the Ganon Mo, I think it deserves a title. I don't know what to call it yet, yikes, but we're going to have to cook up a title for win on the Ganon Mo.
I mean, definitely something with a sniper here, but we're gonna have to think about that maybe probably for next week. We're probably gonna have another chance to play again on Mo. We're gonna have to go back and really think about these titles that we're gonna come up with, make sure they fit the players here. But yeah, definitely a great performance from the OG side, and I expect them to kind of take this to a 3-1. You know, they came back pretty confident in the last 2 matches, but we're gonna find out in just a bit, as we're gonna take a break here and get back to you guys shortly. So make sure to stay around.
Turn it back. me down. Look at me lying down when I run, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the drunk, go find a way to the palace I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our fourth game of the series between OG Esports and Twisted Minds. This is match point for OG Esports, and you know, for anyone that is just tuning into the series and wondering, wait, what the heck? Twisted Minds got a game off? Yeah, you know what? They did it. In the very first game of the series, Twisted Minds were able to end the undefeated streak for OG Esports. Now, the next goal on their plate would actually be take a full series win off of OG Esports, but right now, does not seem likely with the current momentum that OG have.
Yeah, OG definitely learned their lesson losing the first match to Twisted Mind. They knew they were undefeated. They came here with a lot of confidence, you know, trying to play with their food, as one would say. But it failed. Twisted Mind being able to outplay them, picking the Fade, even though they were able to ban out a lot of junglers out of Clean. They weren't able to secure the win, and Clean just cleaned house with the Fade. But now looking at the ban and picks here, since this is a global ban and pick, OG side not going to be able to play any of the heroes picked on the left side, and Twisted Mind, none of the heroes on the right side. So if you guys want to take a screenshot and just look back, you know, just keep a record of that. But yeah, Rafa, those are not going to be heroes that they're going to be able to play here. A lot of heroes have been picked. This is going to be game 4, and Twisted Mind is going to choose the red side here.
We'll see if Twisted Minds can get anything off of this red side counter pick potential. Shue still back in the lineup, as you called it, Yikes. I think just getting as much playtime as possible for Twisted Minds in the case of a, you know, either an emergency or they have a legitimate strategy they want to have where going into the knockout stage, Twisted Minds want to swap between Clean and Shue to see if there's like specific hero pools that they want to start practicing in, or just having an advantage of different playstyles will be leveraged for the team. Now, a lot of heroes are kind of that are trademarked by both of these junglers, or are mainly Dao Dao, is now gone. I wonder if Dao Dao decides to go for the Fade.
Ooh, that's definitely an option. I would say there's definitely other heroes he can pick up here. I mean, he already played the Musashi, the Ogren, and we saw the Pei picked up, so that doesn't leave him too many choices. But yeah, I mean, we've seen him pick out the Fade. I could see, I mean, potentially, I do want to see somewhat of like a Han Shin, but again, we have the Ogudo, we have the Juan, so there's a lot of tanky junglers, but we know that that is not the playstyle of Dao Dao. He likes to carry, he likes to be in the spotlight, and hopefully we can see some, you know, Han Shin. As a Han Shin player, I would love to see that, but we're gonna get right into the draft as OG is gonna go ahead here, ban the Guan Yu out. Obviously they played it last game. KK had an insane performance on it. Twisted Mind not giving away the Liang. They've banned it every game, Rafa.
Yeah, they are not getting to see the Liang Frost combo ever this game. You know what? They've seen it one too many times, and after a performance like that from Wen on the Gon and Mo, yeah, you don't need the Princess Frost to be enabled by something like the Liang from Mu Chen as well. Now, OG Esports paying respect to Nighty and getting a chance to use the Guan Yu will not get a chance to do it, and the respect continues for the Mai from Hailong.
Exactly, the Mai gets banned out from Hailong. Also Zhang Fei, so pretty classic ban. Twisted Mind has been banning the Zhang Fei and Liang whenever they got the chance from Mu Chen here. And OG is gonna go ahead here and first pick Dolia for themselves to try to kind of play around the Lung and the Alain that they haven't played yet, Rafa.
Alright, so what kind of heroes OG wanna snag for themselves on the second rotation here? Yikes. Are we thinking Alain? Oh, and Twisted Mind saying, yeah, you want the Death at Sunset ×2 combo, and we're not going to give it to you.
I mean, this is definitely an outdraft because Twisted Mind already played the long, I believe, so OG knew that. And since this is during the picking phase of the draft, now they're going to definitely secure the long for themselves. So let's see if OG is going to be able to pick it up or if that's something they want to pick up here. Luna is going to get picked up here as well for Dada. That is a great amount of mobility and shield. And yeah, Long is gonna get locked in. The Dolia and Long get locked in for the OG side, the classic combo, the double infinite vastness, and damn, that is an insane outdraft by OG, I would say.
Yeah, an amazing late game carry drafted for On, who has, stepped up to the plate when Dao Dao has taken to the tank initiation reins, being able to show that OG Esports, if Dao Dao is challenged and he's not, put on a carry, it doesn't necessarily mean it is game over for OG Esports. On can carry, Wen can carry, Keke can carry. Wu Chen has always been such a strong standout support player, being able to flex around on frontline duty with like Liam Po, or just creating a lot of utility plays with Dolia and the Diadia. Now we head into the second round of bans. Lady Sun was locked in for Shanks, and now they're trying to eliminate mid lane options from Wen.
Yeah, the Yixin gets banned out, the Princess Frost, the Lady Gen from OG, they already know that, Twisted Mind hasn't picked up their mid laner, and OG already played the Lady Gen. It has a lot of CC, it has the built-in Splendor where she's able to go untargetable, do a lot of damage, and the CC, the slow coming from the ultimate freezing target. So Lady Gen, definitely great pick. Definitely great ban, and Yuhan here also gets banned out with Nuwa being one of the last options here for Twisted Mind being picked up.
This was actually a combo being denied. The Dolia and the Nuwa, we saw that Movistar Core were able to use to great success in one of their series wins against Halo Gaming. Twisted Minds being very wary that that was a combo they could lock in. Oh, but what is this? And Sunse.
Oh my god. We're getting a Zia, Rafa. This is going to be so fun to watch. If this match actually goes to the late game, if you guys don't know, Zia is able to pretty much go beyond the levels that it is 15. The max level here in the game is 15. But Zia is going to be able to use Sanctify to pretty much go beyond that level, and he can pass that on to another teammate. So if we get a Lung that is gonna go beyond level 15 here, Rafa.
Oh my goodness. OG. Yeah, OG Esports are basically saying, you want to go late game? Let's go late game, baby. Let's go beyond level 15, and they will still maintain that advantage. So even if Twisted Minds are competitive with them early on, they try to, stop them from early blitzing, OG Esports just say, all right, bet. Let's flip a couple Tempest Dragons. Why not go 25 minutes? Because the longer the game goes on, the more powerful OG Esports will get, because they have infinite scaling now.
Yeah, Zia, definitely a great pickup. It's a great substitute to Princess Frost. He does have a lot of CC, has a lot of range. It's definitely right up Wen's alley as far as the heroes pools go. He does play the Gan and Mo, so this guy knows how to land a lot of the skills from range, and this is where Zia is going to scale. You have the first ability that is going to be able to do a bunch of damage, slow the targets. You have the second ability, which is pretty much a knock-up after a bit of a charge. And you have the ultimate, which is called Universal Law and does a bunch of magic damage. And once you are able to unlock Sanctify, you're going to be able to freely move around and just dish out a lot of damage. And we're going to get to see that probably in this game as both teams get on the gorge, walking down the mid lane here, getting ready to fight.
It's 3 members dedicated to the early push, with both CT Boy, Shanks, and Hai Long at least getting the early shove onto the lane. And all 3 members are going to book it towards the bottom side of the map. I don't know if they can look for an early roam or collapse, because the other big pick for Twisted Minds was actually the Ming. That's a hero that we don't get a chance to see that often.
Yeah, they definitely picked up the Ming here, as Gan and Mo is not playable by the OG side anymore. So they're gonna get the easy Lady Sun Ming combo that we see. They're gonna get to, farm a little bit easier, as Gan and Mo is not gonna be there to burst down the Ming. We usually get the Ming, you know, kind of cut out of the fights with the Ganonmo whenever it's available, so that's not going to happen now. But again, we have Xia that could potentially poke out and deal a lot of damage here, but that's going to be later into the game for them.
A lot of deceptive healing that can come out from this Ming hero here for Twisted Minds. Always can be the difference maker if there is a close skirmish and OG Esports try to all in for a kill and then, you know, forget how much, you know, CT Boy can use his own HP to save one of his falling allies.
Exactly, and seems like we do have a camp from the OG side down in the bot lane as a Dolia and Monk engage right up onto the Lady Son. But they seem to be the people actually going down here on the OG side as they took a lot of damage. When it's going to go down, it's going to try to get as much as damage output possible before he dies to Juya here on the Dawn.
Yeah, Hai Long being able to use his global power in the emergence. Roams on over, answers Wen, who was going for the early tower dive on the Zuya, and as you saw, once he burned the flash, his escape route was already cut off, so there's nowhere for him to go. And meanwhile, Dao Dao had just been farming up on the top side, taking some resources for himself. Nice way for Twisted Minds to at least start off the early game.
Yeah, definitely a great catch on the Zuya right there on Wen. It's going to stop some of his scaling. But again, this is going to be a late game match for OG. They're going to try to take this game as late as possible. So they're going to be able to hit the Sanctify and, you know, break the game's level barrier here and try to go past level 15, dish out a lot of damage. But, I mean, they already have Dolia for the Loon, so they don't even need the Xia here. So far, great play by both teams.
Nighty just waiting to see if Keke wants to step up for a treat on the River Sprite, but Keke is not going to contest for it, even though he is a level up. Doesn't use the set sail quite yet. A lot of damage being used by both sides. As now quick roam from Dao Dao. Now wants to make the catch. And Nighty could be in trouble here. The flash not going to even come out. He knew that he was dead to right. Death that Sunset used, but the set sail clipping it with that knockup. As on the bot side, On forced to use the ult to escape.
Actually, On has to use his ultimate Infinite of Fastness to escape, but that doesn't really matter. He does have Nuchin on the Dolia that could reset that, so burning the ultimate on Luke in this game doesn't really matter much, even though he has a very long cooldown. The resets are gonna come through, and On doing a lot of damage to Shanks already. We can see that the Dolia reset comes down for the On's Infinite Vastness here, as the Tyrant is gonna be taken by Juya here. They're gonna get out on the Twisted Mind side.
Yeah, Dao Dao not even trying to contest the Tyrant, is just accelerating his level pace. He's already 2 levels above Shui on the Dune. 9 to 7. Just trying to become as big as possible. Now taking solo lane farm on the top side. Here comes a set sail. Maybe Keke can look for it.
Hasn't been able to get a pick, but he's gonna go on the Dune right here. Nobody gets on the boat here, trying to set sail with Keke. Feeling a little lonely, so he's gonna have to back.
Damn. You know what, Keke? I would jump on that boat with you, dog. Every single time you feel like you want to engage, I'm right there with you, bro. Singing some Lonely Island with T-Pain. I'm on a boat, right? You know, unfortunately with that skin, yeah, it's technically a dragon. You know, we've seen some skins from the Sunsei where sometimes it's a boat, sometimes it's a dragon, sometimes it's a Lambo too.
Yeah, it's a car. Yeah, I mean, definitely, I haven't seen anyone jump, you know, hop on Sunsei's boat throughout the tournament so far. But yeah, definitely, if there was someone to jump on a boat with, it was gonna be Keke. He's a pretty good class laner.
Potential big engage from Shui. Oh my goodness, the snipe with the Annihilation puts an end to Keke's life, and the overload into the mid lane guarantees the tier 1 turret falling. Meanwhile, Nighty trying to fend off Dao Dao, who had tried to start up the Overlord. Not gonna get a chance to secure it for themselves. Twisted Minds have the opportunity to now look for it, and yep, Overlord is secured.
Yeah, Overlord is secured. Keke tried to kind of, you know, use the set sail to defend the mid tower. Didn't really pay off, and it's gonna go down because of that. But On is able to secure the bot lane tower here, and it seems like that Data might be caught out as well here.
Unless he's setting up a trap. He springs right on top of Shanks, but he's able to slink away with the flash. Sets sail from KK, doesn't find anyone with a knockup. Decent CC from the rest of OG Esports trying to set up a pick on the Shui, but he's very tanky on the Dune, so not the greatest target pick here for OG Esports, so they back off for now.
Yes, set sail has been reset, so KK is going to go for another look at that, but it gets cancelled out by Highline. On picks up a kill on Ming, and also Lady Sun goes down as well, so a great double kill on the dual laners of Twisted Mind.
OG Esports relentless in the pressure. Just because the first pick doesn't work doesn't necessarily mean they can't look again, and they definitely made that happen. Shanks and CT Boy falling just because he was not able to bail out Shanks, and knowing that Shanks had burned the flash in the first collapse, are able to punish that time around.
Exactly. I mean, as you said, if the first pick doesn't work, the second pick is always going to work, and that's happening because of the Dolia pick here, being able to reset, and Alain is going to have to use the ultimate here, but that doesn't mean he's going to be able to survive as he goes down here to the gank of KMW and On here in the bot lane.
Even Hailong was trying to aid with some damage from downtown with the Annihilation. Unfortunately, he's not scaled up that far where he can threaten anyone at half HP. Sets sail, the dragon connects right onto Shui's face, but he's doomed, so he's tanky, and now he goes in with the Unruly Blade looking to lock down kick in. Not enough, though. The rest of Twisted Minds have to back off, giving ground, as now Dowdow going crazy on the Shun, and On gets enough damage before he's able to reposition with the Infinite Vastness, sailing on that dragon to safety.
Exactly, sailing on that dragon to safety. Auskeke gets on set sail here, trying to look for a connect here, connects onto 90, but they don't get really anything out of it, as the dragon just hits 90, stunning him for a couple of seconds. But Tyrant is up, Rafa. Tyrant is up. Both teams are going to try to look for that, as On has got the chance to reset. This is going to be a full-on fight if Twisted Minds tries to get that off of the OG side.
No contest coming in from Twisted Minds. OG Esports secure it. Meanwhile, 90 is trying to get as much turret damage as possible, trying to farm in between towers here, but he's gonna have to bail. He actually hasn't gotten a chance to clean through the first tier 1 turret, and now Dowdow might have routed him off. 90 still has a flash though, so should be able to escape.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, 90 is gonna be able to just walk back here freely. He still has that sunset, which is gonna be a great escape for him throughout the game, and he also is running flash, so that's pretty good. 90 is gonna have a couple of chances to escape, and right here OG has to play for this mid tower. That is gonna give them so much more space, and they're actually looking for it as KK is going around the map with set sail. Might be able to catch someone here, but no,
he's looping around. Okay, well, yeah, he
follow up.
I was waiting to see if he was going to loop it all the way through, but CT Boy eats it up. Meanwhile, Dowdow is going crazy into the backline right now, dipping forward on the Luna, and Shua is forced out of the jungle.
Another set sail coming out over the wall this time. It goes deep under the tower. He gets a kill on the lady side. Great pickup as Wen go down here and KK as well, but this opens up their chances to get a mid tower.
Yes, yikes. That's the action that we've been trying to see between OG Esports and Twisted Minds, just trying to throw hands at each other. Meanwhile, a blast forward from On. He finds his moment to single out Hailong, and he has the safety of that dragon to just infinite vastness his way back over to the Tyrant for the taking.
I hope we could get a replay on that play from KK Rafa. That was insane. It sits sail over the wall, getting the stun, CC chaining Shanks onto the tower, opening up one of the most important objectives on the map, the mid tower. And now OG is gonna have a free time, literally roaming through Twisted Minds jungle and collect these side towers.
Yep. This is where OG Esports get a chance to break open the game now. Oh my goodness, they just dove right into Shanks and CT Boy. Unfortunately, the Ming has not really been getting any value this game because the burst is just too damn high for the side of OG Esports. Shue just trying to buy time on the Doom, but he doesn't have any damage, and he's not taking enough to sustain through all of the burst that OG have on their side. They are in the base of Twisted Minds, and they just don't give a damn here because 90 is being occupied by KK on the Sunsei. He can't get a chance to regroup into the base. Now throwing out the death at Sunset, but OG Esports are going to end the game and the series. They end Survival Week undefeated in series score, being able to continue showing their dominance and who is the best team in the league.
Wow, Rafa, this was, I would say this was the fastest game within this entire series. I mean, they didn't even give Twisted Mind the chance to, you know, get any plays. The score was like 12-4. KK great engages with the set sail, being so distracting, being able to go around the map. He shot a lot of damage. CC, the Lady Sun, and the Ming Pig they have here, it didn't really work out for them. And also, we got the chance to see Zia. I mean, we didn't see the Zia go to the late game as we expected, be able to go beyond the level 15 boundaries, and that just shows how strong OG is. They ended the game before Zia was able to hit that sweet spot, be able to help out the long, and was already doing so much damage, flashing in, already getting the Nuwa. So yeah, overall, this was the cleanest match out of OG throughout this entire series, I would say.
Yeah, OG Esports just showing that, you know, they can take late game picks and they can run you over with them early on, right? So in case OG Esports needed to go super late, they had, you know, the backup plan just in case, but, you know, they didn't need to use it. So it felt like Wen could have locked in any hero mid lane and they would have been totally fine.
Yeah, definitely. They could have locked in anything. I mean, we haven't seen the Zuya pick actually picked too often here, but it is definitely a great pick here. It did create a lot of space for them with the poke, with the slows you have here. And he did rush Venomous as well, so that was a lot of anti-healing on the Dune and, you know, the lane as well. So pretty strong pick here. Luna, a lot of impact. Dada played a perfect Luna 505 here on here, 404. So again, a lot of good plays from the carries on the side of OG, taking this win 3-2-1.
It's a good call out for the Venomous Staff being rushed by Wen, because a lot of Ming's power does come from just bailing out your allies with the deceptive amount of healing that you can show, especially since it's not a hero that you see often. But OG Esports showing that they're well researched and they're very well knowledgeable about all the heroes within the game, and being able to answer any surprise picks that Twisted Minds were trying to bust out in what could have been a comeback for them to push us to a game 5. But OG Esports going to clean out the rest of the series. This is what we call a gentleman's sweep. Yikes, where you drop the first game and then you win the next 3.
Exactly. A gentleman's sweep just happened, 3-1. We saw this happen to Movistar Koi yesterday when VP was able to come back from losing the first match of the series.
True.
And our MVP here is going to be Dada with a perfect score of 505 on the KDA. Damage taken 15%, damage dealt 25%, total gold 29%. A well-deserved MVP here on probably the cleanest Luna we've seen so far.
Yeah, Dao is back to his business, baby. Just showing that when he's able to prioritize getting all the resources within his grasp early on, we saw that he had managed a huge level lead on Shue. Obviously, carry versus tank, you're going to prioritize, you know, putting more resources for yourself, whereas if you were playing Dune, you're trying to play frontline and group up with the team and open up engages. But yeah, this was just really crazy work from Dao. And there's also some shining moments from the rest of the members here on being able to find multiple big moments on the long and flying to safety in the infinite fastest. KK, you called out the flash over the wall into the set sail, set up the massive knockup that pretty much set up the sequence snowball that ended the game for OG Esports. And now being able to conclude and really state that OG Esports are the top team in the league for a reason. But this series at least gave us a reason to look forward to the next time they play in the knockout stage, where the stakes are going to be higher. And now we know that Twisted Minds is capable of at least taking a game off of OG Esports. You know, maybe they'll go back with clean into the roster when they see them again in the knockout stage, and if they play again in grand finals, or, you know, at another stage. But we'll have to wait and see until then.
Yeah, definitely. They wanted Twisted Mind. They wanted OG to know that they can make them bleed, and they did that with clean, and then took out clean, not giving them the enjoyment of, you know, allowing them to beat Twisted Mind. And yeah, they put in Jouet, and they still had a great performance. Some of the matches in the series that were close, obviously the last one not so much. But yeah, guys, that was pretty much it for OG versus Twisted Minds here, as we're gonna take a break now until we have our next series. So see you guys shortly.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our final series of the day between next RÜYA and Movistar Koi. This will be the last time we'll get a chance to look at these two teams, as Virtus.pro already decided earlier today they locked in their spot into the knockout stage. So at this point, next RÜYA is playing for pride and playing for a chance to get maybe higher up in the standings to see if they can fight Movistar Koi for that prize pool, being able to move away from 5th or 6th into the, or 6th or 7th into the 5th spot. This will get you an extra little bit of cash. Whereas for Movistar Koi, same thing here, you know, just trying to maintain as high of a finish as possible in the podium.
Yeah, definitely they wanted to, you know, finish as high as possible for the prize pool and also their pride. You know, we've seen, I believe next RÜYA got defeated by Movistar Koi in an offline match already in a best of 5 previously. I believe it was actually a couple of days ago. But yeah, so this is their chance to try to come back and kind of, showcase that they're, good players. They're able to put up a fight against Movistar Koi and also possibly get a bigger chunk of that prize pool.
Potentially, right? It's up to them to see if they can at least solidify as high of a finish as possible. We'll get a chance to introduce those teams whenever we are ready to go and load up onto the Gorge, but just being able to at least go through the overall evolution and the story that these two teams have, journeyed together so far. Next, RÜYA being able to show that they are probably the only team that has demonstrated role swapping, sending Void into different lanes other than just farm lane, right? He's played Clash lane, he's played jungle, he's even played mid lane. And next, RÜYA also showing they're really strong with, trap plays as well. Whereas Movistar Koi, they started out being a team that was very strong in teamfighting phase, but not great in the early game, right? And so they lost a lot of steam in the ranking week, not picking up a series win until the very last day. But then it seems like, yikes, they were starting to clean up their early game plays, looking for, a specific sequence, trying to overload into the mid lane. But it was not enough to overtake Virtus.pro, who was the current favorite to make it out of Group A. So now we'll get a chance to see if Movistar Koi can show off anything special to close out our last day of the broadcast on this week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Movistar Koi, we've seen some changes in their roster as well. They have been having somewhat of a role swap. Muaji going from the mid lane on the very first match of the tournament, and then moving down to the Clash lane. He's a Clash lane player now, so definitely they're familiar with the role swapping here as NRX is. So it's gonna be fun. Maybe they're gonna be able to kind of have some of that role swapping happening on the Movistar Koi side as well. They do have a sub Sin available as well. I believe that's a support sub, so maybe they're going to be able to bring him into play here and see what they can do against NRX, as they're pretty flexible. They're able to swap in players, swap out players, swap them within the roles itself. So there's a lot of fun and experimenting that could happen between this series as they're trying to secure their spots for a better prize pool.
True. And there's been some cool moments from both of these teams, right? Next, RÜYA were able to pull out some of those really strong vision plays, being able to catch members unsuspecting when they were making their rotations, which I think was really crucial to Virtus.pro's own development in their own right, because they learned, hey, we can no longer just walk into those bushes without face checking them properly, either sending one of our tankier members in there or using our long range skill shots to get some intel and safety for us to walk through. And for Movistar Koi, I still think about Kentao on the Nuwa being paired up with something like the Dolia, getting the double cast of the Annihilation to pick off those long range snipes. So both of these teams definitely have moments that they can look back on and say, at least we were able to do that and still have a chance to fight for as much of the prize pool as possible.
Definitely, and we saw NRX subbing Demon and try to utilize Yang Yu. This is like a Clash lane that we haven't seen so far.
True.
There's definitely gonna be a bunch of surprises and creative picks that we probably can see from these teams. And again, this is pretty much their last chance to play on the stage here and try to secure a higher seed for themselves to get a bigger chunk of the prize pool. And yeah, I'm kind of just waiting to see what Movistar Koi is going to go with. Are they going to try to utilize their sub player, or are they going to try to go for more of a role swap here, maybe try to put Muaji back in the mid lane, or if that is something that's already been done and they're just going to try to focus with him on the Clash lane, as they've been improving ever since Muaji has moved to the Clash lane and we had Kentao in the mid lane. We were able to have better matches from Movistar Koi, but now we're about to see the entire rosters from both sides, so let's get into that.
Let's go! The battle's calling, you better give it all you got.
On the blue side for our final series of week 2, it is next RÜYA, the representatives of Turkey, the Light Chasers, Void in the Clash lane, Atix in the jungle, RÜYA in the mid lane, Knight and Wapned at the farm lane duo.
Yeah, definitely strong lineup. We saw them put up a game against Virtus.pro earlier, so they're coming in here with a bit of a practice. They did have the stage time that Movistar didn't have, so they might be warmed up a little bit and know what they want to do, especially as they went against Virtus.pro and they were able to take off a game off of them. And now we're gonna go ahead here and check out Movistar.'s lineup. Movistar Koi, our representatives from Canada, the Rising Phoenix. MKoi Muaji for the Clash lane. We got MKoi Demon Cat for the jungle role. MKoi Kentao for the mid lane. MKoi Lili for the farm lane here. And MKoi Goose for the roam lord.
Movistar Koi, they have come a long way since their first week in the tournament and being able to show a lot of growth in these players as a team. I still am a big fan of Kentao, who has been the best vibes guy I have seen in terms of players in the entire tournament, always trying to hype up his boys after every single game, even if Demon Cat and Luli are not always, right away, dapping him up. At least Kentao, he doesn't show that he's offended by it. He's just like, hey guys, I'm here for you. I'm here to support you. I am, the nurturer for the team. I'm trying to spread the positivity for the squad. And I think it has definitely helped Movistar Koi in some of those, moments when they really needed it most. But our head-to-head feature is the Clash lane. Now, to be fair here, Yikes, even though it does show Knight versus Muaji, it hasn't always been Knight in the Clash lane. Sometimes it's Void. Sometimes we get someone like Demons role swapping in and then playing the Clash lane instead. So I know Muaji has his work cut out for him because he has to play against, a rotating opponent every single game potentially.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be something he has to think of going into the game. He's not going to know who the matchup is going to be player-wise at least. But definitely he's going to have an idea of what the Clash laner are going to be, since there is a certain meta of, heroes that are being played in the pro tournaments here. I mean, unless they bring Demon in, who is going to lock in the Zhuang Yu, which was a pick that we haven't seen throughout the entire tournament until then, who has a 0% win rate now.
Maybe they can at least equalize it, in the next game they show it. But in terms of heroes and for what Movistar Koi and NRX might be going for, Demon Cat isn't one of the junglers that tries to prioritize assassins. I think he's one of our few junglers that relatively goes for a lot of tank picks and tries to enable the rest of his team, facilitating them by being that strong front line. Dune has been a go-to for Demon Cat, Monkey as well.
Exactly, and we can see the draft starting up already. MKoi on the blue side banning out the all lane, and NRX going with the default Dharma ban right here. Princess Pro's getting banned out by Movistar Koi as well. Pretty, classic, typical bans coming out here. And NRX having the last ban of the first part of the bans here. Dolia gonna get banned out as MKoi is just gonna go ahead here and lock in the Ogren with a pretty safe pick, I would say.
All right, well, we said that Demon Cat definitely picking up tanks and frontliners mostly for MKoi. Ogren definitely fits the bill. Obviously, it's one that you can prioritize a lot more resources for yourself, but obviously Ogren's such a big staple hero for everyone in the metagame at the moment that, if you're going to be one of the best players in the tournament and if you're going to be playing in the Major West League, you got to have an Ogren in your back pocket. And Movistar Koi just going to go ahead and use it right away.
intertwined by
definitely a great pickup here, but that means NRX is gonna get the Arlie and the Diadea here, which are, you know, very strong themselves. I mean, this is gonna, you know, give them space to kind of try to pick up that Angela as well that we've seen combo a lot with the Diadea. So I want to see if NRX want to take that route, but that might not be happening as MKoi is gonna lock in the Yuhan here and the Direnji.
All right, so a little bit of early game pressure with Direnja using the Imperial Order to at least set up some of those early plays on the Imperial Order. Yuhan being super flexible and a lot of utility power, whether it's the, you know, trying to empower your damage on the team or trying to get out some heals and some movement speeds. Whereas NRX, they get the Mai Shiranui as you called out. So, I mean, Diadea, Arlie, Mai Shiranui are kind of top of the table in terms of draft presence rate heroes. So NRX just getting their fair share of the litter, and Movistar Koi just saying, I mean, yeah, go ahead. You know, just exhaust all of them in this game so that we don't have to deal with them for the rest of the series.
Exactly. They're kind of baiting them into exhausting everything on the first match here on the NRX side. I mean, this could make it or break it for the MKoi side, as they might actually drop this series, as, you know, they're giving them so many top picks on the NRX side. I mean, it's just gonna come down if NRX is gonna be able to utilize it, but seems like NRX is trying to, you know, ban out some of the Clash Lane heroes from MKoi, which is going to be the Sunsei and the Charlotte, and MKoi is just gonna ban out some junglers. The Monkey and the Oguro get banned out, as Knight is gonna lock in the main for his teammates here, or possibly himself actually.
True, because we don't know who's actually going to the Clash Lane or not. Right now, it says Void is going to the Clash Lane, but who knows? NRX could pull a fast one. Movistar Koi can now round out their composition with their solo lane picks. Yixing currently being looked at, always a great combo with the Ogren, just using the world as my board to isolate certain carries or members away so that Ogren can look to at least burn them down and execute in Seer State. And Byron, even though it's normally paired up with the Pei, I guess Movistar Koi are just going to eliminate that option for themselves for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and we see the Yixing get locked in here along with the Byron. That's a lot of CC coming down here. Kaiser gets picked up on the side of NRX, so that it's going to be a pretty decent, you know, jungler here coming out for Otix, as the Monkey and Oguro were banned out. We saw him, you know, play those heroes against Virtus.pro. MKoi, knowing that they want to take their chances of playing them away, so they ban it out. But so far, I mean, NRX has some of the top tier heroes on their team, on their side here. So draft wise, I would say NRX would win. But
true,
I don't know, Rafa.
Yeah, with the with the at least stakes of getting into the knockout stage removed, and it's just only prize pool. I don't know. Movistar Koi definitely looks like they're not necessarily getting as many strong picks for themselves in this first draft. You have Mai Shiranui, Diadea, and Arlie all locked in for yourself. Mayin, maybe not necessarily the top of the table in those picks, but still one that we see a lot in these drafts. And we know that you can be a huge playmaker diving the backline with them. So next RÜYA definitely look like they have a stronger draft for themselves here.
Yeah, definitely a stronger draft. But I mean, again, this could be the bait that you were talking about. Maybe MKoi wants to bait out some of the top hero picks here on the side of NRX. So then, again, this is a best of 5. So with the global ban and pick system, they're not going to be able to ever pick those heroes again. So this could be a little bit of a bait. But we're about to find out as we're going to get on to the match on the beautiful gorge here.
Such a beautiful gorge to see. Nice swirls of green and blue. Makes sense since we have our you know, garden theme that we got going on with the Mahjong game. I told you we we're gonna bring it back. Yeah, after this broadcast, yikes, I might just stay up all night and try to see if I can solo it, or at least if I can get above 90%. I can at least have something to show to Blam afterwards. Otherwise, I'm gonna be so sad. Wow, an immediate flash away from Muaji. The early roam from Ryuga on the Mai Shiranui, just using the early proactivity on this hero, as well as Bobned coming up from the mid lane as well. Just making sure that Muaji doesn't get a chance to really play the game comfortably.
Yeah, it seems like NRX has a plan, and their plan here is to dive Moaji. We've seen that a lot of the teams try to target the Clash lane here, and they go for a flash on RÜYA here, and they're gonna get the first blood. Bobnet's gonna pick that up. Great dive up by the side of NRX. Same thing happening at the bot lane here. Knight is gonna barely survive, maybe not. Lily's gonna pick up that kill on the DRNG here. Great trade. I mean, a lot of resources used on the side of NRX, and that's why the idea is going to go down here as well to Demon Cat. Kaiser here picks up a kill on the Yuhan here as well, so Goose is going to go down 2-2, Rafa.
Damn, yikes. They just, everyone's throwing hands early on in the first 2 minutes. We had, you know, everyone trying to gun down Moaji on the top side, but he made it out alive. So then that opens up the window for a little bit more members from Movistar Koi to dive Knight on the opposite side, or look for the Mayin. But then, as you saw, a Tix comes down in the Kaiser, picks off Goose. There was even a quick skirmish in the top side jungle river, so Demon Cat got an extra kill for himself. At the end of the day, it's a lot of turret pressure onto the tier 1 in the bot side of the map, and Movistar Koi are just relentless with it. The fact that Kentao is just matching roam pressure for pressure on the other side of the gorge here, and NRX are going to do the same on top.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to note that they did lane swap here. That's why they have been having a lot of pressure. The main was not able to, you know, hold the tower, and same thing happened here. Moaji being on Byron, not having too much range, not being able to kind of go jump on the early, gives the NRX side the power to take down the tower. So we have a fair one-on-one tower trades on either side of the map. So, you know, top tower for the side of NRX and bot tower for the side of MKoi here, but Main trying to go jump right onto the Goose, forcing him to ult away here to safety.
Yeah, Goose was in a world of trouble there, and no flash since he had already burned it in the previous skirmish, so just is able to resort to the ultimate to get out. NRX and MKoi both have opted into trying to prioritize the acceleration of their farm laners. Void playing the Arlie and getting all of that gold for himself on the top side, whereas Luli on the D-Renja also being accelerated to the game as maybe a potential pick. Knight was waiting. We talked about those vision trap plays, and Kentao is the victim. Now looking for Demon Cat next, not going to get a chance to escape as NRX are just relentless with the pressure. Atix continuing the chase, looking for one more onto Goose, knowing that he burned the ultimate in the flash, but not enough to be able to close him down.
Yeah, RÜYA now needs to hold down this mid lane, but doesn't matter because Atix and Bobnet are going to try to jump on Lily here. He's going to have to flash away to safety. Yellow card, Imperial Order Rans on top of Atix, but that's not going to really matter as Tyrant is up now, and that's going to be NRX's next goal here.
Yep. Right now, NRX, I would believe, have the pressure, being able to push MKoi out. Health bar advantage on their side as well, unless Atix looked like he was able to yoink away the red buff, and now Demon Cat is under pressure. Tries to pop the Conductor of Souls for the extra HP. Not going to happen here, and Atix is just completely a demon on this Kaiser, able to soak up so much damage thanks to the ultimate. A collapse from Muwaji just doesn't get anything because Atix was able to hold the rest of Movistar back. Yikes, they're all collapsing. MKoi are losing the sauce of the plot, but they finally are able to find at least a double kill back onto Knight and Bobnet, but next RÜYA still holding strong the pressure in the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Goose gets a double kill to try kind of, you know, make the trade seem a bit fair, but again, it's 4-8 now. NRX, they're just, you know, being super aggressive here. They know their limits. They know that they have some of the top heroes, and, you know, they got it in the draft. We talked about this, Rafa. We said that they have some of the top heroes. Are they going to be able to utilize it and win the first match of the series? And it seems like they want to just do that, as they do have the Arlie, they do have the Mai, they do have the Idea and the Main as well. With the Kaiser pick, you know, not a common pick in the jungle, but it is working out for them as Atix is able to pretty much zone out 3 to 4 targets every time in a team fight here, and he's gonna do it again right here.
Looking for the Conductor of Souls, buy some time. The rest of next RÜYA now waiting for the collapse, but multiple health bars getting threatened here. RÜYA was not able to find anything. Now Void forced to flash away, is able to at least use the Parasols to safety as Void using both the ultimate and his abilities to just make his getaway. I misspoke. No flash available. It's just a frenzy setup, but just blinking away and making sure that he doesn't fall. But it guarantees pressure for this Overlord at the cost of a tier 1 turret in the mid.
Yeah, and can we talk about Void? I think I've seen this guy play in every single role in the game. I mean, he is early now. I mean, we saw him on the Mai a little bit again, like earlier against VP, and you've mentioned that he does play the Classroom. We saw him on the Main. So yeah, this guy is definitely versatile. He has a lot of knowledge on different heroes, and it is working out for NRX as of now.
Yeah, I would say that this is Void's main role because that is what he had listed as his starting role. So whenever he goes to things like Dharma or Mayin or Mai, it's just Ken flexing his muscles. As Demon Cat, unfortunately on Oghren, if you are by yourself surrounded by multiple members, you're not going to get much done, especially when you are not necessarily super accelerated on the Oghren here. Next, RÜYA just continuing to control the map here.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of CC on the NRX side. I mean, you have the Dieria being able to kind of lock you down. You have the Mai that has a knockback and knockout pretty much with every single skill. And same thing is happening here. But Goose is able to get the shutdown on the early here as Bobnet is going to pick up Liu Li. But Goose gets a double kill once again here. It's going to be able to force here to pop the ultimate here to get away. But Otix might fall down here to Demon Cat.
World is my board already locking in multiple members here, but this time Demon Cat has enough help so that he can get the executes down, and it's just a lot of members falling from the side of next RÜYA. 3 for 1 in favor of MKOI.
Yeah, definitely a lot of members on the NRX side, you know, falling as they're getting pretty aggressive. They're getting confident, and it's not helping them as Goose is able to pick up another double kill here. Goose having an easy time on the Yuhan, being able to kite around, dish out a lot of damage. And now Goose might actually pay for it, but no, he's gonna again use his ultimate, get to safety, get back, as Lily might be the target of Void here.
More fighting on the top river. World is my board already expended by Kentao. Doesn't get a chance to isolate anyone, but it still sets up the fight so that they can find Bobnet in the exchange. And now they can continue sieging onto the top tier 1. Knight and Ryuga trying to fight their way back into the jungle. Atix, here he comes on the Kaiser, and uh-oh, Goose was isolated. Doesn't have the ulti anymore. That was Moaji actually going down. My mistake there. Now it's Goose under fire. He pops the ultimate. Uli trying to fight for space against Void and the remaining members of NRX, and it's just Demon Cat able to force him away.
Yeah, Unending Sorrow being so massive for Goose here, he has been able to escape a lot of these fights and kind of like fatal blows, which is pretty good for the MKOI side. I mean, they already have a lot of this, but Goose is kind of trying to limit that with the Unending Sorrows on his side. So definitely a great pick for them, picking up the Yuhan a little bit early on here. But yeah, so far, NRX still is ahead here. They do have 1,000 gold lead, which is not that much. And it's 11-9, so it's pretty even game here. The towers are 2-2, and Otix here is looking for a pick on Goose here. Gonna catch up to him. Gonna have to probably force the Unending Sorrow once again here.
No ultimate expended. Goose just being cool on the composure. Meanwhile, Ryuga getting a lot of pressure into this tier 2 on the top side. Doesn't take it out. Muaji defends it. Objective spawning in the next 13 seconds here. Fight in the bottom side river. The board isolates NRX away from the remaining members as Atix is still looking for the low health members. Unending Sorrow by Goose saves him for now. Demon Cat has the front line. Conductor of Souls, massive HP drain, but he still falls as the rest of NRX now onto the back foot with the help of Kentao coming in alongside Muaji aiding in, at least getting a 1-for-1 trade, but no jungle on the side of MKOI means that NRX should be able to easily take the Shadow Tyrant.
Yep, all of that for a drop of blood from each side, so both teams dropping one single target here, but with that drop of blood, that means NRX is going to secure the Tyrant here as Demon Cat, the jungler for the Movistar KOI side, was down, but seems like there's going to be another fight here. Kentao gets a kill on the RD, Goose picks up a kill on Knight here. Seems like the tables have turned as MKOI is able to pick a double on Goose here and a triple kill on the side of NRX.
Man, that was kind of crazy for next RÜYA to force the fight. They saw the World is my board used by Kentao early, so they thought, you know what, let's go for it, right? And then Movistar KOI is like, hey guys, you can't disrespect us that hard like that, you know? We're pretty even with you in gold. And now 3 members falling from next. RÜYA opens up the Gorge for an easy turret push onto the bot side. Tier 2 falls. Tier 2 is still exposed in the mid lane for the taking. For their credit, MKOI have not gotten a chance to take out the Tier 1 on the top side. I imagine that's the next objective.
Yeah, they're gonna definitely try to get that tower, as it's gonna open up space for them into the Crimson buff here. But again, Unending Sorrow is spent by Goose. I mean, the cooldown probably at this point doesn't really matter because he does have the Frost Scar, so there is a lot of cooldown for Goose here to be able to pop out the ultimate as much as he wants here. But Demon Cat
team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team unstoppable. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy.
Oh. And we're back.
Godlike.
Give us the visual. Maybe we're loading back in. Okay, here we go. All right, what happened? No Overlord taken, but right into the thick of the action, Lowly trying to hold his own as there was a massive fight that somehow happened. And in the aftermath, RÜYA still trying to go for one more, but the Unending Sorrow heals Goose back up to 50% HP, forcing RÜYA away. Comes at the cost of his flash. 2-1 on the other side, as that was a 3 for 4, and that should open up MKOI to look for the Shadow Overlord unless RÜYA can steal it.
I think he's definitely looking for a steal, and there is no jungler here, and RÜYA crucial tap.
I mean, there was no spite from MKOI. They said, F it, why not? You know, just flip it, and disrespecting RÜYA's damage. Okay, well, NRX are now going to get Shadow Overlord powers, Vanguard on their side. They'll be able to at least keep the game going, man. This is a fiesta.
This is a fiesta. It's a lot of back-to-back. I mean, 17 kills on the side of MKOI and NRX here at 16. That is what, 33 kills combined here, Rafa, in just 13 minutes. And we have 34 kills.
This is probably the bloodiest game we have had in the tournament so far. Maybe quite not. It definitely feels like it though. Almost averaging 2 kills a minute, maybe more. Actually, wait.
2.5, maybe 2.6.
Yeah. 2.5. Yeah. You're right. Another kill goes on to RÜYA. Okay, well. Demon Cat's still down for another 13 seconds. The Overlord Vanguard's doing work in the mid lane so far. And at least unlocking all of the tier 2s. So now it's just down to high ground turrets on the side of MKOI's base.
Exactly. That was a lot of push. I mean, this steal by RÜYA kind of opened up the space for NRX again. I mean, Goose is having a lot of impact, especially with the Yishin slowing them out. Optics here in front of 4 players of MKOI. He's probably going to go down here, but he is surviving. He has a lot of block, a lot of HP from popping that invincible armor on the Kaiser. Demon Cat here picks up a kill on the main, trying to save the Kaiser. Kaiser gets to safety here.
Yeah, damn. Tix was refusing to eat the dust there, just making sure that, as you called it out, his ultimate giving him so much damage reduction. But now Void might be in trouble here. The rest of MKOI are beelining for this Arlie, but he blinks back on the Parasol, decides to take a 1-for-1 against Mwaji, knowing that he's got no way out, so the only way out is forward, and at least trades a kill back. Respect! Tries to blink back to the other Parasol, but Luli is going to keep track of that slippery Arlie and ensure that it's still a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that was a great play. He knew that the entire MKOI team that were rotating down to the Arlie side of the map, he probably got the call from the teammates, and he was able to go back to the Parasol and just finish off Mwaji right before he died. So definitely a nice 1v1 trade from Void here on the Arlie.
Damn, 20-18. This has been such a bloodbath between both of these squads. Just kind of throwing punches, uppercuts, sidewinders, roundhouses. They're throwing pretty much the whole kitchen sink and then some, as now Knight might be in trouble here from Goose. Wow. Goose is actually putting out a decent amount of damage. I was not familiar with the game like that.
Yeah, Yuhan is known to do that, especially with all the slows she has and all the stuns. Being able to build Frost Scar, giving you the mana that you need to chase down targets, pretty massive. And again, having the unending sorrow, being able to get out of any tricky stuff. But here, Muaji walks too deep into the bush to have full vision. He's surviving though. He's tanking 3 players here from the side of NRX. Obviously going to go down at the very end here. And Goose is going to pick up a kill on Bobnet here. Void going to pick up another kill here. Altix living through the entire fight here. Liuli is going to pick up a kill as well here. Altix going to go finally down to Demon Cat, and MKoi seems to be the victors of these little skirmishes in the bot lane.
Yeah, Lowly pumping out so much damage on the D-Renja, was pretty much unchecked that entire time, and while Muaji did get caught initially, his sacrifice was not in vain, yikes. MKoi being able to immediately rotate to the aid of their Clash laner and picking off multiple members here. RÜYA now for a play on the Kentao, but not going to finish off the assassination there. Overlord is secured for MKoi once again. This time, no chance for RÜYA to steal it away since Demon Cat was there for the smite secure. And now, the gold lead still staying relatively the same, 3,000 on the side of MKoi. And the way that both of these teams have just been duking it out, on paper, it seems like MKoi are favored to win the game at this pace. But remember, there's still only high ground towers defending MKOI's base. So if they lose a fight, NRX could just push it in for the win.
Yeah, and it seems like Demon Cat is gonna barely survive here as RÜYA is gonna go down. Same as early here, Muaji picking up the kill on the Mai as well. Demon Cat and Kenta are actually gonna go down as well. So it's gonna be a 2-4-3 trade here for the MKoi side. They might be able to actually end the game here, having the RNG alive here.
Now 3 for 2. It's only a Tix and Knight. If they can defend it here, they all in into the backline, but Knight gets popped like a balloon, and now it's all onto a Tix. He still has the Imperial armor, but is it gonna be enough? Oh, he finds Lowly! But it's now Muaji and Goose who can pick up the pieces here and see if they can clean up Kaiser here. But Atix is now just trying to focus down the rest of the minion wave, but there's still 2 Overlord Vanguards. So Goose is just going to push in full stun on the top side as well as the bot side. Goose is going to finish this game in style. The power of dragons pushing in and sieging. MKoi definitely just laughing their faces off, having a ball about how that game 1 ended.
All those Vanguards and Shadow Vanguards from Overlord pushing in. You know, they're just having fun out there. Obviously, this is, you know, them playing for, you know, a better chance at a bigger piece and chunk of the prize pool here. So MKoi coming up victors off that match. It was definitely a bloodbath. I think we had like 45 plus kills in that little match right there, which could be the entire tournament, or like actually the entire day kills combined from the other series that we watched. I mean,
yeah, it's true. And most of the other games are super calculated and, you know, very careful about how many kills that are happening. And then this game, MKoi and next round, like, nah, F it, bro. We're just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna get a punch in. I'm gonna get a punch in. You know, you're gonna get a roundhouse. They're gonna kick to, you know, the groin. They're looking for a roundhouse to the face, trying to punch the wind out of them. It was back and forth for sure, but MKoi being able to endure at least for the first game.
Yeah, definitely MKoi winning that. I mean, Goose played really well. He was able to use the unending sorrows to get out of a lot of the fights, be able to heal it, you know, his own teammates, and also, you know, chase down targets. We saw a couple of times he was able to kind of chase away Otix and also Main on the side of the NRX. So definitely great play by Goose. I kind of want to see if he gets the MVP here, because that was a great roam play under Yuhan here. And we can see he had the most kills on the MKoi side. 11 kills here.
Damn. That's a bloodthirsty support if I've ever seen one. Bro, holy. Unending Sorrow wasn't just used defensively, it was used offensively as well, trying to secure kills for himself. Movistar Koi just flexing their muscles. And, you know, if it wasn't for the kills, yikes, I think you just give Goose the MVP out of, you know, the fact he ended the game with the power of Vanguards in both lanes.
Exactly. I mean, his build, that was kind of insane. He did have frozen breath, and he also had the Frost Guard, that is a lot of slow coming out from Yuhan, especially being able to spam like all those abilities, being able to use the first skill, the second skill constantly. So that was a lot of slow that was going towards the NRX side, and that's definitely what helped MKoi to be able to win some of those fights. It helped the Demon Cat be able to chase the targets with the Ogryn. So definitely a great play so far by Goose on the first match of this series. But yeah, Rafa, we're gonna have our MVP shortly. Who do you think is going to be?
Goose, 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 come on, Goose! Oh, no! Okay, all right, fine. That's acceptable. Okay. It's acceptable. Lowly put out a lot of damage. It's fine. It's acceptable.
Yeah, 6, 4, 18 KDA. Damage taken 14%, damage dealt 32%, total goal 27%. Definitely a good performance, I would say. He was cleaning up a lot of these fights, doing a lot of damage, obviously. Goose was the one getting the kills because of the range, because of the slows, but definitely the Darenji here was having a huge impact. We're going to see that in just a second here. Then Pillar Holder branding on the Kaiser here, picking him off. Liuli again, being able to chase down here, getting the kill on the Arlie and a double kill right here on the Diadia. Liuli, again, this is why he got the MVP, being able to pick up these crucial kills. Obviously, Goose had the most kills throughout the game, but Liuli was able to pick up these insane kills, allowing Goose to end the game here with the Overlord Vanguards. And that is it for our first match of the series, Rafa.
Yep.
MKoi 1-0.
Yeah, I don't know if we can say take it in dominance, but they definitely took it with style, being able to use the power of Overlord Vanguards on both top lane and farm lane. But we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it'll be game 2 of the series. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between MKoi and Next RÜYA. The first game did go over to Movistar Koi, and this was probably our bloodiest game of the tournament. Definitely our bloodiest game of the day. And I might even dare say week, unless Blam or Phil have something to remind us back from day 2. But for us here, it's just a chance for Movistar Koi and Next RÜYA to have some fun and at least try to fight for controlling top seed in or not top seed, but you know, the 5th seed in the spot, so that you can get most of that prize pool money. Because for those who are just tuning in, to kind of recount you on the series today, Virtus.pro had beaten Next RÜYA 3-0. OG did get their first loss handed to them by Twisted Minds, but then they eventually swept them, so it was a 3-1. But because Virtus.pro had already won 3-0 against Next RÜYA, that meant it was a overall 5-0 series score. So even though that Virtus.pro still has one more series to play against Elo Gaming off stream, regardless of the outcome, Virtus.pro are confirmed locked in for that lower bracket spot. So it's just MKoi and Next RÜYA playing for pride and, you know, a little extra cash.
Yeah, a little extra cash. And MKoi, I mean, they're definitely going to have a great chance now, knowing that Next RÜYA picked some of the top heroes that usually want to pick and draft. They have used it and they have exhausted that option for the first match, and we're going to see that in just a second. The global ban and pick system, that means all the heroes used on the side of NRX here, Main, Kaiser, Maishir Nui, the Arlie, the Diadia, they're not going to be able to pick that up anymore on the NRX side. And same thing on the left side for MKOI, the Byron, the Ogren, the Yijing, the Darenji, and the Yuhan not going to be able to be played anymore. But, you know, MKOI was able to win the game with the comp that they were able to, you know, build around here. And, I mean, there's a lot of top picks here on the NRX side, Rafa.
Yep. I mean, MKOI were able to overcome a lot of these power picks, which is so crucial because now they don't even have to worry about banning things like the Arlie or the Diadea, right? You know, it's just like, yeah, cool, good job. No mind to worry about either.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any changes in, you know, next RÜYA's roster. I would have expected probably like a sub in from Demon to try to pick up a Jiangyu, as they have exhausted a lot of the top picks. But I guess we haven't gotten to that point yet, Rafa. We're not going to see a Jiangyu. They're going to try to still draft properly here and try to get some more top picks, as we are going to get into the match 2 of the series with the draft here. And it seems like NRX is going to take the blue side here to try to secure a first pick here, as they have exhausted a lot of their top hero picks here.
Now, what else can you go for now as NRX? Going to blue side, I mean, maybe you can go for...
Dharma.
Sure, yeah. Go for Dharma. You would have to probably... I mean, I don't know if you really fear banning the Mayin out, since when we see that matchup, it usually just tends to be a skill one, but we know how powerful Dharma has been for most of these teams in the past, and that's usually been the one where Void goes to the Clash lane for taking it for himself.
I mean, it could be a Dolia Long. I could see the possibility for that, as they're banning out the Arlie and the Mai here. The Ogren gets banned out. That was like a pick that I had in mind for NRX here. But they're not going to get that, as MKOI knows that, and they don't want to give them the Ogren here. So let's see what they ban next year, which is going to kind of tell us what NRX is going to go and lock in, possibly, because we don't know what NRX likes to pick. And yeah, the Hoi gets banned out here, and NRX probably going to have to lock in the Dolia here, I believe.
Yeah, I think they're setting up for... Yeah, good call, because MKOI trying to set up for a long pick here, knowing that Hou-Yi has been kind of touted behind the scenes as like a long counter pick. So I imagine that is going to be the first thing that they snag for Lowly. And because NRX are well aware that, they want to set up for a long, as you called out, you have to deny one of the power supports that really goes well with it.
Yeah, but seems like MKOI doesn't want to do that. They're going to pick up Liang. Has to just hover it, and yeah, Long is gonna get picked up here as well for the MKOI side. I was thinking that then maybe they want to pick up the Alain and also the Long to kind of take away the Dolia combo that we've seen in a lot of these tournaments. But now that means NRX is gonna have the chance to try to lock in the Alain, but instead that's gonna be Musashi.
I mean, they definitely still have the chance if they want to lock in a lane as their third pick too, but this would be another powerful recipient of the Dolia combo. But NRX are much more concerned with denying Princess Frost and Liang as a duo, so they're going to lock that in for themselves instead.
Yeah, definitely a great pickup, making sure that Liang and Princess Frost do not go to the MKOI side, but that means the tanky jungler is going to get picked up here. Monkey is going to get picked up here for Demon Cat, as Ogren is banned out. And Musashi doesn't do too great into Monkey here.
Just a little too thick on the tanky jungler. We know that Musashi can lock down targets and at least give you a chance for everyone to pour in their damage, and that's really been great into something like Ogren, who wants to sustain as long as possible. But unfortunately for them, Monkey is just too big. I think the ability to kind of shield yourself and be able to give yourself even more deceptive tankiness just means that not going to be the ideal target. But I imagine that Atix is going to have to aim these duel to the deaths on something like Long for Luli.
I mean, you got the Dream Roam on the Monkey here that is going to be able to spin around the target, and it's a potential. If Musashi tries to lock into the Monkey, he's going to be able to try to pull them back towards his team and get a kill on the Musashi early on. But we have more bans coming out on the farm lane side from the MKOI. They're going to ban Lady Son and Gato here, as NRX bans the Lady Gen and the Charlotte. Gun on Mo gets picked up here for Kentao. I love that pick here. He is known to play heroes like Nuwa that have a lot of range, a lot of pokes, so Gunmo is right up his alley.
Yeah, already showing some great performances on something like Nuwa, as you mentioned, so Kentao will be a sniper. And if he's taking inspiration from when in the previous series that we watched, being able to snipe off multiple targets, including that Overlord, then yeah, you know, Kentao can try to pull off his best impression there. NRX rounding out their composition though with Chano and Liu Bang.
Yeah, Liu Bang gets picked here. I mean, that is going to be a great ultimate that could be coming down on these Musashi dives, as Musashi is able to lock down the target. They're going to be able to use a Liu Bang here, try to get that shield, get that healing, rain down on the Musashi. But M-Boy here might lock in the foot Z.
Oh my goodness. Is
that a confirmed pick, Rafa?
Not sure. Looks like the draft crashed. So we'll get a chance to confirm if that's real. I think NRX also wondering, is like, is that Futsu real? Is that exactly what they're locking in? Well, we'll have to wait and see once we get a chance to load back the graphic. But it doesn't look like the players are forced to get out of the draft quite yet. So we'll try to inform y'all as soon as we know something.
I mean, if the Futsu get picked here, Rafa, that is going to be massive for the MKOI side. With Liu Bang, you want to try to roam around the map, try to use your global ultimate to kind of help out your teammates, but that creates space for the Futsu to try to push forward. And he's literally one of the best tower takers in the game. We've seen a lot of backdoors happen when Futsu is in games, and if that is an actual pick by MKOI, and I believe Moaji actually plays that hero, so if it is locked in and the draft goes through, we're gonna see a lot of ancient wisdom coming out of the Futsu.
I'm gonna check here real quick. Let's see. Do you have this pick? Well, I'm trying to get some extra information if it is the Futsu or not, but I guess we'll get a chance to see within this graphic. Yeah, it's confirmed for Muaji, baby. Oh my god. Okay. Well, all right. Let's have some fun. Yikes. We're getting a Futsu in this game.
Yeah, we're getting a Futsu. He's gonna be able to take down the towers the moment Liu Bang is gonna try to ult out, try to help out the Musashi. So that is gonna be probably their downfall if they try to roam out a lot. Maybe RÜYA here is not going to do that. He's going to try to challenge the Futsu here. I mean, he doesn't really win the matchup either. He's going to be a free lane for the Futsu, so definitely want to see Moaji try to carry this game here.
Massive skirmish in the mid lane so far. 3-man push from MKOI trying to gain priority so that Tix can go in and steal away some boars, unless Kentao can yoink some back. I'm not sure if he was able to actually stall that out, as Void is getting very close to singling out Kentao here. Not enough to take him out.
Exactly. And again, we have a great Chano pick here, and a Futsu Moaji showing why he is a direct counter to the Liu Bang here, almost taking down RÜYA in the top lane here. Doesn't happen though. Kentao super low. Gonna have to use his dash to get away from the fight here. Demon Cat looking for a pick in the mid lane, being able to pick out Void here. Gonna have to back here and pick up the health pack under the tower. And Lily seems like he's winning the lane as well.
Yeah. By the way, yikes, we're back to role swap shenanigans again. So Void is not playing Clash lane, he's playing mid lane. RÜYA is now in the Clash lane playing the Liu Bang, and Knight is back in the farm lane playing on the Chano. It's always so amusing to see that NRX continuously be the team that swaps around their players and show their versatility.
Yeah, definitely showing their versatility, but I mean, it's definitely not a good thing. Obviously, you want to dedicate a player into a role. That's obviously when you're going to gain the experience to kind of not die like Knight was about to die to Liu because of all these, you know, not knowing the limits, not knowing the matchups. That, I mean, it comes with a lot of experience when you play these roles constantly over and over again. But I mean, changing up for the NRX side, maybe this is their way to win these matches, you know, not allowing the enemy know what is coming next. Is it going to be Void on the early, or is it going to be the Void this time on the Princess Frost?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, the only way I can reason with it is that maybe these guys have like certain go-to heroes when they're off-rolled. Meanwhile, Demon Cat is taken down very easily as it was a quick collapse from NRX. Now Muaji trying to flash to reposition onto a Tix. Still got Kentao and Goose in his back pocket trying to fight his way through the thick end of it, but a Tix is just too tanky on the Musashi, and it's enough for NRX to pick up 2 back-to-back kills.
Yeah, definitely a great play by Otix here, being able to pick up that kill on the Futsu. I mean, Futsu needs to kind of just push out the lane. I mean, with him rotating around, he's not going to help too much. He just has to wait for Liu Bang, try to use the global ultimate, try to go save his teammates, and he just has to waste time. As Void here doing a great job on the Princess Frost, picking up the kill. Knight also picking up a kill on Goose. Rafa, this is a 4-0 start for NRX.
Yeah. NRX back-to-back. Such a strong early game opener. As we say that, though, RÜYA might be in trouble. Demon Cat just needs a couple more auto attacks, maybe one more dream bubble.
Oh, no. And bot lane is going to go to NRX. They have the manpower. They're going to be able to take down this early tower right before the objectives come out. Then it's going to create so much space for them. Liang here might be looking for an ultimate on Otix here, possibly trying to pick that up. Void here gonna be walking towards the mid push. Not the greatest spot to be, but Void instantly using the ultimate here, zoning out the MKOI players, while Otix here going deep in, trying to pick up a kill on the Ganon mode. Doesn't happen as Liang is able to lock him down under the tower. Demon Cat picking up the kill on Musashi.
Yeah, I gotta be a little careful when you're going that deep under the turret in the face of Liang, who still has his ultimate, right? And can just suppress you under tower, and then rest of next RÜYA realize, oh snap, we made a mistake. Okay, we can't do that again. Demon Cat totally fine to just invade now into the bottom side jungle, yoink away at War Camp, and maybe this is a chance for MKOI to continue invading now into the top side jungle and steal more resources.
And definitely steal more resources as MKOI was able to secure the Azure Golem, and Muaji's just beating down on RÜYA here, possibly a solo kill. We see our Futsi solo kill as we talked about this matchup being so one-sided. RÜYA definitely not having fun at all.
Yeah, Futsu might look like an old man, but that doesn't mean he can't throw hands either. You can't disrespect him like that, as just being able to use the power of that ancient wisdom, currently refreshing or constantly refreshing the cooldowns on his basic abilities just off of his attacks, is now Futsu being able to get that first tower. Another fight in the river. Kentao able to find one in the night, but now Demon Cat has got to be careful as Lowly sails right into the thick of the fight with the Infinite Vastness before flashing away for reposition, but Void makes sure to punish him for his sins. RÜYA falls to Demon Cat as he's still so thick on the monkey, but the Futsi now trying to get into the fight. But maybe he's... Wait, he just soloed another person on the top side, or he's taking out the tier 2 turret. He's a sieging monster. He's split pushing like it's no tomorrow here.
Yeah, that's gonna happen throughout the entire game. They're gonna have to waste so much resources to try to catch this Futsu here, but Otix has a different plan here. As he jumps right on Kentao. Kentao doesn't have a killer in the world. He's able to dash back, and they're gonna secure the kill on Otix here.
Oh my goodness. After such a strong start from next RÜYA being able to pick up a lot of early game kills, MKOI just answering right on back. So much damage coming out from Goose on the Liang with the suppression, and Kentao trying to layer in the damage. Here comes the Liu Bang, stand united, but we're not quite. RÜYA just making sure that he can come to the assistance of next RÜYA right there. This has been such a bloody game again. Yeah.
Definitely a bloody game so far. It's 5-6 already. That's 11 kills in 6 minutes, Rafa.
We're almost at double 2 kills per minute again. I mean, MKOI and NRX just constantly throwing hands once again. It's been a blast.
Yeah, they're throwing hands once again for sure. But definitely make sure to keep your eyes on the minimap as this Futsu is catching these waves. He might be able to even proxy some of it and try to get that high ground. as Liu Bang, RÜYA is trying to roam around the map to kind of make up for the fact that they're not able to kind of get these towers, as he's going to go ahead here and ult in here on top of the Musashi. Futsu is going to be forced to rotate down here. And Dolia might be the target here as he's going to chain her down.
Slowly sent the Infinite Vastness right into the thick of the fight. Muaji is reflecting so much damage thanks to his intuition skill, but still not enough to survive since they lost pretty much most of their damage once Lowly kind of just sent it into the backline among everyone by NRX. And now it takes us a chance to force Kentao away from the safety of the tier 1 turret, but because he clears out the minion wave, they can't siege quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, Futsu was able to kind of rotate down, try to get that chain down, using that Sage Might on the Dolia, trying to lock him in, and getting the kill, which was pretty massive. Leon here, Goose is going to try to go for an ultimate on Void. Doesn't work out as Void is able to get out of here. But Demon Cat might just fall.
Oh, but he's still got the shields. He's totally fine. And even though Void tries to catch him with another ultimate cast, still not going to be enough. Winter's here looking more like a grand starfall of some sort, with all the cosmic energies being sent down from the heavens, cascading on top of him. It's still not enough because I told you before, yikes, when you play Monkey, you are just a big dude. And you just got so much resistances on both physical and magic damage. You are just deceptively hard to kill.
Yeah, you gain mass pretty much every time you use a skill on Monkey here. So mass means you're going to get more health, more magic defense, more physical defense. So Monkey is pretty massive. And you can see Demon Cat is going into this fight using all of his abilities, which makes him unkillable. And again, Futsu here putting in work, beating down on the towers instead of targets now. And this time around, it was the bot towers, and now it's going to be the mid tower.
Yeah, just rotating mid alongside the rest of MKOI. So now multiple tier 1s have been taken out. In fact, all of them, including a tier 2 on that top side, where now Luli is just going to farm up any of the waves pouring in by himself so that he can accelerate and get a little bit more gold into his pocket, continuing to scale on up.
Exactly, and MKOI again, they're having a lot of pressure here. Futsu is gonna have to go back, catch the bot wave, but MKOI wants to definitely get this inner second tower. Liang gets a pretty good ultimate on the Dolia. Bopnet goes down to Kentao.
Off the back of Liang's ultimate, here's the answer though from Void. They find Luli, no long. Now it's all on the Futsu and Demon Cat. The front line for Kentao and buy space. Demon Cat absorbing so much damage right now from a Tix, as he's already going to be forced out of the jungle here. Should be a clean blue buff steal coming out from Demon Cat. NRX not going to be able to do it. Oh my god! Kentao! He caught a Tick sleeping, looking for a recall or something, but he just sniped him a screen away.
Kentao with a great prediction, knowing that someone was gonna recall there, walks back away, tries to get a kill, gets the kill, and Void here, he's like, nah, I want to get a kill on you as well. So picks him up here, but Demon Cat bouncing right on top of Void, able to get the kill on the Princess Frost as well. So great trade from them. Goose also goes down here as well. But again, Muaji split pushing. Look at all these towers falling. 6 towers to the side of MKOI to 1 tower to the side of NRX, Rafa.
This is the most agile and fit old man I've ever seen, ever. This guy is like running around doing marathon sprints, and he's just beating down turrets, like runs back out, goes to the team fight, and he's doing it again. He's running in with the ultimate, but doesn't find anyone to distract them, as now MKOI might be forced off the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, and again, this is all thanks to his ancient wisdom, but Liuli here gets a picked up on Knight. Great pickup on the Lung here. Demon Cat going deep. As you said, he gains mass, he's super tanky, he has all this protection, he has all this shield. Kentao with the damage following up. Definitely a great pick on the Monkey here, and he shows they needed that front line, and the front line is working out for him, Rafa.
Yeah, and Muaji can resume to his old ways. Power word control used. Ballnet in trouble. Kentao looking for one more snipe, not enough to take out the Dahlia. Now they continue the chase and the siege into the mid lane. Void trying to hold it off as long as possible. Demon Cat cannot survive under the barrage of damage from NRX. And now Atix is looking for another one, but without the duel to the death. cannot lock down any targets here. Knight flashing forward was looking for Kental, but he popped the Splendor at the critical time to immune himself from all incoming damage.
Yeah, definitely a great pickup here by Kental, getting the Splendor here. Futsu might be looking for an ultimate here, trying to use the Sage Might here on Otix here. Doesn't really work out in his favor, as he might be the one going down here. But he's bidding on 3 targets with Ancient Wisdom. Definitely gonna go down. Oh boy, strong old man going down.
Dude, what the heck? I thought NRX, you guys respect your elders, bro. That's messed up. Why are you just beating up on Muaji solo like that? Goose is gonna fall next, though. And that creates a numbers advantage for NRX on the Gorge here. At least 5-3. Maybe they have a chance to pick up an objective. Demon Cat is still alive, so he can try and swing in with a Dream Room to look for a steal. But NRX is not going to give him a chance because they're completely pushing him away from the mid-river. Oh, God, Lowly, you can't step up like that. And NRX now going to secure the Shadow Timer for free.
Yeah, definitely can't step up like that when you do not have the infinite vastness here. But Muaji looking for a split push and the top side, or possibly coming down to the mid lane looking to defend his mid towers along with their teammate. They do have Kental, who has the range here, almost killing Otix here, just with the power of being able to refresh his abilities on the Ganon. Mo does have a lot of burst. And Muaji going down towards the bot lane. I mean, I don't think anyone can stop him, actually. Muaji right now cannot be stopped in a 1v1 scenario. They do need to send, I think, at least 3 players from the NRX side to catch this old man, Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, Futsu, level 15, highest level in the game. Not a single member on NRX can equate Muaji at this point. You know, it's almost a good thing that for NRX, this is not a Futsu with a Zia. Oh, could you imagine Muaji, like, pushing past level 15? Then you have absolutely no hope. But, you know, for their sake, that's not going to be the case. As Muaji, this is the power of the Sage, being able to just completely take control of these side lanes. Oh, Goose is in trouble! He tried to use the power word control, but just not enough time as the rest of NRX. Meanwhile, on the bot side, as NRX are continuing to fight in the mid lane, it's Muaji's Futsu opening up the base, using the power of Futsu, and now he's going to draw 2 more members to answer him in the side lane push, but he's just charging forward, getting the ultimate in. I think he took out a member.
He's going for it. He might get trouble. He gets the trouble.
Oh my God, Muaji's going crazy on the Futsu. Don't disrespect your elders again, baby, because this is what happens with Ancient Wisdom.
Ancient Wisdom, if you guys are tuning in and haven't played Futsu, after landing 5 basic attacks, you pretty much become enhanced. You're going to gain movement speed, attack speed, and deal true damage. And kind of reduce the cooldowns of your first and second skill. And we're going to get a replay of that. He flashes in, he's able to use the ultimate, chain down Knight here, and just beat on him, Rafa.
That was crazy. And now that the high ground turret has been unlocked on the bottom side, you know exactly where Muaji's going to go. He's going to go onto the opposite side of the map, and he's going to do the same thing again, making sure that he can continuously create that simultaneous map pressure for MKOI while they are occupying the attention of all of NRX. As power control used by Goose, forced to flash away though because it was a solo mission. No damage really behind it other than Kental trying to fire those blades from afar. But the Overlord has been secured for MKOI. And oh my gosh, no, he's returning to the same lane. He's going to just try to go for the base end. He's going to let the Overlord Vanguard push probably on the top side of the map. So now that NRX have to deal with 2 split pushers.
Exactly. Muaji definitely playing this very wisely, as a old man would do. And letting out the Vanguards here, push out the towers on the top side as he's putting pressure down in the bot lane. He's playing from a distance. He knows that the NRX side, they want to kind of try to dive him, try to get him out early on. And now all high ground towers are down for NRX. Futsu here, looking for a potential ultimate.
I mean, he's just zooming around. He's not really trying to get into the fights unless it looks good for the rest of MKOI, but already Luli finishes off a Tix. Big snipe from RÜYA, being able to find Luli in the back, but you still got Kentown, you still got Demon Cat, and as you called out, with the high ground turrets already destroyed, these Vanguards are coming in with a vengeance, making sure that they can push into the crystal. Muaji staying strong in the middle of multiple members, as you see Knight and Bobnet trying to hold the line in the defense.
It's going for the crystal.
There it goes. Muaji hitting on the crystal. breaks down the crystal. The power of the Sage's might as Muaji and Goose just popping off on the sides there. Lowly having another lap for himself as MKOI advanced the match point.
Yeah, Rafa, he was able to, pick up Sage's Sanctuary. He got revived there, and he was fast enough to swap out the items to Destiny. He swapped to 2 survival items. Look at Kenta over here having so much fun as a footsie eating. Just beating NRX players with the Ancient Wisdom here. Beating the towers, beating the crystal. I think this was the most fun I've had. That was a great Futsu pick. Definitely a great counter.
Oh my god.
Definitely great.
You know what? This is exactly what I want to see. If the series does not necessarily change what happens with, the knockout stage standings and you're not getting a chance to escape Group A, you might as well make a show out of it. And thank you so much, Muaji and MKOI, for locking in Futsu. Oh my goodness. I have seen this hero a couple times in solo queue. I was on my team, but we lost those games, so I just figured, this hero sucks. And now I have a newfound respect for it. I know exactly what it can do in capable hands, and Muaji just being able to show the world what can be done with something like Futsu.
I mean, looking at the score, Muaji did 4-5-2. He did have a lot of impact around the map, and MVP definitely has to go to him. But Kentao, look at this, 8-1-7 on the Ganon mode, was able to get a bunch of these kills and a bunch of these picks with the help of Liang. Liang being able to use the ultimate to suppress the target for a couple of seconds, giving Ganon more time to kind of just dish out the entire damage was pretty massive. So great combo by them here. And looking at the damage here, 250,000 damage by the Ganon remote. Kentao.
Kentao was finding so many snipes, right? Lowly not getting a chance to really play this time around on the long. Normally we know that he's been quite super capable of playing this carry to, massive heights, but a lot of times he was just sending in the infinite vastness, kind of just occupying time into the backline. I don't know if it was for fun or if it was, he generally thought, you know what, I'm going to give my life and make sure that everyone else can, shine in the limelight for this game. But yeah, even though 215,000 damage for the side of Kentao is big, it still makes me want to have like a damage done to structures graph, because Muaji would be rocking that one. So many turrets taken alone.
Definitely the score wasn't looking great, but my MVP, even if he doesn't get it right here, MVP in my heart is going to be Muaji, the Futsu. Definitely. Definitely did what he had to do. Being against a Liu Bang. Liu Bang doesn't really have anything in his kit to counter you. You do have a lot of damage reduction in the Futsu's kit. You're able to chain down a target to just solo them, and you do have a lot of true damage. And we are about to find out, Rafa. Futsu gets the MVP. MKOI Muaji. 4-5
cinema. Absolute cinema. Futsu getting an MVP in the Kings Major West League. Bless you, Muaji. Thank you, MKOI, for bringing out a hell of a show. And this does bring us to 2-0 for the side of Movistar. KOI, one more win allows them to clean out the series, secure their spot as 5th seed, so they can get a little bit of extra cash for themselves outside of 6th and 7th seed. And I hope it's just all Futsu highlights, please. That would be so amazing.
To be yeah, Futsu beating on the crystal, and also Chano in the backline as he flashed and was able to use the ultimate to chain a target down. And now we can see that Lung being able to take down some targets here as RÜYA actually got a triple man stun there, but that doesn't really work out as they were able to finish off the game here on the side of MKOI. Again, Futsu just beating on the tower, beating on players, anything that is in front of him, he was beating on it.
The fact that there's so many times that Muaji was like blinking low on HP, but then he just has the immunity from his skills and just being able to ignore all that damage. Oh my goodness, I'm shook, bro. I've never seen a hero like that do so many ridiculous things. But of course, it's time to throw to a break. When we come back, It'll be game 3, and if MKOI can close it out, our last game of the day. Stay tuned.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight.
All right, y'all, we're getting ready for our third game of our last series of the day between Movistar KOI and next RÜYA. And even though this series doesn't have, strong implications for a knockout stage, so Virtus.pro is already locked in, I appreciate that we're getting back-to-back bloodbath bangers, baby. And game 2 did not disappoint, yikes. We got to see Futsu being brought out in the tournament, and Muaji just ran circles around next RÜYA.
Yeah, Muaji saw that there was a lot of kills. There was a bloodbath in the first match of the series, and he was like, you know what? Instead of getting the kills, I'm going to try to go for objectives this time. I'm going to beat on towers all by myself and end the game, and he made it happen on the Futsu. He took everything into his own hands and was able to secure the second match win for MKOI, putting them at match point here. If they win out this match, they're going to be able to pretty much secure the second seed in Group A and, get a huge chunk of that prize pool money.
All right, well, Movistar KOI are 1 game win away from cleaning the series out and being able to secure the highest seed next possible, which would be 5th place at this point. And next RÜYA would have to make a hell of a comeback to make it happen here. But at this pace, even though NRX have been able to pull out some impressive early game skirmishes, it just seems like Movistar KOI are able to outplay them when it comes to the mid game and just overtake them time and time again.
Exactly, and we just saw the global ban and picks. That means the heroes played on the right side are not playable by MKOI anymore, and on the left side are not playable by the NRX side. So a lot of those picks, the Futsu is not going to be playable by MKOI anymore, but this means that NRX, we've seen them be versatile. We've seen them have huge champion pools, huge hero pools, as they have been able to kind of sub in and sub out players and also swap roles. So maybe this is going to be a hero that they might pick up here, as they just got kind of destroyed by.
But can they play the Futsu? That is the question. Because if NRX can play the Futsu, I'm locked in. But I don't know if there's, if you don't lock in the Futsu, is there another hero that's just as exciting that we have not seen yet?
That's a great question to ask. I mean, there's a couple of good heroes, I would say. I mean, we haven't seen like a Yang Jian. I would say Yang Jian is a pretty good like solo 1v1, or a Wu Yan who has a lot of CC. I mean, obviously there's a Yukio Tachibana, has a lot of, a lot of lifesteal, a lot of CC, a lot of mob. So, I mean, a great matchup would be the Neja. If they were able to get the Neja, I mean, that would be pretty nice. And Neja versus Futsu is a pretty fair matchup, I would say. But we didn't get to see that. We saw a very one-sided matchup. I mean, another good hero would be Lee Xin. And Lee Xin does have a lot of damage, is able to kind of transform to different forms using the Dark Awakening. Going, from the demon mode to the light mode. So yeah, Lee Xin would be a great pickup. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of heroes that could be played, but we don't know if NRX is gonna play them.
What are your thoughts on Sima Yi?
Sima Yi, I mean, he's mostly played in the jungle and in the mid lane. He does have a lot of assassinating power, a lot of silence, does fall off in the late game. Don't think it's too great in the pro play, as you're just gonna get DC'd probably and die. I mean, obviously, this is something that I would probably see maybe Demon Cat play. this is something that's played a lot in the North American server. Not sure about the Turkish server. But yeah, I mean, see, if the CMI comes out, you're gonna hear me screaming, Rafa. It could be a great pick.
Not only would I love to see a CMI just because it would be the first time seeing it in this tournament, but also, I know if there's any JJK fans in the chat, that if you're not aware and you're like tuning in K collab with Honor of Kings, and they've done it with 4 or 5 heroes so far, and CME is one of them. I think he's Gojo, so that's super cool. I know most of the times when we have played Byron, people have used his JJK skin, which is I can't think of I think it's Yuji is his name.
Yuji Tadori? Is that Byron?
Yeah, that's Byron.
Yeah, I mean, Gojo, I believe, is the Kongmin, but I don't think we're gonna get to see
Oh, no, you're right. Oh, it's, yeah.
Megumi, yeah, Megumi.
Megumi is CME, that's right. I got them messed up. Whoops.
Yeah, but, I mean, definitely could be fun if they bring out the entire skin line, you know. We do have Garo, who also has a JJK skin, and also Goodsy, the support. He does have that little pumpkin skin. I do call it the pumpkin skin.
Nice.
But I think it is called Kathy from, again, the Jujutsu Kaisen collab. So definitely they could run something like that. They have not played those heroes, and if they do bring it out, I think they're gonna be fan favorites throughout probably the entire the tournament.
you might as well, you know. And I think you also still have access to Lady Sun, so that would be what is her name?
Nobara, right?
Okay, Nobara, yeah. For what it's worth, unfortunately I'm not familiar with the JJK franchise, but all my friends tell me about Gojo because they're always thirsting about him. So I'm just like, yeah, I get it. You know, silver-haired dude looks really cool, understandable, valid. You know, go off. But
definitely one of the fan favorites is Gojo. But yeah, I mean, definitely if they want to do something like that, they could do it. They do have the full Jujutsu Kaisen lineup. I mean, as you said, not even only the Garo, they do have the Lady Sun as well. I believe one of these teams did play the Lady Sun, or was that another series that we watched earlier in the day?
Not sure. Can't remember off the top of my head. It's been a lot of games today, and
yeah, it has been a lot of games.
We are. What time is it for you, Yikes? Is it past 1 a.m. already, or is it past 2 a.m.?
Oh, it's 2:42, so yeah, it is past 2.
Woo! Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely getting there, Rafa.
So, you know, as super hyped we were about seeing the Futsu, you know, at the rush and the dopamine has now worn off until we get to see another, you know, cool or niche hero being locked in for either of these two teams. Otherwise, you know, we're on our side, we're gonna just be hoping, okay, MKOI, don't mess this up. Let's close it out, baby, you know, unless next RÜYA really want to make this series interesting.
Definitely. I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, the players are smiling. They're definitely coming up with comps that they could run to become the fan favorites and also just have fun out there. You know, they're being creative. Again, the Futsu pick did make sense against the Liu Bang, but it was a great pick. You know, this is something that they wanted to play, and they're smiling. You can see that. I mean, both the games that, you know, they've been ending by MKOI. We got the first game where Goose was able to push the towers as a roam and get those, you know, vanguards pushing, and, you know, they were having fun with that. And now you got the Futsu. So they're definitely having fun, you know, playing around with NRX. And I mean, this could be NRX's chance to kind of, you know, poke back. Be like, hey guys, you're having way too much fun.
Lock it down. Stop that. We got to be able to fight back for pride too. So we'll see. And for what it's worth, it doesn't seem like NRX have just been getting passively rolled over, right? They've been proactive early on. They've been most of the time getting a lot of the early kills in the first few minutes. It just comes down to Movistar KOI playing just slightly better and being able to overrun them in the mid game and making really strong team fighting calls and executions, which, you know, to be fair, both of these teams have been playing to the playstyles we've been able to identify them with throughout the tournament. Strong team fighting from the side of MKOI, a lot of trap vision plays from the side of next RÜYA, and so it's been living up to the story so far. Although, yeah, at least for both of the teams been able to show some growth over the course of the tournament, and even though they're not gonna get a chance to escape Group A, it's been a lot of fun watching these two teams play.
Exactly, and you know, they're getting ready. It seems like that we might be having some tech issues, but we should be getting started with match 3 pretty soon, so make sure to, you know, go grab a drink, maybe your popcorn, get ready. And did we just skip the draft, Rafa?
I guess we couldn't get a chance to get the draft graphic loaded up, so they ran the whole draft, and boom, we're getting a Yao! We're getting a Yao!
A Yao and a Jing, Rafa! A Yao and
baby.
a Jing. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. I mean, Yao was gonna be like one of my picks, as you were mentioning. You asked me if I wanted to see some of the Clash laners, and I was gonna name Yao after the Lee Sin here, but Yao this time around is gonna go into the jungle by Atix, so definitely a great pickup. Demon Cat on the Jing though. Jing, very popular hero on the NA server. Especially if you play solo queue rank, you're gonna see a lot of Jing players trying to outplay you. And Demon Cat is definitely one of those players that plays a lot of Jing. So picking it out here, I want to see him do as well as he does in these ranked matches.
Well, this has been a treat. We're getting multiple first-time hero lock-ins for the last day of the second week of the Kings Major West League. Both teams recognizing that there's not as much stakes on the line here for the outcome of this series, so they're getting a chance to flex a little bit more fun. Wow, Demon Cat was ready to just go all in on a Tix for the level 1 invade, but a Tix got the smite off the blue buff, and now he's level 2. Still trying to fight with Kentao, but he's losing ground against Bob Ned's Zhang Fei as he is forced out of the jungle and away from the river.
Yeah, Jing tried to go for that early on invade, but Demon Cat was not able to secure this smite. He did smite a little bit early. Atix being patient, he was able to secure his own Azure Golem, getting that level 2, being able to poke them out. And here, seems like MKOI lost that trade just a little bit.
Tix will slightly be ahead in terms of pacing, but Demon Cat able to at least fully clear out his bottom side jungle, no harm, no foul. Will resume into farming now up on his top side. Because a Byron was locked in for Knight, we're actually getting a chance to have some early lane pressure. And look at that, hey, that's the Yuji skin right there for
you
Knight.
were talking about that. Yeah, you got that skin for the Byron here. I would say this is the best skin that you can actually pick up on Byron. Definitely feels very smooth. And we might see a dive right on top of this Byron, as he does look pretty nice in the lane with that skin up.
MKOI just allured to Yuji right now, just saying, we must get this guy. And boom, there's the trap being sprung, and immediately Knight is forced to flash away.
Yeah, they didn't have the levels. Kentao wasn't level 4 yet, but this might be a Jin kill on the Lady Jen here. Doesn't really happen. Yao here just dancing around in the Jing's ultimate. Atix picking up a kill on the Yao.
Atix being able to expend the return to dust to get a little bit of extra burst damage on Demon Cat despite the mirror domain being expended there. But good use by Void on his own ultimate to preserve himself and stall for the rest of NRX to collapse. We're still about a minute and a half away from objective spawning, so no reason to worry for either team in terms of burning their ultimates too early. Another steal attempt, but Atix is clean with the smite.
He's been patient and clean with the smite, and he has been clean with the Yao combos. He's able to stack up the 3 abilities on the Yao and be able to get the enhance out, as RÜYA gets a clean kill on Kentao here as they attempted to also dive. MKOI playing pretty aggressive, but it's not really working out, as Goose here potentially gonna go down too.
Yeah, RÜYA was under fire since Kentao was going for the dive, but because Bobnet collapsed in, good use of the Zhang Fei ultimate so that he could leap in and then separate him for a clear, easy 2v1. Knight might be in trouble. Remember, he doesn't have flash from before, so easy truth mantra setup from Waji to silence and shut him down into the wall.
Yeah, he didn't have flash from before, and I believe he barely missed his second skill where he was able to not dash through the wall there, gets caught out. Demon Cat going deep again, trying to get another kill, gets an amazing kill on the Lady Jin, and also Optic's gonna fall right after that.
And now it's a red buff steal, going over to Demon Cat, successful on no, wait, BobNet yoinked it away, he had the smite! Oh my goodness.
Wow.
MKoi not catching a break when it comes to buff steals so far in the game, you know, so NRX being able to pick up the small dubs when they can.
Yeah, and I kind of did not see Lily on the Marco Polo. That is a huge pick for MKoi. We've seen them do well with that, but Kentao here taking a pretty nice dive onto the Lady Zen, securing the kill here as they invade for the Azure Golem. Jing dancing in the ultimate doesn't really work out. Atix knows that she's gonna go back to her mirror image, gonna be able to finish her off. Kentao being so proactive here. Look at him going back again towards the red side, the Crimson buff coming up, trying to camp that here as NRX tries to go for the Tyrant.
Holy moly, Atix just using the Return to Dust to get super aggressive into the fight and ensuring that no one from the side of MKoi could threaten a steal onto the Tyrant. And now Goose, is he in trouble? Atix just going blow for blow. I mean, the fact that Liam Poe can do this is just crazy. This is a support versus a jungle champion. This hero is balanced, please. But you know what? It's okay. NRX continuing their siege onto the tier 1 turn in the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Liam Poe's trying to, you know, take a piece, like a fight at Atix here. It doesn't really work out as he's gonna have to burn his flash. Oh, he didn't even burn his flash. I was just ulted out. So Goose just has to burn his ultimate for that, but Moaji seems to be trying to go for Knight here with the help of Kentao. This might be a kill again on Knight.
Yeah, good pickup by Kentao, just roaming to the top side once again. Super proactive, as you noted earlier, on this My Hero Noi. Movistar Koi just making use of the proactivity early on and just trying to go blow for blow against NRX. And despite all the early plays that NRX has been able to make, it's still Movistar Koi still being relentless with the aggression and trying to push for multiple advantages. So we see one turret a piece for both sides, trying to threaten that tier 2 on the top side, but they're gonna have to back off. Oh, Void under fire, Truth Mantra from Muaji, not enough. Lady Jen gonna pop the ultimate here to give himself a little bit more time, but Demon Cat is into the thick of it alongside Goose with the Tremor Smash. It leads up the fight, and RX dropped 3.
Demon Cat getting a double on Jing here. Definitely one of the best Jing players we've seen so far in the tournament.
Team has slain an enemy.
And Kentao again gets a kill on the Lungia Rappa.
Yeah, he sniped Ryuga in the back as he was trying to sail away to safety on the Infinite Vastness. I'm not sure how it happened, but clean from Movistar Koi. NRX just trying to dance circles around them, but Movistar Koi now finally keeping up, as now a pick on tonight may be happening here, but BobNet is there to provide some safety. But then again, Goose shows up, screams support gap baby, as he's leading the charge and bullying BobNet away. Now Knight is on the run, but he's running into the hands of Kentao, and good night.
Yeah, Demon Cat definitely using Jing to its limits here, getting the kill at the very last second on Knight once again, and now they're just gonna go ahead here and invade their Crimson Golem as Altix is sneaking the Azure Golem on the side of MKoi. How did he slip through?
I mean, Tix is just trying to get resources wherever he can, because he knows that this map has fallen completely under the control of Movistar Koi in just rapid fashion. I think everyone from the side of NRX cannot withstand the pressure that has been on MKoi's side for a while. A good pickup by Ryuga. Looks like Demon Cat went a little too ham in the back line, but it opens up the gorge so that Ryuga cannot get a chance to defend this tier 2 turret from falling.
Yeah, definitely a great pickup. I believe that was also shot down going to Ryuga, so a big pickup here. Zhangfei gets a crazy ultimate on Muaji. This might be a kill as the entire NRX side collapses right on top of Muaji. Dharma not being able to escape here. Another kill goes to the side of NRX here.
I'm quite overstaying their welcome a bit. Still have the gold advantage for 1,000, but just gotta make sure that they are a little bit more careful when they're over. Oh, wait a minute. RÜYA under fire. Kentao going crazy. He's not able to clean up the combo, and RÜYA gets bailed out by the rest of his team. And Atik's now going to take this moment to solo out the Overlord, but Demon Cat is also here. He's going to force him out. Who's going to get this? Demon Cat says, thank you for the leash. Yoink. And the Overlord goes MKOI.
Yeah, that was a clean yoink by Demon Cat on the Overlord. Now they're going to have the pushing power here and try to invade just a little bit more as they're going to wait for Kenta to spawn here. Obviously, the Crimson buff gets picked up here by the side of NRX. But Demon Cat looking for picks here. Goes right on top of the Lady Jin. Uses the ultimate. Obviously, Lady Jin is going to have to get away from that using the flash.
It's going crazy right now. Muaji living to the very end. Oh, he slinks over the wall, but still falls to Void in the end. NRX holding the defenses, but they have to deal with Overlord Vanguards pushing in through all 3 lanes now.
Yeah, and looking at the score so far, 11-7. Gold is around only 3,000 to 4,000 difference here. Not too massive here. NRX is definitely still in the game here. And again, you gotta note the Marco Polo. Really on the Marco Polo, he has been having some massive plays. He does have Frigid now. That means he's gonna have that stun whenever he's able to get in. And he's running Purify. Rafa, he's not gonna be able to stun out whenever he's gonna commit with a full combo here. So that's gonna be great to watch.
Atik has definitely been trying his damnedest to maintain a lead to play for the side of next RÜYA, but so much gold has been taken, so many turrets have been taken on the side of MKOI in the past few minutes. Temper Tyrant is secured by Demon Cat, and Atik falls in the case of trying to steal it away, but RÜYA at least finds one back alongside the help of Knight. But Muaji still being strong on the side, and now Bobnet is trying to run away. Luli opening up with the double guns here, just blasting one after another. Bobnet falls, and now NRX down to only 1 member on the map.
Yeah, we're gonna get a replay right here on the Kenta kill, I believe, on the lone here. Oh, this is not the same one.
I see. So there was 2 plays happening. We had the 2 solo laners pushing on the top side, whereas we had, you know, big tyrant fight on the bottom side of the map. So now Movistar Koi just reaping the rewards of that play, back to 5,000 gold ahead, trying to continue the push into the tier 2 turret on the bottom side. There's still high ground turrets to take in the mid lane as well as the top side of the map, and Goose is waiting for a flank.
Yeah, he's waiting for a flank here, but there's no team to follow up with that. Demon Cat here, though, walking to the Crimson side of the map, but there's nobody there. They might try to engage here. I mean, Zhongfei doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't have the unbridled outburst, so this is their time to kind of try to engage here and get something out, as the minions are also pushing in into the high ground towers. This is the chance. I think they should play towards the top side here, try to get a pick on the Lady Jin or the Lung. Lung actually has to use Infinite Bassinet to go back to the base, so RÜYA not gonna have that up for a little while.
Yeah, there was an attempt there by Muaji using the Truth Mantra to set up the play. That just causes the Infinite Vassals to be expended. Maybe they can look again on the next Siege play here. RÜYA still has Flash, so he'll still be safe if he can reposition away from the crowd control. Meanwhile, Knight under fire on the bottom side of the map, getting completely soloed out. Void tries to buy some space, but he's forced to flash away. Demon Cat gets taken down, though, and now Knight is still alive, and now it's MKOI who are on the run. Kentao is taken out next. And suddenly, Movistar Koi have just lost a lot of momentum on the map.
Well, Muaji gets caught out too. They saw him and they were able to pick him up right here. Knight gets a great stun on top. Muaji gets a great ultimate, but gonna go down. They're super tanky on the side of NRX, and this is gonna be a free Shadow Overlord, Rafa.
And this is huge for next RÜYA. Even though they're down a lot of gold, this will at least buy some time to give them macro pressure back on the map. They have yet to lose a high ground turret, so they're stalling the base defense for now. And without a high ground turret being taken off, it is still definitely winnable for the side of next RÜYA.
Definitely winnable now, as they do have the Shadow Overlord that is going to help them a lot with pushing. But Optics has a different plan here as he camps for Demon Cat, trying to come for his Azure Golem. Full Yao combo. super fast takes on Demon Cat.
And Etix is looking for another one on the Kentao, but he's got to be careful until he's got reinforcements coming in back from Knight and Bob Ned, assisting him on the play. Rotating their way towards the top side to make sure that they can look for a siege onto the tier 2 tower. Goose was looking for an initiation, but they probably just want to wait for Demon Cat to spawn again before they look for a pick.
Yeah, Optic's definitely putting up some numbers with the Yao here, being able to use Return to Dust and go back to his last location to around 2 seconds ago. He's able to survive and not die to Kentao, so definitely playing a great Yao here against the Jing and also the Mai Shirnoi.
Yeah, he's definitely been the difference maker, or the biggest difference maker for NX RÜYA so far, at least keeping them in the game. Shadow Tyrant is the focus for now, but the rest of Employ pushing out the mid lane as well as the top lane. There's still an Overlord Vanguard pushing through on the bot side of the map, so we'll have to take care of that. Demon Cat got a little too deep on that play alongside Goose. You know, at least the Liam Poe is tanky enough, trying to sustain it up, looking for RÜYA. Can they find him outside of the Infinite Vastness? But he's too far away, but Bob Ned will fall as sacrificial lamb instead. No jungle for the side of either team, so if Employ just want to burst down this Tyrant, they definitely can.
They definitely can here, as they do have a lot of pressure with the Muaji pick, Dharma sitting in the bushes, but it doesn't look like they want to do that. They want to play it safe, and they're just going to farm away or recall, as Liampo is just doing that here. Demon Cat should be coming up a little bit before Atik, so if they want to start that on the side of MKOI, they could have a couple of seconds for themselves, but it doesn't look like it. NRX does check the Tyrant here, and they see that MKOI is not going for it. So they're just gonna back up as well.
Knight was ready to face check into the Tyrant just to see if Employ had started it up, but realized that no one was there. A lot of damage onto a Tix. He had gone super low against Kentao's Mai. Was able to live for another day. Now Luli is soloing out the Shadow Tyrant with Goose hovering around just in case anyone from NRX does show up. But this is a clean objective secured. Overlord coming up in the next 45 seconds. Luli is going to take this time to shove out the bottom side of the map before he rotates back over to the mid lane.
Yeah, and I want to note that if you look at Goose's active item for support here, his choice is how? Group up, speed up, Rafa. That means once they're in a group, he's going to be able to pop that active item and just rush at them. Just look at that. They popped it right here. This might be it, Rafa.
They're looking for a Tix. They want to end the game off of this pick. Void is already assassinated. A Tix falls next, and just like that, it's a 5-on-3, and Luli is able to respawn off of the item there. Now Luli being able to be back on the Gorge. MKOIs have 5 versus 3. They can make this siege happen and at least take out this high ground tower.
Yeah, the How play came out. That was quite clean. They were able to pick up 2 targets on the side of NRX, and now it seems like it's going to be a free high ground on the bot side here. The Dongfei is forced to use the Unbridled ultimate here, and he's going to have to just use that to back up, actually. Liam Poe going deep with a flash ultimate here. Doesn't really work out, as they have to back here now. Byron here might get caught out here.
Kentao went a little too deep on that one, was looking for the assassination play. He knew that RÜYA had expended the flash and the ultimate, so thought that there was a chance for a quick assassination thanks to the space Goose bought, but not quite the case. At least for MKOI, they have now taken out a high ground turret, so it's a lot more difficult for NRX to play the game out from here. It's not impossible for them to come back, but their first answer is to try and see if they can yoink this Overlord away, but they've been spotted. Who can get in? No, a Tix is securing with the Overlord smite. Demon Cat was not able to get in range. It looked like the smite didn't come, or it did came out, but just not in time.
Yeah, it's not in time. I mean, we saw him try to do that earlier, and he was successful with this deal. Not this time around, though. Muaji did go in a little bit earlier to try to buy some time and do a bit of a damage, but also that didn't work out. But Rafa, I want to note that RÜYA here has been farming on the Loom. There's going to be a lot of damage coming out shortly.
Late game insurance policy activated for next RÜYA. If RÜYA can survive, then maybe he can deliver on the damage for this squad. Mirror Domain expended by Demon Cat, just trying to see if he can burn any cooldowns here, but not going to be the case. Goose also using that Tremor Smash. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Demon Cat's gotta be careful when engaging on the Void like that.
Yeah, definitely Legion has the CC and has the damage to try to, you know, burst down a target solo. And if Void was able to, you know, cast the ultimate there, that was going to be a definite death on there. But again, RÜYA here picks up the Moaji, and Liuli here might fall down as well as he's being chased down by Knight and Bobnet.
There's a solo assassination play by a Tix being able to pick off Demon Cat, who is super low, trying to push on that Vanguard on the bot side of the map. And NRX continuing to clean up another set of plays on the top side. I mean, slowly but surely, they're starting to fight their way back. And Movistar Koi, yes, they've had the advantage for a long time so far, but if they're not careful, if they're too complacent with the setup here, NRX can fight their way back into this game.
Yeah, they definitely can fight their way back into this game. I mean, the Tempest Dragon is coming up. We are hitting the 20-minute mark. And this is where we've seen MKoi Star shine there. They've been able to kind of pull out at the Tempest Dragon.
Look at Kentel. He's waiting. He's setting up a trap, yikes.
He's looking at them.
Oh, does he look for Void? That's the big knock. This assassination is successful. Goose falls, though. Can next RÜYA continue without their mid laner? It just might be the case. It's still a 4-on-4. Late game items are being picked up. Big knock-up by Bobnet to set up the assassin onto Moaji, but he's still surviving. Wait a minute. Lowly getting picked off by RÜYA in the back line, and Moaji falls to Atix next. And this is the perfect time to do it, because the Tempest Dragon has spawned, and that can be what decides the game here. Unless, wait, Kentel looking for another assassin play, but it's the Splendor at the perfect time by RÜYA being able to cancel out the assassination attempt. Demon Cat trying to go crazy with the Mirror Domain. Atix nearly falls. I don't think he's healthy enough to look for the Tempest Dragon. Oh, they leashed it. It's about to kill him unless he's able to walk away. Kentel might be in danger here, looking for another one. He pops the Splendor, and he is bursted.
Yeah, Kentel is dead here, and that is gonna be bad. He's gonna be on a 40-second timer here. That's gonna give a lot of time and space for NRX to bait out this Tempest Dragon. Wow. I mean, this is going to be hard, Ralph, but it's going to be hard for the side of MKoi. I mean, we see Liampo, Goose trying to walk in here and try to get some vision. So hopefully maybe Demon Cat is going to be able to steal this, but it looks like they're going to have to give it up.
It's half HP already, unless Demon Cat can get it in the nick of time. He already flies on in. Everyone turns around, tries to look for Demon Cat instead. He has been popped. He has the resurrection. He tries to go and he gets it is the Tix that secures the Tempest Dragon for NRX, but he falls to Moaji. Now Bobnet trying to buy up time on the front line, looking for Lowly and Kental in the back. But Goose is able to protect his farm laner from harm. Void is forced to pop the recall here, but the rest of the team have the grace of Tempest Vanguards. They are content knowing that now they have the ultimate objective to help them push for a comeback.
Yeah, this is definitely NRX's game now. They have the goal lead, they have the Tempest Dragons, they have the Tempest Vanguards pushing in, disrupting those towers. They're going to be able to really hit it with the Lone Grew. Like you can see them just walking in here using the Howl, I believe. Oh, they didn't even have Howl, they just have movement speed boost here. They're able to walk up to these high grounds towers. And again, look at the disturbance. The tower cannot do anything, cannot help the MKoi side to protect. RÜYA destroying these towers late game.
Wow!
Long!
Knight just flying on in, buying space so that RÜYA can just pump damage on the long hair MKoi. Their last stand down to 2 members. Lowly's got to pull out a miracle, but he's stunned up by Bobnet, forced to dash away. Now only on Goose, but Lianpo can't do it all. And with the Vanguards pouring in and all 4 members from NRX, this one is not closed yet, folks. This one is going the distance. NRX bring it back with a game win.
NRX brings it back off a long late game with the Tempest Dragon. You can see all of them smiling and laughing as they stay in this series. They might have the chance to take it to game 5. They are having so much fun here. Kind of look like they were taunting the Movistar Koi players here as they were not able to secure that win. But yeah, Rafa, 2-1. How do we feel about that?
You know what? We know that the stakes for this game are, at least not for Group A side, but Movistar Koi had that game in the bag. They were 5,000 gold ahead for a majority of the game. And yet, I feel like they got a little careless with, the leads. And next RÜYA is saying, I mean, if you're going to disrespect us like that, then yeah, we're going to persevere and we're going to endure and, find all these, windows to punish you. And that's exactly what happened. There's just one too many isolated deaths coming out from Movistar Koi. Just, I don't know if it was them being, a little too complacent or just not being really synced up and really locked in. And now they're going to have to play another game before the series is closed out.
Yeah, they're going to have to play another game, as if NRX is able to kind of, win that match as well, it's going to go to a game 5, Rafa. It is going to be a full-on best of 5, and then that's when things are going to get shaky for the MKOI side. But yeah, 2-1 to MKOI so far. NRX winning that game with the late game late gen, and being able to pick up the Tempest Dragons there. There was kind of no way for MKOI to stop them at that point when you get that, objective Tempest Dragon with someone like a Lung here who is able to pretty much one-shot anyone at the late game here, with RÜYA being super clean on that Lung. 8-2 to 12 here with that score, insane KDA. But yeah, so far so good from NRX staying in this matchup.
Big props to it, Tix. What an impressive performance on the Yao. First time in the tournament that no one else has brought out this hero so far. Clearly, Tix is very comfortable with it and making it look very, very strong and being able to pilot it to great success. Oftentimes besting Demon Cat in the 1v1s, especially towards the later stages of the game. I could see him as an MVP contender, but I think more than likely will probably go to RÜYA on the long, since he was pumping out a lot of damage by the end of the game. And remember, this is not, the dedicated farm laner for the side of NRX. This is a mid laner in terms of their starter roles. So NRX just flexing around their versatility. I know there's a solid point you made about well, if you don't practice your main role that often when you're playing the stage games, you might not know the matchups as, intuitively. Maybe when it comes to late game, they're like, They had it locked down.
Exactly, and looking at the charts here, we can see that MKOI was, in the lead throughout the entire game pretty much. But then that was at the very end where they lost a couple of the fights. RÜYA hit the power spikes, was able to pick up the items, and, getting that Tempest Dragon kind of set things in stone. And I think RÜYA got to be the MVP here on that Lung, being able to take the control for the NRX side into the late game, and we're about to find out in just a second, as he does in fact launching the MVP. 8-12 KDA, damage taken 14%, damage dealt 24%, total gold 23%. This is definitely how you want to play Lung, take it to the late game with all the items and a Tempest buff right on top of that, Rafa.
Yeah, the fact that this one went a full 20 plus minutes just goes to show the absolute insanity of this game. The first two games were bloodbaths, very similar to this one, but the bloodbath continued. Both teams continuing to swing hands, and even when Movistar Koi were favored to close out the series, perseverance and endurance proved to be much stronger on the side of NRX, and just capitalizing on some of the carelessness from MKOI when they were kind of just making a lot of isolated plays by themselves on both sides of the map. So if Movistar Koi wanted to close out this series early, well, you know what? Your punishment is now you're going to have to play another game. So this one is potentially now going the distance. We'll see if next RÜYA can continue this momentum now that they have the most recent game won on their side, or if MKOI are going to bounce back, try to lock it in like they have been in the first two games. We're going to find out right after this break.
let him know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
All right, welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our fourth game of the series between Movistar Koi and RÜYA. RÜYA bounced back. Yikes. And now we're at a 2-1 standstill. It is still match point for Movistar Koi. They just need one more game to close out the series. But RÜYA not going down without a fight.
Yeah, we already saw the Futsu, we already saw the Ya, we already saw the Jing. I mean, the matches keep going, and we're gonna see more and more heroes show up here. I mean, I kind of want to go for the Lee Xin here. Hopefully we're gonna see some Lee Xin, maybe some Han Xin here. Definitely high frame heroes that these guys can play and show us how to have fun with. I mean, there's a lot. Just looking at the hero pool here, there is a bunch of heroes they can play, but let's talk about the heroes they cannot play anymore. Looking at the MKOI side, all the heroes on the left side cannot be played by them any longer. Same thing with NRX. All the heroes on the right side not gonna be playable by them any longer as well, thanks to the global ban and pick. That means we're gonna see some new heroes showing up on the Gorge, Rafa. Are you ready for that?
Bro, just give me more new heroes. Tix being able to deliver with the Yao. That was a great display on this hero that we have not seen in the tournament at all. So now, let's start expanding. Let's see what else both of these teams have to offer. MKOI, given the side selection, are going on the red side, so they'll have a chance to counterpick.
Exactly, they're going to try to go for a bit of a counter pick here, which is going to be nice for them. I mean, again, both of these teams are doing unexpected things, I would say. They're picking up heroes that haven't been kind of played throughout the tournament, and they're also, you know, doing a bunch of role swapping on the NRX side that kind of makes them, you know, kind of unexpected for MKOI. They don't know what is going on. You kind of see Void on the early in the first match of the series, being in the farm lane, and then he swapped up to the mid lane for the last two series. So a lot of things are being changed up here, and it seems like that Void has been doing a great job in the mid lane, and you know, they're having fun with it here. They're smiling, they're getting ready for this fourth match on the NRX side. I'm just wondering what they're gonna pick, Rafa.
I'm wondering what Void told Tix that was so funny. I want to know that joke. He kind of whispered into his ear, and then Tix couldn't stop laughing for a bit. He had to go for the napkin and, you know, try to recompose himself there. Yeah, it's just... Can we send a message to the base in Malaysia? Be like, yo, Void, what was so funny, bro? Let us know.
Can we get a live feed on the audio of the NRX side here?
Ooh, yeah. Like put a microphone in there and just, like, you know, get live communications from the teams.
Definitely would be fun to hear what, you know, he had to say to his own teammates, but, you know, maybe it was something about the picks they're about to pick here against MKOI as we jump into the draft. Again, NRX panning out the early. They definitely don't want to give that to Lily, as, you know, he's been pretty dominant on the early in these previous matches. As history speaks for itself, MKOI is just going to go ahead here and ban out the Ogren. They definitely do not want to give that to Otix. Otix has been pretty powerful throughout the day in the jungle role.
Yeah, just making sure that NRX don't get a chance to use that hero at all for this next game. And Movistar Koi, unfortunately for them, even though Luli was able to pop off with Marco Polo in one of our previous series, they didn't get a chance to finish out the game in this previous one. So now they have to ban the Marco Polo away from NRX's side. And now the Lady Sun has been first picked by RÜYA.
Yeah, the Lady Sun has been picked by RÜYA here for the priority pick. Haven't seen that in a while, I would say. But Marco Polo is banned from MKOI side, so it seems like, you know, NRX doesn't want to get squeezed out of the marksmen, the farm laners that they do play here. So Noob are gonna go to MKOI with the Dune on top of that. Again, MKOI going onto their comfort picks here, Rafa.
Yeah, Dune has been a classic for Demon Cat pretty much every single series we've seen. So has the Nua been for Kentao. I think MKOI starting to lock it down and be like, all right, guys, you know what? NRX are definitely capable of punishing our over-aggressiveness, our complacency. Let's just try and pick our best heroes here and ensure that we can close the series out as NRX answer back with a lot of long-range potential, both the Ganemo and the Motsu.
The Ganemo and the Motsu, and before that, Rafa, they picked up the Lady Sun, so that's gonna be a lot of poke from their side. They're gonna try to compete with the Nua here. We know Nua has, you know, the Annihilation that she could be using here to snipe off targets, but now they're like, nope, you have only one of that, and we're gonna have multiple heroes that are gonna be able to poke you down, be able to burst you down. As Chano here gets picked up by MKOI, and they ban out the Agudo from the NRX side as well. So again, Otix being squeezed here from his hero pools.
Maybe another jungle ban from the side of Movistar Koi, as you pointed out with the Agudo. Nope, it's going to be focused on to the Clash lane. Still wary that Void could roll swap to the Clash lane and pick up the Dharma, which is he has done in the past. Whereas NRX gonna focus out another Clash hero with the Elaine. Even though they don't have the chance to pair it up with something like the Dahlia, it is still something that they're gonna respect. Ooh, I like this one though. If they lock it in, Sakir gives you so much healing power in the for sustain, and allowing Chano to continue staying in lane as he goes for continuous poke shots onto the Lady Sun.
Yeah, definitely confident, gives them a lot of healing, and also Sakir is able to kind of cast brushes in the middle of the map that is going to allow them to, you know, get healings out of that, and also it's going to allow Sakir to kind of be so mobile, dash through, you know, brushes, be able to get vision for the team, get in and get out. So Sakir definitely going to be a hero here that could, you know, make it for MKOI. And then on the NRX side, we're going to have a Luna locking Otix, definitely playing these high frame heroes. He's confident now, and Sunsei here getting locked in for the side of NRX. Definitely don't know who he's gonna go to. It could be Knight, it could be Void, it could be Ryuga. We don't know that yet, but we know that Main is gonna get locked in for Muaji here.
Yep, because MKOI don't play like that. They don't do the role swaps. That's NRX's fancy, you know. So now we've got the full compositions locked in. So regardless of who goes where on NRX's side, let's break it down. Yikes. We've got, you know, Sunsei going up in the Clash lane. You've got decent global power with the set sail right. You have long range and poke as you already lined out with both Ganemo, Motsu, and Lady Sun. And then Luna is probably your finisher. On MKOI's side, you're kind of matching with some long range with Nua, but more so tankiness and healing power.
Exactly. And I mean, the Nuba, we've seen Kenta on the Nuba, you know, be a great deal of damage. He does have a lot of CC, and Kenta seems to be like one of his favorite heroes. We've seen him get super comfortable on the Nuba, especially whenever they have a Lung. He's able to take those games to the very late game, to the phase where they're able to, you know, get the towers, get the Annihilation snipes with the, you know, with the snipes on the Nuba. And he's gonna have that support. He does have a lot of friendline. He does have the Duin. He has the Main, and he does have the Sakir that is gonna be able to protect him throughout the map. But we're about to find out if that's something that's gonna happen, because Void has the Ganemo here. He's been playing pretty well throughout the tournament, and Botnet here is on the Mutsu, and we do have a Lady Sun as well. So there's a lot of power to take down the Nuwa here.
We're on to the Gorge, baby. Fourth game of the series. Still MKOI's series to win as they are up on match point. But next RÜYA, off the back of that game 3 win, might have the momentum to look for a reverse sweep if they can manifest it. It'll come down to if Movistar Koi are going to lock in and try to ensure they are playing more cleanly, just like in games 1 and 2. Only time will tell, as Ryuga is returning to the farm lane on the Lady Sun this time around. Void playing in the mid lane and Knight in the Clash lane.
Yeah, definitely returning on the Lady Sun on Ryuga. We'll have to see how they're gonna play with that. Void here getting caught up by the Lady Sun. I mean, the Nuwa here on Kentao. You know, we know that Kentao is able to have these plays where he's able to block out players, deal out a lot of damage. And botnet here is going for a bit of a bush check with the Fire Blast cannons from the Mutsu here. Again, checking the bushes again. RÜYA trying to take a beating at the wolves from the Chano.
Quite successful here. Meanwhile, skirmish in the mid lane, 3v2. Atix getting super low, but Demon Cat not having enough damage on the Dune to finish him off. As a set sail coming in from Knight, driving in that Lambo. Oh, he's picked up someone. They're gonna look for the right onto the bot side. Oh, that was gonna be crazy. Yikes, if they had found it on the Luli.
It was definitely going to be a highlight if they were able to land a combo there. I mean, Motsu was just sitting in the car having fun, you know, having a little drink in the backseat. But they, you know, he has to get off the car early as they kind of crash into a wall instead of a player. Don't get the money, and they're not able to move forward. And now we see an invade from Demon Cat here. He's gonna go down though as Atix freaks up the first blood and gets the buff back right off of Demon Cat's body.
That's first blood for next RÜYA. Persistence is finally rewarded for themselves here. And now we're going to see if they can continue the pressure. Now, Movistar Koi in the first two games, despite the early kills going NRX's way, were still able to prevail in the mid-game fights as Atix trying to get into the face of Demon Cat and just paying back all the love that Demon Cat was giving in that game 3 when he was constantly invading, looking for the steals. Meanwhile, 3v2 onto the bot tier 1, looking for that dive, but Luli keeping himself safe.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to know that Kentao was actually the person that picked up the blue buff there and didn't even go to Demon Cat, so that's gonna put Demon Cat a little bit behind as Kentao has to try to protect that buff from Atix invading on that Luna. But it's definitely going to be a great help as Kentao now does have the mana regen from the blue buff, and he's going to be able to kind of look for more plays with the Nuwa here, and we know he's a great player here, and he's going to just do that. Now we see Demon Cat looking for another mid clear as there's nothing left in the jungle other than the side camps here. So definitely going to try to help and clear the mid lane with the help of Nuwa. Probably look for another Azure Golem as it's coming up, or try to help Mwaji here.
Maybe a potential roam here on the top side as Demon Cat is stealing away this blue buff. Set sail already used to get the big knockup, but now Knight is forced to flash away. Blue was secured by Demon Cat. Atix under fire, and nicely done by Mwaji, being able to finish the kill on the Mayin, now evening up the kill score to 1-1.
Yeah, it's going to be 1-1. Mwaji definitely knowing the capabilities of the Mayin, they're being able to chase down Atix. I mean, if anyone that is going to, you know, be there to kill Atix is going to be Mayin. She has the mobility, she has the anti-CC, and she has the damage to kill Atix in the early game, and he definitely did that. But now, Rafa, Tyrant is up. We hit the 4 minutes mark. Both teams are going to try to play for that.
Oh, big dive onto the bot side. Lowly, though, will be traded 1-for-1. Here comes the Lambo. Skirt, skirt. But good flash by Goose. Able to evade a hit and run from Knight and get out alive.
Yep, he did the classic. If I'm not in front of the car, I'm not going to get hit. So he just flashed behind it and flies away with the power of Sakir, having the mobility to dash to these brushes.
Goose trying to defend this tier 1 from falling. Even the Kentao and the Nuwa aiding for a lot of damage to the bot net, but because Knight is still around, he can finish off the tower on the bot side. It's traded though, thanks to Mwaji pushing in the top lane. So that is now 1 tower apiece for both sides, and gold lead is pretty much dead even.
Yeah, gold lead is pretty much dead even. I mean, the score is also dead even. It's 2-2, so both of these teams are playing a little bit safer during this series. And another set sail is coming up, and the target is going to be Demon Cat, but he's going to make it out with the ultimate, Rafa.
Yeah, that was a quick use of the Unruly Blade. It really timed well at the same time of the set sail connecting. So now, oh, Goose getting into the face of Atix right there. Can't be too disrespectful, gotta be careful, but thankfully on the Sakir, very mobile, very slippery. Mwaji looking around the left side, gets spotted out, but it's all 5 members from the side of next RÜYA hovering around the mid lane, so... Oh! That was a Annihilation being sought out by Kentao. Was trying to see if he could stop Void on the base or look for a kill, but not going to happen.
Yeah, not going to happen. So now Kentao is going to be on a cooldown with the Annihilation. I mean, it is a pretty long cooldown in the early game, like at this level at 6-minute mark. So it's going to take a couple of seconds for it to come back. Later into the game, it's going to be able to spam it. So not gonna matter too much, but right now Otix is looking for a stun on Kentao, possibly a pick. Not gonna happen as Demon Cat and Goose are sitting down in the mid lane. Goose popped the ultimate here, creating a brush in the mid lane for Kentao to get some health, the health back that he lost from that poke.
Another use of the Unruly Blade to negate the set sail being used by Knight. He is totally fine, and as long as Demon Cat is the one absorbing the Sensei ultimates, then MKoi are totally in a good spot. However, Demon Cat got to be careful. Good use of the ultimate to get out alive, as that was a 4-man collapse, almost taking out
Moaji here.
Yeah, he's looking for the assassination with the 1v3. Finds it onto a Tix. Can he look for another one? Kentao comes in another time. Assist with the alley-oop and gets a major dunk onto the squad of NRX, bailing out Moaji. And this is going to be a big sequence here, yikes. Look at how many towers they can take.
Look at how much they are taking. They're taking towers, they're taking jungles, they're taking kills, and they're taking the mid tower as well, Rafa. That was so well played by the setup that Moaji had. Was able to take down the Luna. Kentao, you know, just teleporting using emergence right on top of that. Goose following up. Wow, what a crazy chain of events right there.
Okay, but NRX not going to go down without a fight. They answer back at least onto Moaji, who was a little too far forward. Rest of you saw that Annihilation almost finding Bobnet. Just not enough damage on the back end. But Movistar Koi should be able to get this siege in. But thankfully for NRX, they still have 2 members dedicated to defend this tier 2 from falling.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to hold that tier 2 here. I mean, Crimson Buff is up here. It might go to RÜYA. Or Otix might, yeah, he's gonna go to RÜYA here. I mean, it's to the point of the game where you want to give the buffs to the Lady Sun here. Even though it doesn't look like RÜYA has been having, you know, too much farm, Chano seems to be a level ahead here. And I mean, Lilu is picking up the Crimson Buff as well. So definitely you want to get the farms into the ADCs as we're getting later into the game. Both teams, though, they're kind of pathing towards the Overlord here as Setzel has been exhausted.
Hit and run does not happen from the side of Knight as the car finds no one. Movistar Koi now circling around this blue buff. That's the target. Big knockup. Doesn't really hit onto a Tix there, but Bobnet, a little too close, was trying to use that ultimate to lock down one of the members there, but NRX going to lose out on their support, and now guaranteed 5-on-4 on the map.
Yeah, it seems like the Zerg buff also doesn't go towards the NRX side, so Otix is going to be super low on mana. Again, Luna is one of those heroes that consumes a bunch of mana as you have to spam your skills to be able to reset and be able to get in, get out. So now he's going to have to try to recall back after clearing these minions and try to get some of that mana back, as he's not going to be able to fight with no Azure Golem.
Even if they don't get the blue, looks like they're going to be A-okay. Waiting for the shadow objectives to spawn now. MKoi have full control. And we're at a similar point that we saw in Game 3, where they are ahead a significant amount of gold at 10 minutes, nearly 4,000. Now it's up to Movistar Koi to clean this execution out from here. And it seems like so far, they've definitely been doing a better job doing it. NRX, I like the use of the set sail. Try to get some vision onto the Shadow Tyrant to see if they can look for a steal. Oh my goodness! Void, he's gonna go down, but he was able to yoink the Shadow Tyrant away. That'll give a little bit of team fight damage over back to NRX's side as they find Luli thanks to RÜYA on the Lady Sun before falling. But it's now a 4-on-3 in the map.
Yeah, they lost the Tyrant there. I mean, they're gonna have to try to force the jungle camps off the NRX at least to get a even trade for themselves here, as they did lose the Tyrant here. Otix, though, is able to was he able to no, actually not. Demon Cat secures the blue buff here one more time, so Otix is gonna not have that mana recovery and also a skill cooldown reduction here.
Meanwhile, Muwaji was just waiting to see if there's someone that he could pick off here. If Knight is the target, if he steps up, but it's a little too tanky and durable on the Sunsei. But no one from M or NRX can step up to contest the Shadow Overlord, so no steals this time around. Muwaji is just going to be a distraction. Everything should be okay. Kentao even using the emergence just to collapse on over to the side and safety of Muwaji, just in case they needed him.
Look at that. Demon can snicks the Overlord with the help of the Chano here, but there might be a fight. Good overextending, gets caught out with the damage of a Void, and RÜYA on the Lady Soon, and Ganon Mo is going to go down pretty fast here.
Yeah, Goose was flying a little too close to the sun there. He was so moving super fast, and then he just ran right into an NRX death brush there. So paying the price for that one. We'll be back up in the next 13 seconds, so no harm, no foul. Enhanced Overlord Vanguard spawned in the farm lane, so Movistar Koi gonna focus their efforts throughout the top side of the map, trying to get as much damage as they can.
Yeah, and we saw Goose right after he died, he swapped to the Boots of Resistance, as there is a lot of CC coming out from the side of NRX. I mean, you do have Bobnet, who's, you know, firing these cannons into every single bush, getting those CCs in, so definitely makes sense to pick up the Boots of Resistance on the side of MKoi now.
Looks like NRX are able to take out the Enhanced Vanguard through the farm lanes. They'll have to deal with another one pouring in, but all of their efforts are focused on these bottom two lanes. Only one Tix trying to defend solo on the high ground turret, looking for the outplay on the Luli, but good flash on the Chano. Now trying to dodge away from Knight, but he's able to find the Chano before getting traded. Movistar Koi now 4-4, but without the Overlord Vanguards, I don't think they can make the siege happen anymore.
Yeah, they can't make the siege happen anymore, as they do not have Chano either here. It's a 6-9 score up, 4,000 gold difference. You know, MKoi again being on kind of like the same spot they were last game. So, I mean, they do have 6 towers down compared to 1. But, I mean, this is MKoi Alpha. What are we thinking here? What is going to happen?
I mean, once again, Movistar Koi with the gold advantage, you would expect they should have the advantage to close this one out. There hasn't been as many isolated deaths as it was happening in Game 3, so I think Movistar Koi at least are trying to lock down the team coordination here and making sure that they're not just dying randomly and giving advantages for free over to NRX. But they have not had a chance to break open the high ground turrets yet, so until that happens, they don't have a significant advantage to play for in terms of being able to force NRX to constantly defend their base. Shadow Tyrant has spawned, and I don't think NRX, I mean, they are definitely going to try to steal it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to try to steal it, as Ganon Mo again is walking up here. Void is known to try and steal these, you know, Tyrants, and he might just do it once again if they're able to combo with the RÜYA, be able to snipe it at the same time here. Ganon Mo walks up, doesn't happen this time though. Demon Cat fast on the smite. Muwaji gets a kill on Bobnet in the back lane. Really also gets a kill on Void.
And just like that, 3 members fall at the side of NRX. The only thing that Knight can do is just try to push in the bot side of the map and force Muwaji to respawn. Luli was super low on HP, but thanks to the power of Goose on the Sakir, is able to heal him back nearly to full. My goodness, that's disgusting. And now MKoi have a 4-strong man assault into the mid lane, sieging down the high ground turret. They should have the members to make this siege happen. Knight is going to try to bail them out one last time to buy time for the response of his fallen comrades, but Tix is the only man standing. Splendor pop. It goes golden. He's resurrecting. Is it going to be enough? Minions have respawned. Here comes the final respawn of members from NRX, trying to defend their crystal from going down, but Bobnet falls again. No minions. They're trying to kill the crystal. They're trying to end the series right here. RÜYA giving his life. He falls. Void is next, but he is forced back into the fountain. And Movistar Koi finally destroy next RÜYA and clean the series.
They did definitely destroy them right there, as they were able to just push in with this little minions alive. I mean, obviously the minions were cleared with the, you know, Luna being able to pop the Splendor. They're clearing the minions, but, you know, NRX couldn't leave the base. MKoi was just shutting them down. They were behind the crystal near the fountain, just killing them. Muaji picking up the kills. Definitely a great play on the mine from Muaji. Was able to pick up some crucial kills on the Luna here. We saw, you know, the mine camp a couple of times on the Azure Golem where they were able to pick up Atix, who wasn't able to get much of, you know, I don't think any blue buffs actually, you know, the Azure Golems went to Atix, and you need that as a Luna player. You need the cooldown reduction on the skills, the mana regeneration, and he was not able to get it.
Yeah, it was quite tough as they were putting a lot of pressure down onto the Texas Luna, ensuring that he was not really getting that much done. There's definitely some early plays that NRX were pulling off successfully, right, as we saw in all the previous games of the series, but once again, Movistar Koi able to rally in the mid game. I still think the big sequence that gave them the snowball they were looking for was the trap set up by Muaji on that top side jungle in the 1v3, and just the fact that he didn't die in the exchange and got even more out of that was clean.
Yeah, definitely clean. As we can see, he has a 5-1-5 scoreline for a Clash laner, almost the same gold as Lily on the marksman role. So definitely he was farming, getting a lot of kills, setting up a lot of these camps that they needed to win this match against NRX. I mean, a lot of the CC was coming out of the main, being able to lock down the Atix, who did pay for the Luna pick here. You know, he wanted to play the Luna. He has been playing these flashy heroes, but it didn't work out, as MKoi had a different plan for the side of NRX, you know, invading that Azure Golem constantly and taking it away from Atix. And we can see the damage, again, damage charts here. We can see Lily on 102,000 damage on the Chano, main 30,000. Again, Kentao 80,000 on the Nuwa. This guy's just, he's just classic. He's pretty good on the Nuwa. Can't really say much about it.
Yeah, he's pretty darn good at the long range mages, being able to find snipes here and there, everywhere, whenever Movistar Koi needed him to, you know, finish off a lot of these kills here. Now, next RÜYA, for their credit, were able to at least match some of that power in Void's Gun and Mo, but, you know, it was not enough to overcome Movistar Koi's team pressure and relentlessness, as I would, even though Loli got a lot of damage down onto the Chano, I still think Muaji would probably be the MVP contender. But you know what? I'm going to give it to Luli, making sure that he did pump out the majority of the team's damage there, consistent and reliable in the backline, being able to navigate his way throughout these team fights whenever the rest of his front line was setting him up for success.
Definitely, the rest of the front line. I mean, the Dune over here being able to, you know, block off a lot of the Sunsei set sails here, and we can see this is where it all started to snowball, as Muaji was able to get pretty much a double kill here with Kentao jumping and clearing up the kill on the Gan and Mo. And again, with the power of Muaji, they were able to, you know, get the farm that they needed into Lili, as he was able to clear up some of these kills right here. We can see that he was going crazy. Got another kill on the Gan and Mo. But yeah, definitely a great, you know, team coordination fight for this last match of the series. For the side of MKoi, they were able to rally up as an entire team and end things in a nice manner.
Yeah, well, yikes, we have done it. We have reached the finish line for not just the day, but for the end of Survival Week here. All the teams have now played out all their series. There's still one more off-stream series yet to be played by Next RÜYA and Alo Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. And then there'll be, I believe Koi and Alo played out a series earlier today while we were doing the Virtus.pro and Next RÜYA series. So when we start rolling through all of our graphics to wrap out the end of the day, we'll get a chance to see at least as close to the final group standings as we have so far. But just want to go through your thoughts, Yikes. You know, we've finished Survival Week. We know that our 4 teams going into the knockout stage, OG Esports, Twisted Minds, 9C Globant, and Virtus.pro. What is one of the biggest expectations that jumps out at you?
I mean, the biggest expectations are going to be, you know, OG. I mean, the record has been beaten. You know, they have been. Twisted Mind showed us that they could be defeated in a match. Obviously, they haven't dropped the series yet, so I want to see these teams, throw more punches at OG, try to, get closer matchups. And Twisted Mind is definitely going to be the team. Another matchup I'm, keeping a close eye at is going to be 9ZG versus a VP. That is going to be fun to watch if they do get to the point where they play each other. So yeah, definitely going to be fun matches. There's a lot of matches to look out for. I mean, Group S, there's a lot of top dogs in that team. We got OG, we got Twisted Mind, 9Z Globon going to the lower bracket, but they've been a top team. I mean, representing Argentina, they have a lot of experience. Sick has a lot of experience in that team, as far as I know. Angra won as well. So yeah, pretty strong team. Definitely look out for those players in the upcoming week.
There's a chance that 9Z Globin and Virtus.pro now having, especially in Virtus.pro side, having leveled up in the past couple of days through Survival Week, might be a stronger matchup against 9Z Globin. If we look at the last time these two played, it was obviously in the ranking week, and to the credit of 9Z Globin, they were, let's see, I have to find their series here. I think it was on the last day. 9Z Globin 2-0'd them on the last day of ranking week here. So currently 9ZG have the head-to-head over 9ZG, but I mean, who knows? There's a chance that Virtus.pro, having become a stronger team and maybe being able to give a limb a lot more resources consistently in these early game setups, all after the double round robin they played in the survival week, maybe it's given them the level up they needed. I think it'll make the 9ZG and Virtus.pro series a lot more competitive than it was before.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen the entire Virtus.pro side, picking up, the performance. We've seen Alain shine a lot more. He's been able to comfortably, pick the assassins that he wants to play. We even saw the Ogrin come out today that he performed really well on. So definitely he does have the experience in the jungle and playing different heroes, being versatile. And we can see the final scores again for today's matches right here on the screen. Virtus.pro 3-0 versus NRX. Twisted Mind 1-3 against OG. And NRX falling again 1-3 against Movistar Koi. Pretty clean matches so far, I would say, today. Kind of expected, but pretty good games.
The 3-0 from Virtus.pro against Next RÜYA was very clean. And then OG Esports later in their series was very clean against Twisted Minds. That last series, it was a party for sure. It was a fun time. And it looks like Movistar Koi actually did beat Alo Gaming in their off-stream series, since they have a 4-2 series score so far. So, props to Movistar Koi for at least being able to give themselves the highest series score possible. So this guarantees that they at least are able to advance as or position themselves as the 5th seed. But it's still Virtus.pro locked in, thanks to them beating Next RÜYA earlier today, netting a 5-0 series score. There's still one more series to play off stream between Virtus.pro and Alo Gaming, but at that point, I'm not gonna lie, guys. The fact that it's off-stream match is pretty nice because it does not impact the series. But you got a chance to see what the playoff bracket is going to look like, as we talked about. Virtus.pro and 9ZG will play against each other on the 2nd of May. Our 2 best-of-5s, which is going to be your boy Yikes and Yumu's casting on that day. So the lower bracket series semifinals, 9ZG versus Virtus.pro, and the upper finals between OG and Twisted Minds. Before we close out our broadcast, Yikes, any last thoughts for the fans?
Last thoughts. Definitely make sure to show up next week, as these matches are going to be close and breathtaking. I mean, VP versus 9ZG, and we got OG versus Twisted Mind. We got a piece of that a little bit earlier. But yeah, make sure to show up next week as we are wrapping up, things here. So we'll be expecting you guys there. As I'm gonna be there, Ralph and I'm gonna be there, so I'm gonna be there with Yomu. So make sure to come by once again, and make sure to check out all of our social medias and on our Kings Esports social medias to keep yourself updated, so you can show up on time next week.
That's right. Me and Blam will be in the chat supporting you and Yumu's. Both of you guys gonna take the reins. Make sure to not only keeping in touch with all of Honor King's global esports on all socials, but also check out Yikes. He's been pumping out content on YouTube at YikesGG. Make sure to check out Yumu's and Blam as well on their socials as well as mine. I'm not pumping out nearly as much as content as all of those guys, but you know, I always appreciate a follow whenever we can, but definitely support all of them because they're pumping out the content on YouTube. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning into our final day of week 2 of Major West League. It's going to be a long break when we come back on May 2nd. We'll be glad to see you again. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and see you next week.